Boom. here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we're getting right to it. As always, don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, I go floating off into that deep dark void. Space Fams, it's beautiful to see you here on this Saturday evening. So much to talk about, but first some shout-outs. Randy Terpstra, Moen Up, and the Reference Frame, 1, 2, 3 in the chat. Herman Horologist, close forth. Fishbone, also here. Young Chris, Mr. Spock, Sweet Chewy. Ducky, on Twitch. Well, as I mentioned, a lot to talk about here. From protests across the country to a primary heating up. Bunch of primaries, in fact. Oh, God. Floods still hitting Texas. Also the tri-state area. Fires still ravaging parts of the country, and of course we'll have some updates in places like Europe in the Middle East. Oh boy. I hope you're all doing well here. Buckle up, Space Fams. It's time for us to get started with this show. The good old United States. Back in time, 4 days ago, the great state of Maine.
We saw ICE, murder people all across this country, and now we have it in our state. Enough is enough. We need to abolish ICE. People that support having this type of rogue agency need to be replaced also.
So the reason we're here is because a young man got killed here by ICE, and we're standing in front of Susan Collins' office. She gave ICE $70 billion to continue this rogue agency.
As a state, we got to come together and say no more of this.
He's got a 3-year-old daughter left behind now, and this is not the Maine or the America I want to live in. They just killed somebody today, and that is bullshit.
Well, there you go. That's Troy Jackson. That's the guy who I think is best candidate for the DNC to put forward in the general election. He was out there in one of these days with protesters at Susan Collins' office.
We saw ICE, murder people all.
And we still have, was it 9 days? I think July 27th is the final day for them to put forward, put a candidate on the general ballot. Honestly, I haven't been hearing enough about that. But Mainers have been out there protesting what happened in their state day in, day out for like a week. This was Mercado Media / Status Coup on the ground. I think this was Maine. But I'm not sure that, I don't think this is Biddeford. I could be wrong. I think this might be like Portland.
I'm Andy Mercado from Status Coup News. We're out here reporting live on the scene of the National Day of Protest as the community here in Maine, in Portland, Maine, and the surrounding areas from Biddeford, Scarborough, and others have came here to stand in solidarity and demand accountability for the ICE killing of Johann Sebastian Guerrero, who is a 25-year-old Colombian national who was killed on Monday by David Brulette, a 37-year-old resident here in Maine. and killed Johann Sebastian Guerrero in cold blood. We have been covering this story all week here on the ground in Maine. There's going to be an organized protest with speakers. We're going to talk to people on the ground here, guys. There's likely going to be a march, so we're going to be marching. Make sure you guys hit the like button on the stream, subscribe to the YouTube channel and everything on social media to support. Make sure you go to statuscoup.com/join for as low as $5 a month to support us on the ground and keep independent media going. I believe are we going to try to do an interview, John, before the speakers? Okay, so we're going to try to do an interview.
Okay, we're not going to watch the whole thing, but I'm going to try and get the hits. Get all the good stuff in here. Let's see. Interview time.
In the last few months, like, not even just here, but across the country, like, they've really stepped things up, obviously, like in Texas, now here in Biddeford. Like, it's just unbelievable.
What do you want people to know most about the community out here in Maine, right? You know, me and John have been covering these ice tragedies around the country, but what do you want people to know about Maine?
Mainers stick with each other. Like, we were out here, like, I couldn't believe how many people were out here Tuesday, like, during the week. I'm sure more people are going to be showing up here shortly. But just the sense of community has been, like, unlike anywhere else I've lived, so.
Seriously, and like the amount of people showing up out here using their voice, you know, it's something we've seen all week, from the vigil to the mechanics park just right down the road.
Down there yesterday.
Oh, you were?
Yeah, I stopped. I hadn't been to Biddeford since it happened, and I wanted to leave some flowers at the memorial, and that's still sitting very heavy with me too. Like, it's just being there in person and being able to see, like, his blood still on the sidewalk. It's unlike, just unreal.
Yeah, and that people don't realize that until we show it or you talk about it, that his blood is on the road. They left him out there for 5 hours.
Yeah, it's just so inhumane. Like, I don't know how you can do that to anyone, let alone, like, someone with Social Security number, and just, I don't understand it.
Right, and then when we hear about the ICE agent who killed him, David Broylette, just an absolute nutcase.
Just an absolute loser.
Yeah, there's more reporting that actually Jolly Good Ginger, you know Jolly Good Ginger?
Yeah, I actually saw him here on Tuesday. Yeah.
He just did an interview with, he's over there. He just did you'll see him again. Hey, there he is. So he just did an interview with his ex-wife, and we found out even more information.
Oh, wow.
He's threatened her in the past. He's been abusive.
I haven't seen that yet. I saw the alternative press stuff that came out like yesterday, but no, I'll have to watch that. That's, wow.
Yeah, he just did it this morning. That's why he wasn't at the morning protest. Otherwise, he would have been there with us this morning, but he was actually doing that. So, but tell us about that. Like, you know, we continue to give these ICE agents that have no training and are also very abusive, right? Like, they're just the worst people, right?
No, I mean, that type of job is always going to attract just these real sickos that just want to protect power in some way, whether it's through violence or... I mean, it just weak masculine men is what it is.
Weak. And then, ironically, when they're posting high T like,
it's like you got Pete Hegseth just being the most low T dude out there. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Daddies are more stronger than moms.
And then they want to fund so much money to these militarized.
And that's the one thing with, like, if you talk to most people here today, you're going to find out that, like, most Mainers don't like Susan Collins at all. And
most Mainers don't like Susan Collins at all. Well, time to get rid of that lady.
Immediately, if not sooner.
People seem to be very upset with her. All right, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. Okay, I see a new chatter in the chat. A new chatter has appeared. Christopher Bunnell. Just gonna point this out. We all want the Epstein files, but we don't need to spam. Spamming will not get the Epstein files.
Let's get the files and figure it out.
Okay? Write that down. Wait, have people stopped getting notifications about the live streams? Because I've noticed that I'm no longer getting notifications about my own lives, which is weird to me. Yeah, I just noticed that it's been doing some weird shit lately. You got a notification? Okay. For the vertical only? Yeah, I don't know what's up with that.
Our next speaker is Sophia from Community Organizing Alliance. Hello, everyone.
This is the very definition
Hello,
of
everyone. My
totalitarianism.
name is Sophia Khalid, and I'm a community organizer from Lewiston. I am very short, so I hope you guys can see me. This week, our state witnessed something that should never happen in any community. Johan Sebastian Guerrero left for work and never came home. Today, his partner is carrying a burden that no parent should ever have to carry. She has shared that she does not know how to tell their 3-year-old child that her father is gone and will never come home. Imagine carrying that burden. Imagine looking into the eyes of your child and trying to explain why the person she loves the most, the person she expected to come home, will never come again. No family should ever have to endure that kind of grief. Johan's death did not happen in isolation. It exposed the reality that immigrant communities have been living with for months, even after cameras stopped paying attention. We organizers, stood alongside families who felt abandoned. We answered the phone calls, we connected with families, we connected with legal support, and helped communities navigate fear. Because we understood that what they were experiencing was not temporary. It was a result of an immigration system that has increasingly become punitive, increasingly militarized, and increasingly disconnected from the humanity of the people it touches. That is the conversation this country has been avoiding for way too long. That is bigger. This is bigger than one officer. This is bigger than one agency. It is bigger than one administration.
Exactly. As I was talking about yesterday, I mean, I was getting into the history of DHS and ICE, and I mean, this apparatus has existed since the Bush administration created it in the wake of 2001 in a supposed effort to fight terrorism. We militarized a bunch of different, very civilian agencies and or efforts, right? Like immigration, emergency management, and the like other shit, like the border. It's completely unnecessary. I could just go right back to doing INS. They were doing a great job. But better, less destructive than this. I'll say that much. Selena Marie, hello to you in the vertical chat. You got the notification, but sometimes... Oh, okay. The question was more towards the YouTube, but good to know as well on Twitch side. It's the YouTube notifications I've been noticing that I'm not getting as much. I never got normal notifications from Twitch. Because I'm always signed in on my profile on Twitch, so I don't get like a normal notification. But on my YouTube, I have like a premium account that I've been using for a long time. So that's what I'm usually signed in on, and I'll usually get notifications. But I haven't. YouTube's got something against me. I don't know why. I'm just here trying to do the news. It's very rude.
How rude.
Is that so wrong of me to want to do the news?
Thank you, Sophie! Like Sophie said, Maine may be small, but we are mighty. And if there's anything I know about this state, is we come together when we need to.
Okay.
Now let's be clear, these deaths in our community are a direct result of the Trump administration's war on working class immigrant communities. But they are not the fault of the Trump administration alone. The development and expansion of ICE has been a bipartisan effort. Every single congressperson, Democrat or Republican, who voted for increased ICE funding has the blood of these working family immigrant men on their hands. Have pulled the trigger, but these political misleaders handed them the guns. That's right. ICE pulled the trigger, but Collins gave the gun. ICE pulled the trigger, but Collins gave the gun. ICE pulled the trigger, but Collins gave the gun. ICE pulled the trigger, but Collins gave the gun. ICE pulled the trigger, but Collins gave the gun! ICE pulled the trigger, but Collins gave the gun! ICE pulled the trigger, but Collins gave the gun! ICE pulled the trigger, but Collins gave the gun! Woo! As Mainers know, who's responsible? I'd like to welcome Kylie from the Answer Coalition. Act now to stop war and end racism. Give it up for Kylie.
Did I fix my YouTube? What do you mean fix it? Do you like get monetized again? No, we're still demonetized right now. We've been demonetized for 3 full months. Tomorrow is gonna be my first opportunity to reapply for the YouTube partner program, which I was in for over 1.5 years without any problems. And then in the last 9 months, we've had a myriad problems. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I feel like I'm doing a better show. I feel like, I don't know about everybody else, but I feel like every show slowly improves. Like the flow and whatever else. Like I feel like, I get more sounds, more soundboard sounds. I mean, yeah, I feel like I'm being punished for it.
Hello, Portland! I am Kylie, and I'm speaking for the Answer Coalition. Johann Sebastian Duran Guerrero's murder was not a mistake or a fluke in the system. This was a product of intentional policy choices made over the course of years. Last June, Congress people from both parties voted to loot $900 billion from Medicaid to fund ICE expansion that ultimately killed Johan in Biddeford and Lorenzo Soldado Araujo in Houston, Texas, Houston, Texas. Congress, with Susan Collins' vote, made ICE the single best funded federal law enforcement agency in history. Shame! Nearly 12 million people lost their health insurance since these cuts went into effect just 6 months ago. How many people have lost their lives because they couldn't afford to see a doctor, because they couldn't access life-saving medications or pay thousands of dollars for ambulance rides? Republican politicians say they're keeping us safe from our neighbors and friends. Meanwhile, Democratic politicians will make vague allusions to compromise and to the rule of law. The result is the same: a war on our communities, an occupation. There's no debate in Congress when it's time to fund the U.S. military, but the same representatives will act like there's no funding available for our needs. Shame! Trump and his billionaire backers want to run the world as one bloody occupation, from here to Latin America to Gaza. The same capitalist system that cuts life-saving services here continues to spread violence, repression, and terror around the world. We have to point this out because everything is connected. Since 2023, the U.S. government has spent $21 billion on so-called defense to Israel, including direct military support for that country's genocide against Palestinians. Shame! And we've all felt the cost of Trump's war on Iran, spending $100 billion to annihilate children in their classrooms and destroy civilian infrastructure and homes has not made Americans more secure. On the contrary, it has cost us an extra $30 billion in gas and grocery prices.
Okay. Let's keep going through this footage here from Status Quo / Mercado Media. Who else we got here to speak?
First of all, appreciate the organizers for putting this together. This is amazing. I want to thank all the Mainers for showing up. Last night I Googled the population of Maine. It's only 1.4 million people. And when I look at how many people are marching in the streets from Portland to Scarborough to Biddeford, I'm impressed. A lot of you motherfuckers are pissed off. I want to say a couple quick things. I hope that you continue this. I've had the opportunity to travel to a lot of cities where ICE are kidnapping and killing people. And one thing I've learned from every city is that there's a whole hell of a lot more of us than there are of them. And sometimes it feels like maybe we're fighting this fight alone, but we're not. We are a collective people. I grew up in the mountains of North Carolina, in the foothills of Appalachia where they grow MAGA. And I learned a lot about my country growing up, how we were the greatest country on earth and how we are freedom and we are the pinnacle. When I was 18, I joined the army to go fight for freedom, and then I woke the fuck up one day. Because when I got overseas, I found out that I was welcomed in people's homes with open arms, some of the nicest people I've ever met. And even here in America, when I go into immigrant communities, you will never enter an immigrant community where you are not welcome, where they don't feed you, where they won't love you, where they will not fucking bring you into their homes. And then my country sent me to Iraq and told me the terrorists are over there. And then I woke the fuck up and found out I was the terrorist. And so, after being raised a cishet white Christian male and sent off to war to become a veteran, I'm now an atheist, LGBTQIA plus friendly, anti-war, pro-immigrant, fuck Donald Trump. Change is possible. Until Americans that look like me, until Americans that stand on the other side of the street with their same tired fucking rhetoric wake up and realize that when they're done with the black community and the brown community and the immigrant community and the LGBTQI plus community, they're coming for you too. So if you don't have the basic empathy to care about them, at least be selfish enough to care about yourself. So what I say is this. What happened here is absolute tragedy. It goes without saying. Yohan was murdered in the street by masked thugs. State-sponsored terrorism is what ICE is. And I agree with what your message is. Abolish ICE. All I say is we can't stop there. The status quo is how we got here. MAGA is just the Confederate States of America rebranded. And it's high fucking time that white supremacy is put in the fucking concentration camps. And it's high fucking time that we as Americans stop turning a blind eye, especially white Americans, stop turning a blind eye to what we know is happening in these white churches, the same churches I grew up in, what we know is happening in these white communities, what we know is happening behind the closed door. Stop being silent. Your silence is violence. Your silence is complicity. Speak up. Stop it now.
You know, I gotta say, it's interesting to hear him say that. This is something that I literally said earlier. This is, I mean, almost the exact same thing. But I said, what's the other side of the coin? The coin that is, there's a militarized quasi-police force running around, geared up, armed to the teeth, and going after people who look like immigrants. Just look like immigrants. What is the other side of the coin? Right? I mean, and I made almost the exact same argument. Like, what if there was a government? So, you know, let's play the thought experiment. What if there was a government in the future that thought white supremacy was the thing ruining this country, not immigrants, and decided to go after anybody who looked like a white supremacist? How would that be any different? And how would the people who are supporting what's happening right now react to that? I don't think they like it very much.
Donald Trump, I want freedom.
Thank you, Jolly. Like Jolly said, a whole lot of us are really pissed off. In Maine, we need to stay organized, and we need to stay in the streets. We need to keep fighting for Johann Sebastian, for Lorenzo, for all of the victims of ICE terror, and not stop there. We're just getting started.
That's right.
That is...
Okay. Let me skip ahead a little bit more, because we got to keep this puppy moving. We're only on my we're on video 2 of 100 that I got here. I can't get bogged down, or it's 99, because this one's not supposed to be in here. How I picked up on that, whatever. 99 videos. That's not one. Okay. I think after the speeches they do a march. Right? Am I wrong? Yeah. Before that, listen to at least one more speaker here. Damn, and it started raining. The MC had to throw a jacket on. Look at her go.
So before we do that, I want everyone to keep up the energy. We have 2 more speakers, and then be ready to go. We're not going to let the rain stop us.
Not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
All right, fuck ICE! Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE! I want you guys to understand that when you decided to come out here today and said, I'll go to Monument Square and I'll protest, you got to do that because you were...
Oh, God. Oh, God. Who's in charge of the microphone? Please hold. She looks pissed. I'm pissed. We're all pissed. Somebody fix that shit. God damn it.
Got a fire truck go by there, chat. As you guys can see, the protest is now trying to stop emergency vehicles from...
Yeah, I mean, the whole protest evacuated the whole street. They're like, nah, we'll let the fire truck go.
Carrying out their duties, it never has been. So guys, we're live here in Portland, Maine, as the protest has taken off into a march heading towards City Hall and the local government. First of all, introduce yourself.
My name is Dale Knight, and I'm a resident of Portland, Maine, and a resident of the United States.
So you're a resident here?
Yes.
So what are your thoughts of everything going on?
Well, I'm sick and tired of the old...
Oh my God, listen to this guy. He's got the most northeastern accent you could imagine. Wow. He's got the board shorts, Hawaiian shirt. Is that an original 13 Colonies flag as a cape? And the tri-corner hat. Don't forget, whatever this is, some sort of canteen. Like, it's not 100, maybe a bag of... Like, this guy is ready to go. Party and or protest. This dude's dressed for it.
Yes.
So what are your thoughts of everything going on?
Well, I'm sick and tired of the old adage of old men make decisions and young people die. And I'm sick and tired of seeing people murdered in the street. I'm former law enforcement, and I know what a legal stop is and what you should do. And that is not the way that you proceed.
And plus it makes the cops and law enforcement that are doing the right thing, that actually are trying to look out for the community. I mean,
I was in the sheriff's department, and I quit a week after I was told to lie and not report an issue that happened at the jail where the sheriff had an inmate taken out and beaten. So I had worked my whole life to stay, out of trouble.
This guy's a legend. Quit his job because he was told not to report abuse of prisoners.
I've been arrested, always followed the law and loved it. But these people, they think that they can just make things up. And I know a lot of DHS agents, and I thought they were decent. But I'll tell you something, it needs to be dissolved.
Definitely, because like so much funding goes into that, and they're not getting even half the training you did.
Did you hear that? I know a bunch of dudes in the DHS, but fuck them. They deserve to lose their job. Shut it down. Shut it down. Says the Hawaiian shirt hero, a great American patriot. That's America first. That's America first right there. It's an America first attitude from this guy. And I gotta say, it was quite heartening to me that people managed to mobilize on this one finally here this weekend. Even in the rain, look how many people are out here. Hold on, I think they do an interview in a second.
Just tell us what you guys are doing. First of all, what's your name?
It's Alexis.
Alexis?
Dima.
Nice. What are you guys doing out here?
What does it look like? We're fighting for our cause. I thought Maine was going to be a state that didn't put up with this shit, and here we go. We have 2 deaths already here. Never mind the 10 that we've had nationwide, and all of the kids and children that are dying in detainment centers, the rapes, the tortures that is going on, people not having access to health care. I'm type 1 diabetic. I'm very passionate about everyone's rights. Everyone needs rights. Everyone needs to feel safe in their community, and that's not what's happening. This isn't making anything better, definitely not America.
No, especially with how much money we're putting into foreign wars across, the Middle East. We have no money for healthcare, but we have money for ICE agents to be able to do whatever the hell they want.
Exactly, and it's heartbreaking. And seeing the community like this is so heartwarming, but heartbreaking at the same time, that this is what we come together for, and not for other things, Like, these are the battles we have to fight right now, and there's bigger things to do.
Did you ever think that this ICE terror that we've seen, in Minneapolis or in Chicago and LA, did you ever think it would come here to where you live?
No, honestly, no, not this close. I thought, you can see the amount of people out here. Maine doesn't stand for this type of stuff. We've always been very pro-rights, very just standing with our community, and yeah.
What is something that you want people to know about Maine?
Sure, yeah. Sorry, I'm diabetic. My sugar might be dropping a little bit from all the yelling and screaming.
Oh, no.
I'm
no
good,
problem.
though.
No problem.
Repeat the question, I'm sorry.
What do you want people to know about your community here? Because we're here for covering a tragedy. You know, we're not here on a regular basis.
Exactly that. We're going to keep fighting this. And even though there are people online and you may see people on the streets saying that they want ICE, that, you know, get rid of all the immigrants, you know, that's not what we stand for, not here. And we're very blessed to have a community that has been built by everyone from all over the world. No one is illegal on stolen land. No one should be dying. Everything that's happening is genocide and war crimes. It's worse.
And it's all connected because...
Okay. Well, there we go. People out there in the cold rain marching through the streets. Protesting in Portland, Maine. Here's how it was covered by local news, WMTW TV. I keep getting that one wrong. 3 hours ago.
Today, protesters in Portland joined a national day of action after 25-year-old Johann Sebastian Guerrero was killed by an ICE agent in Biddeford on Monday. Ronnie Perillo was at the protest, and he joins us live now from Monument Square. So, Ronnie, tell us about the size of today's demonstrations.
Yeah, Jacob, today's protest was pretty sizable. People filled up most of Monument Square here, and we've been seeing these protests pop out throughout southern Maine as people demand that ICE leave the state. Now, we've been seeing demonstrations for months. Operation Catch of the Day, which happened back in early 2026 here in our state, that fueled protests as well, but now it's been refueled by Monday's killing of Johann Sebastian Guerrero.
Okay, perfect spot to pause that. Thank you, WMTW. Not going to go very far. Let's go to NBC 5 WPTZ Vermont. Where Vermonters protested along Church Street, wherever that is. Following these 2 shooting deaths last week. This one's from yesterday.
Meantime, ICE protests are surging in dozens of American cities after fatal shootings in Maine and in Texas. Tonight, a crowd rallied in downtown Burlington. Our Sophia Falbo was there for it. She joins us live in the studio with more on their message. Sophia.
Vermonters of all backgrounds came together this afternoon to honor those who have been killed and detained by federal ICE agents, especially following the most recent shooting in Maine this week. Protesters we spoke with say they're not going to sit back and let more people from the community get taken.
Signs, candles, and chants to honor 2 men who were recently shot and killed by ICE agents at attempted traffic stops.
These were tragedies. They did not need to happen, and it's not something that we're going to take sitting down.
And so instead of sitting, dozens of Vermonters marched from Burlington City Hall to the federal building on Elmwood Avenue Thursday. While the fatal shootings happened in Maine and Texas, Vermonters at this rally say ICE operations can become deadly anywhere.
People who were killed most recently aren't from Vermont. They don't live here. They're still members of our community. Vermonters need to understand that ICE is active here too, Border Patrol is active here too, and they're detaining our community members and taking them away from us.
Yeah, that's the thing. Even if you're not hearing about it, even if there's not being a big deal made about it, ICE is operating in as many communities as they can get their hands on. You have to hold your local leaders accountable for making it easier for them. Do everything you can to fight back against it, within reason.
Protesters say they especially fear this following the ICE operation in South Burlington earlier this year.
They were searching all over the house. They were throwing things all over. They were throwing me all over the floor.
Jose Herrera was in the house ICE agents raided on Dorset Street on March 11th. Now, Herrera says he's nervous to even be outside.
It makes me scared, to leave or just to go out with my friends.
Vermonters say the city is not adequately prepared for another encounter with ICE.
Shut it down. Shut it down. All right, I'm going to try and get as many. I did my best to put together as many of the protests as I could find from today. And like that one from yesterday, although most of these ones are from today. But let's go down to Boston. CBS Boston from 2 hours ago. Dozens. Here protesting. Dozens, according to CBS. Wow.
Protests nationwide today over the killing of 2 men by ICE agents here in New England and in Texas. Locally, activists took to the library steps in Copley Square, calling for reform. WBZ's Logan Hall is there, and he joins us live now with that story. Logan?
I gotta say, some of these protests I was a little disappointed by. I looked at it, I was like, what are we doing right now, Boston? You're a city built by immigrants. Why are there not hundreds, if not thousands, out here?
Yeah, Ken, that's right. Good evening. This rally here at Copley Square wrapped up at about 5:30, but there were about 100 or so people out here working to make their voices heard. I want to show you a little bit about what that rally looked like as we can play some video from that protest. It was part of, as you mentioned, that national call to action, one of about 70 protests happening across the country today, following 2 fatal shootings in less than a week in Biddeford, Maine and Houston, Texas. In response to both of these incidents, ICE said their officers felt threatened by people in vehicles.
Which is, of course, a lie. Anyways, it was good to see people out here in general. Could have been more than 100. Boston, you're a pretty big city. Let's not forget. You're one of the more populous places. Could have shown out slightly better. All right, now down to New York. Where thousands took to the streets the last day protesting. Oops, there we go. My bad.
Months and separated from his family.
Dumpty Trumpty.
Long and hard for his own release.
Racial democracy. America's founding was centered. Make noise.
Whoopsies. That's my bad. Sorry, sir. Very rude.
How rude.
Very rude of me to cut him off. Though I gotta say, once again, New York could have turned out better, too. could have shown more solidarity with the other states struggling through this moment right now.
About them, and it's going to be okay.
I see freedom in the air. I see freedom in the air. And I really... One more time, say up over my head. Up over my head. Up over my head.
ICE is trying to lease properties to create more detention facilities in Batavia, New York.
All right, let's go down to Washington. Here's News Central from 2 hours ago. More anti-ICE demonstrations taking place there.
ICE out of everywhere. ICE out of everywhere. I said ICE out of D.C. ICE out of D.C.
To work hard to treat every person with dignity and to love your family without condition.
The murders of all these people, working people.
We called this protest today for a couple of reasons. One is as part of a nationwide day of action to stand in solidarity with victims of ICE terror, to demand justice for them, to demand the full rights for all immigrants in this country who are under attack right now, but also because here in Southeast, we are just down the street from where ICE is building a new headquarters, a new central hub for their entire racist deportation regime. This is a $300 million facility that they're building at the St. Elizabeth's West down Martin Luther King Avenue here. And this is a project that is being done with.
Why are people questioning the phrase "down to Washington"? Washington is clearly south of New York. What is the confusion? What is the confusion on this? Washington D.C., not Washington State. In case that was part of the confusion, maybe I should have just said D.C. Would that been more clarity for people?
To shut it down, and that is the only power that they fear. And so, folks, I'm very honored to be able to address you all today. Deportation. Deportation. 24 jobs and education. 24 jobs and education. We got the power. What kind of power? People power. I say, who got the power? We got the power. What kind of power? People power. I say, who got the power? We got the power. What kind of power? People power. ICE out of D.C. I said ICE out of everywhere. Said ICE out of D.C. I said ICE out of everywhere.
Okay. Now, from D.C. down to, or wherever, actually, I don't know. This is down, I think this is. Don't question the direction in which we are going. We're going to Raleigh. Whatever way that happens to be.
Right now, people in Raleigh gathering for a demonstration in response to the recent ICE shootings in Texas and Maine. It's all part of a national day of action, and it comes just days after President Donald Trump overturned a temporary pause on most ICE traffic stops. Tom George joining us live now from Raleigh at Moore Square. There's a protest underway. Tom, good evening. Always good to see you. Catch us up to speed with where things are at this half hour.
Yeah, they have actually started marching, and they'll be working their way back around to where we are now at Moore Square in just a little bit. But we do have some video from a little bit earlier as they started to gather here. As you mentioned, these are demonstrations that are happening around the country, not just here in Raleigh, in response to those latest shootings by ICE, one in Texas and one in Maine. This is something that we have heard about multiple times, concerns about how ICE has conducted itself during the Trump administration so far. But with these most recent cases, it's also an added layer of concerns about the use of pulling people over and these traffic stops, which is being debated right now.
Yes, indeed. Communities gathering across the country. Let's go to Charlotte. WCNC from 3 hours ago.
And just hours ago, folks gathered at Bearden Park in Uptown speaking out against the recent deadly shootings across the country involving ICE agents. WCNC Charlotte's Alexandra Rios-Malvia heard from protesters and organizers sharing what they need to see moving forward.
We're here at Ramir Bearden Park where there's a protest that gathered dozens of people organized by PSL Charlotte. Organizers say that this is in response to the recent 3 deaths of immigrant workers that were involved in an ICE incident. But today we're here joined with a protester. Kat, tell me, why was it important for you to be here today?
Yeah, so we just want to stand with our immigrant community. We know that our neighbors are being killed by ICE and there's no accountability, there's no justice. So we just want to stand with him here and note that they're not alone and that there's people who support them.
Tell me very quickly, what does your sign mean to you?
So it says full and equal rights for all immigrants and ICE out. So it's a very short message, but yeah, exactly what it says.
Yeah, and how has immigration enforcement affected you, your family, and your community?
Well, thankfully I haven't been personally affected, but it shouldn't be that you're personally affected to care about these people. Yeah, they're still very much in Charlotte, so I encourage people to join a WhatsApp group and know what's going on in their community so they can either alert others or know to not go in those areas if ICE is present and they're vulnerable.
All right, that was it for us, Kat. We appreciate it. And now we talked to one of the protesters, but we're also going to talk to one of the organizers of today. He is
Okay, well, there you go, WCNC Charlotte. I think also North Carolina, right? So much more to get into here. But I do want to say thank you to Young Chris for the $10 on PayPal. Getting us started on that galactic content goal. We're literally 1 hour into the stream. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. Now we're already 20% of the way through it. Okay. Let's go to Indianapolis, Indiana. WTHR from earlier this evening.
Meanwhile, Hoosiers gathered today on Monument Circle to support the communities affected by deadly ICE shootings. This is part of the National Day of Action as people are calling for justice for the victims.
I would want people who see us out here to see that it pays off to be brave and bold, to come out into the streets to stand up for what you fight for. Because the people around the country are watching, and the people who don't feel safe enough to come out are inspired by our action, and it takes action to make change.
There have now been 2 deadly shootings involving ICE agents just in the last week.
Okay, now down to Texas next. What's that? What's that sound? Oh, barking for treats. Now down to Texas, San Antonio, where a protest took place at a site. The site for the planned site, however you want to put it, for a 1,500 bed detention facility for ICE. Another private prison. People deciding to protest here today. DRM News from 4 hours ago.
Canadian activists and community members gathered outside a warehouse in San Antonio, Texas, to protest plans by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and Immigration and Customs Enforcement to convert the site into a 1,500-bed immigration detention and processing center. Demonstrators marched with banners, chanted slogans, and delivered speeches opposing the proposed facility, arguing it would expand immigration detention in the region and have lasting social and psychological impacts on surrounding communities. Organized
Oh, yeah. Look at this fucking place. Good God.
This is ridiculous!
It is ridiculous. I agree. Very, very ridiculous. All right, let's see what I think it looks like. Yeah.
The American Psychological Association CEO, Dr. Arthur Evans Jr. had expressed, migration is intrinsic to the human condition. People move to survive, to find safety, to build something livable. What we are living under is a system that tracks movement, restricts it, sells it, and punishes it depending on who you are and where you come from. The wealth of the global north did not emerge in isolation. It was built through forced migration, through the transatlantic slave trade, through land theft from indigenous peoples, through exclusion laws that targeted Chinese communities, through internment camps that caged Japanese families, and now through a sprawling detention system that holds migrants in private facilities where corporations profit per bed, per body, per day.
Yes, indeed. Okay. Very, very based speech from that young woman. All right, I also like the hair. All right, moving on now to not that far away. Let's go to Nevada, Las Vegas, where a protest was planned. Oh, I got the wrong whatever. This is from yesterday. Sorry. This is a clip from Fox 5 Las Vegas regarding a protest planned for today during the National Day of Protest at another detention facility in that state.
Come on!
They're everywhere. Like data centers and ICE detention facilities. It's the only thing America's building right now.
I thought this was America! Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America!
The ACLU of Nevada is demanding answers as to why plainclothes ICE officers were seen on video trying to arrest a man who was on the ground. This is cell phone video taken at Harry Reid by a bystander on Monday at Terminal 3. You can see a man now identified as 57-year-old Pha Nguyen on the ground with a handcuff on. The two ICE officers in plain clothing with him, they quickly cover their faces and walk away. Meantime, Metro also responded and said the man did not have a warrant out and let him go. However, he was taken into ICE custody once he landed in LA. This video has caused outrage from different groups and lawmakers here, and the ACLU of Nevada says it will leave many in fear when traveling.
You see them run away from the scene. And it is going to raise questions about the types of people that are at the airport. When somebody looks over, are they going to be afraid to fly now? The video is disgusting, and it depicts a serious violation of civil liberties. But more importantly, these actions continue to violate public.
Oh my God, I didn't even watch this one yet. Like some of these protest video clips I just threw in here. We have multiple topics to cover today. I didn't even watch. This is insane. What? They just tackled some guy for looking too Chinese or Vietnamese, I guess. Like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? I think he's Vietnamese. I think that's what is that what they just said? Oh, that's nuts. Oh.
Trust. We were told for months that Harry Reid Airport was not going to be a target of ICE operations, and in fact, what we saw in the video was grotesque.
ICE sent out a statement saying the man from Vietnam overstayed his visit. We have reached out to the airport regarding their relationship with ICE and their operations. However, they deferred us back to the Department of Homeland Security, and they would not elaborate on airport protocols. And immigrant rights groups are planning a protest downtown this weekend targeting ICE and immigration detention. Justice for Lorenzo and Joan Vigil is being held tomorrow at 7 p.m. outside the Clark County Detention.
Good. I mean, it's probably happening right now. What is that? 7 p.m. Is that Eastern Standard? Is it Mountain Time or Eastern Standard in Vegas? Okay. Wow, I'm sort of thrown by that. Like, having that story just sort of interjected into all of this. Just new atrocities from ICE. Added to the list. All right, let's go down to New Mexico. Albuquerque. Here's the Courier from earlier this evening.
It's important that we're all out here today to show solidarity with Houston and everybody across the country fighting back against ICE terror.
We don't need to be preparing for what happens when ICE comes to our communities. ICE is in our communities right now, and they are being helped by people who are supposed to be working for us. The Bureau of Prisons, up to their highest staff, they are working with ICE every single day. They coordinate to have people that they arrest, and they say, okay, ICE, come pick this person up. We have seen texts, we have seen messages between police, between prison officials, coordinating with ICE.
I'm fucking sick of it, and I know you are too.
That's right.
Let's keep doing what we gotta do in the small ways, in the big ways.
Yes.
Not everybody's gonna come up and grab a mic, and that's fine. We need people in every aspect of the movement.
There's another video where people chased them out in the airport. Sorry, I don't have that clip. I'll try and look for it for later. All right, let's go to California. Grover Beach, where the community gathered to protest ICE as well.
Community members gathered today to protest the recent fatal shooting involving ICE agents in Maine and Texas. Protesters gathered to let their voices be heard at the corners of Oak Park and Grand Avenue in Grover Beach. This comes after Lorenzo Salgado Araujo was shot and killed by an ICE agent last week in Houston, Texas. And Sebastian Guerrero was shot and killed earlier this week in Maine. The Department of Homeland Security did announce it was going to pause vehicle stops, but President Trump reversed that decision this week.
Okay, people, that's coast to coast. It's as much as I could pull together here on the protests for today's stream. Now, you can't forget who's in charge of ICE right now. The overarching DHS structure. And that is Mark Wayne Mullen. Really, the buck stoppeth with Mark Wayne. Must always say Mark Wayne, because that's his nonsense name. It's his real name, but it's nonsense.
We're trying to perfect our ability to work with local law enforcement, state law enforcement, and get illegals and criminals off our streets. 70% of the arrests we do daily are felons or have pending felony charges. 70%.
Give me a joke.
We should all be able to work together with that. Total removals is 3 million.
Targeted 12 subscriptions.
Total
to
removals
the
3
community.
million.
Whoa! That's a lot of gifted subs, Omega Star. Why is it gold? Why is it a golden... I've never... Why is it... What's happening? Is this some sort of strange Twitch promotion again? This is this... What's happening? Thank you for all the subbies. Scrub online, loose poop. Brass monkey. Amandria. Broke. I can't. Broke Mamacita. Yes, of course. Lordly Canthrope. Midgie Wolf. Azrax. Julia Dew. Evelyn. And Stoicite. Everybody getting a sub. You gifted to everyone who's following. Oh, it's one of those. Interesting. Does Twitch... Is that like a promo? Does Twitch discount those, or are those regular? I'm just wondering how they're doing this, because I forgot to look into this new thing. Oh shit, hype train started. You're not sure? You're not sure if they're discounted. I don't even know how that's possible. You're the one who paid for them, but okay. Either way, really appreciate that. All right, let's finish this stupid Mark Wayne clip.
It's 3 million. Total removals, 3 million. 1.4 ever volunteered to be, but as I said, total removals. I'm sorry, who did you say you were?
CBS News.
Well, thank you for covering it last night.
Absolutely. I want to ask about foreign interference in our elections, but just first, since you mentioned turning down the temperature, what assurances can you give Americans that ICE officers will face consequences if they violate the DHS's use of force policy? And who will make that determination? And can you commit now to making that determination public to the Americans?
Well, let me clarify. When I say turn down the temperature, when I turn down the temperature with you guys, we're turning up the heat on the streets. We're out there working harder than we ever have because we've empowered our law enforcement to do their job.
This is one of the most fascist statements I can imagine. Turn up the heat in the streets, turn it down with the media. Another way of putting that is Mark Wayne sees his job as head propagandist of ICE and head enabler of ICE atrocities. He's there to convince the media to stop covering shit. Basically, like next, what's coming next is the DHS loyalty pledge for the press. Like that's what comes next after this, right? Like you can no longer report on DHS unless you pledge loyalty not to raise the temperature on ICE coverage.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Like, it's insane. It's insane. It's fucking insane that he wants to. That combination is just ludicrous. Turn up the heat in the streets, but turn it down in the media. Get the media to stop talking about the atrocities you're committing and that you're apparently planning to commit more of. He's literally like, it's about to get even worse. I don't know why I'm doing a fucking Trump. It's about to get even worse. Okay, we're gonna get out there. We're gonna murder a lot of people. I just need you all to shut up about it. My Mark Wayne impression's not good. I gotta work on it. I gotta work on that one. What does he sound like exactly?
Give me a joke.
Give me a joke.
Columbiarican _9505 just cheered 100 bits. STFU Mark Wayne Mullins, what about the innocent thugs deleted in cold blood? The grandmas and US citizens that were kidnapped.
Oh,
just the other day an 82-year-old grandma who is Navajo was kidnapped in Chaparral, New Mexico.
You gotta shut it down. Yeah, shut it down. Shit's out of control. Thank you for that, Columbia Regan. We're in a level 4 hype train right now, people. I'm just noticing how crazy high level that train is. That's nuts.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Also, I think that's probably good enough to just call it here now. Do a little confetti party dance, Space Fams. We did it. Thanks to all your beautiful generosity. We can be assured all the sweet, sweet Saturday content that I have planned for you tonight will in fact be happening. Still got a lot to talk about.
Columbia Rican _9505 gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
Another gifted sub from Columbia Rican. Oh. Well, thanks to all of you. We got the whole show ahead of us. All right, people, back to it. We are only ankle deep in this stream. Only an hour and a half. So much more to talk about. Like the elections. Something that's being tied into immigration lately by Donald Trump and his minions. Like Mark Wayne Mullen. You heard some of that yesterday. We're not gonna rehash all of that. Just want to remind people of some of the insane things Mark Wayne said yesterday. Can't call him Mark. That's not his name. It's Mark Wayne. Which is, once again, a very stupid name. Pick a name, dude. Yes, elections. Al Jazeera English 23 hours ago talk about Trump's election fraud claims and rehashing of the 2020 election the other night.
Great damage has been done to our country.
A primetime address, dire warnings and claims U.S. elections are rife with fraud, followed up on Friday by the Secretary of Homeland Security.
We've identified 250,000 non-citizens registered to vote in California and Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Nevada. We also worked with proactive states to identify 28,000 non-citizens on their voter rolls.
The White House released hundreds of documents it says it declassified, but much of the information is redacted. Other organizations have come up.
Do you see what I mean? And this is actually one of the least redacted documents of all of them. I don't know what Al Jazeera's decision making was on this one, but I was literally talking about this yesterday. I was also perusing the documents at my leisure. Wasn't really leisurely activity at all, actually. It was quite annoying and tedious, but it was, dude, it was like I said, it's like the Epstein files. It was just, it was like the fucking Epstein files. Had no idea who was sending what to who, and like all context was removed in like most of the documents. And even the words that were left weren't all that revelatory.
Very different numbers. The Conservative Heritage Foundation did a deep dive on voter fraud cases, going state by state, listing the names of people they say were caught voting illegally. In Pennsylvania, looking back over 30 years and 100 million votes cast, they found 39 cases of voter fraud. And in Arizona, looking over 25 years of elections, fraudulent votes make up 0.0000845% of votes cast.
Oh my God. 0.0000845%? Oh, that's not negligible. Oh my God. How many people live in Arizona? $7 million? Oh God. How many people is that per election? 0.01 people? Less than 0.01 people. Hold on. Let me break out my calculator here. 4 zeros? Jesus Christ. Did I say 7 million? That's 7. That's the population of Arizona times. What is it? Right. And it's percent, mind you, so 0.000000845. How many people is that? That's 6. Oh God. Oh no, that's actually, oh my God, 6? And 6 whole people out of the entire, but of course the entire electorate doesn't vote. We gotta we gotta nail this down. Hold on. How many people voted in AZ in 2024? Yes. 3 million people. 3 million. $2.5 people. Oh, the voter fraud is rampant. Holy fuck. That 2.5 people? That's basically the end of democracy.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry. I thought.
And according to the Bipartisan Policy Center, when voter rolls are checked nationwide, only 0.04% are non-citizens. Critics took to social media to say this is not about fraud, but trying to intimidate and impact the midterm elections.
Now he knows he's headed toward midterm losses.
Yes.
And his only hope is.
Thank you. Good point. The right. Thank you for making that point. This is. I'm not doing the math correctly. I'm not doing. Thank you. I didn't finish the math because it's over a period of 25 years. So what were we at, 2.5? So right, okay. So I was right. My initial, I think my initial ballpark was actually dead on. If it's 25 years and we had 2.5 people, right? Divided by 25 years. That's 0.1. There it is. I called it. It's 0.1 people. That's 0.1 people in each election. God, 1/10 of a person per election. Oh God, that is untenable. We cannot allow this level of voter fraud in our country. Oh God, I can't even imagine. 0.1 votes per election, dude. We're down to the wire over here. Now I'm ready to pass the Save Act. Jesus Christ, 0.1 per election? Rigged. Exactly. It's rigged. It's all rigged. 0.1 voters voting per election. 1/10 of a man. Who fits in that? But Pete Hegseth is voting. The ghost of Robert E. Lee is voting once every 10 years. All right, let's talk about the numbers real quick.
Holy Toledo.
Make his day if you do that. But all right, let's go ahead and jump right in, y'all. So take a look at this. Strength in Numbers and Verisite released a poll, and it's double haters, okay? I actually kind of love this term. It's basically like when you talk to people and they say, yeah, I hate the Democrats.
Yes, hold on. So I actually wanted to look at this thing. This is the right one, right? Yeah, this is the one. Okay. Gelliot Morris, however you say this. 5 days ago, July 1st. July 14th. G. Elliot Morris. Oh, it's G something Elliot. I see now. Democrats lead by 26 points among double haters in the 2026 House midterms vote. Americans have never liked their political parties. Pew found in May that 26% of adults now hold an unfavorable view of both. The highest share in more than 3 decades of asking the question, and more than 4 times the comparable percentage in 1994, which is, I believe, when they first started the poll, right? If they've been doing it for 3 decades, 94 sounds about right. So from the time they first started asking these questions, this time they started now, or till now, right? People have gone from having more of a partisan view of things, actually, when you think about it, at least in terms of hatred. And now it's bipartisan hatred. Quadrupling in that time. Over the last few election cycles, analysts have become obsessed with how these double haters vote. In 2016 and 2024, Trump won voters who had unfavorable opinions of both him and his opponent by double digits, according to exit polls. He also won them in 2020, but the group was a much smaller slice of the electorate in that election. I wonder why. Probably because Trump made people hate Republicans so much. That's fascinating. That is fascinating to think about, that number ebbing enough to elect old Sleepy Joe back in 2020.
I'm staying in the race.
But here's the question. How are the double haters feeling about 2026?
Immediately, if not sooner.
In our June Strength in Numbers / Verisite poll, we asked 2,000 Americans to rate both parties on a 0 to 100 feeling thermometer scale. And about 1 in 5 registered voters put both parties below 50. This is the group we'll call the double haters. So 20% of America are the double haters at this time. And that's an important poll. That's an important statistic to get in our head. 1 in 5, if this is a fairly well done polling sample, right? Like 1 in 5 people hate both parties. They think they both suck. Our poll shows double haters favor Democrats for 2026 by 26 points. 55% to 29%. Yes, indeed. Look at that. 2026 House vote intent. 55 for Democrats, 29% for Republicans, and 16% independent or third party. That's not enough to even get right? If you add six, even if all of these people suddenly say, you know what, I'm not voting independent, I'm not, like, I've decided, and that decision is Republican, that only gets them to 44. That's 55 to 44. That's pretty fucking good. That's an 11-point lead still. Even in the basically the worst case scenario. It's a fascinating statistic right there. And you'll notice that of double haters, it's split 50-50 between party ID, right? If you look at these numbers, 19 and 18, 19% of those polled and that are in the double hater demographic are Dems, 18% are Republicans, 53% are independent or third party. Right? In terms of their party identification, whether or not they like registered vote, like to vote for one party. Although they did in the 2024 election tend to favor Democrats. 40% for Democrats, 30, but like really when you look at it, it's really not. It's actually deceiving if you just look at the blue and red. But if you really look at this, because the way we'll read more of what they have to say here. But if you really look at this, double haters voted less for Democrats than for other things, right? Because if you combine independents and Republicans and leave out those who didn't vote, that's 44% to 40%. If you combine didn't vote, that's 60%, but we're not going to do that game, right? But technically, they did not actually favor Democrats, even though I think that that's the conclusion that they draw. Elliot Morris here draws from these numbers. Most double haters who say they voted for Trump in 2024 are still voting Republican, 71%, but about 1 of every 8 has flipped to voting Democratic for the midterms. That compares to a loyalty rate of 90% among Democratic double haters, and just 4% say they'll vote Republican. The more important groups, however, are the other voters and non-voters. Just under a third of double haters, 31%, were what I will call, quote-unquote, unaligned in 2024, meaning they voted third party or stayed home. Today, that pool is breaking for Democrats, 51%, 23%. Democrats are doing well in part because they have rallied their base, in part because Trump voters are tuning out, in part because those voters who sat out in 2024 are swinging hard to the left. That's a meaningfully different claim than swing voters are swinging left. Hard. They're swinging hard to the left. Okay. I think that's all we really need from this one. I just needed the clip from Kyle to keep my place, to remind me of what I wanted to look at. I'm not gonna lie. Sorry, Kyle, for using you. It's very rude of me.
How rude.
All right. Now, of course, as voters are swinging hard to the left, and candidates, in some cases, are too. There's been a lot of pushback from different people. Some of it more what's the word? I'm trying to think of relevant, accurate, in this reality, like based in fact. I don't know, but most of it, honestly, most of it has just been insanity, nonsense-based drivel from Zora Mamdani, bringing Sharia law to not Daria Lisa, what's her name? Fuck. No. Malat Kiros in Colorado, having her rallies being called neo-Nazi rallies. We've seen it all. But I do feel like it's hitting a fever pitch at this point. Let's see what Hassan has uncovered for us here.
Audrey saying they're rep Dr. Abdul El Sayed the way they ref Bernie Sanders 10 years ago. Here, Refugee refers to allowing black people to vote. It's awesome. So what's going to happen eventually? Like, you know, the more black voters move in the direction of the insurgent left flank, as we've seen already, at that point, what is the establishment narrative going to be? What's their narrative going to be?
I'm staying in the race.
You've been saying anti-black dog whistles this entire election cycle.
What
is that?
now?
What's the anti-black dog whistle?
When you say establishment,
Right.
because what's so very careful when you say establishment,
Right.
because what so many people mean and what Bernie Sanders absolutely means is black people.
Yeah, no, that's not.
When I heard this one, I was like, you gotta be kidding me. They're not. They're not. People aren't actually gonna play this, right? This is not the direction in which the establishment's gonna go. Oh, it's fascinating because if we were to put up the establishment, it would be mostly white people. If we were, like, I don't want to play the game, but if we were to play the game of name that establishment Dem, it's mostly white people. It's such a ridiculous fucking argument.
That's crazy. That's no, I think it means
she's a chorus influencer.
I think it just means establishment Democrats.
Oh my gosh, she's chorus. So it really is this really is the establishment Democrat plan. I mean, anything chorus is doing is like being done in conjunction with like dark money, like establishment, like PAC money. Like, are you kidding me? This is really their plan? This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
This is deranged.
Like I think that's not. I don't know how to respond to that. You know what I mean? Because that's like
it's.
I feel like that was concocted.
Nonsense.
That was a take that was concocted in 2016 in a laboratory to one-shot me. I feel like they came up with that take in a lab to just destroy me. You know what I mean? I encountered that take for the first time and it bricks me immediately, leaves me broken in a state of disrepair.
Immediately, if not
What the
sooner.
f is that, bro? Our favorite dumbass agrees. Yeah, I feel.
Okay, hold on. We don't need to watch this whole thing. I just Hassan found these clips. I've been too busy watching mainstream media clips and all this other shit to have picked up on this one before him. I could not believe that this is the play. And if you're right that this is that woman is a chorus influencer, it's crazy. It really is. We have full circle crazy. They really are, like I was saying, like they're circling the fucking wagons right now, and they're like, they're just firing all shots from inside the wagons. They're like, oh my god, just unleash whatever we have, whatever you can come up. I don't care how stupid it sounds. What establishment is actually a word for black? Genius, brilliant. Get it out there.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Who cares? Who cares if the establishment types that everyone talks about are Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer? Don't worry about that.
Of the black voters in South Carolina who did not like him. And that, you know, if
I
you
thought
poke at it enough,
I thought that person was chill. Why are they agreeing with this nonsense? It don't make no dang sense. Yeah, by the way, it is very odd that CBC is staying out of the Florida races, including Florida 20.
even Hassan Piker, people on the far left of the party will start talking about like, well, maybe black people have too much power in the party. Maybe black people.
When have I ever said that? Literally, when have I ever said that? That's crazy. I hope get multiple black people elected in the primaries so far. No white people so far. Not one. You know what I mean? Not a single dang white person. I guess maybe one DEI white guy in the New York City DSA slate. And he's Jewish and he's gay. But that's it. Wait, their face is like, what?
Hassan Piker, people on the far left of the party will start talking about like, well, maybe black people have too much power in the party. Maybe black people have.
They're like, who is Amanda Nelson? I have no idea. Brad Lander.
Okay, I can't help it. Okay, I had to pull this up. Here's the Democrats.senate.gov. Right here, I mean, some of the people that we rail against most, you know, like Richard Blumenthal, right? We were trying to unseat Michael Bennett, right? I mean, sure, Cory Booker's on the list of our most hated people. Then, of course, Chris Coons, big time on the fucking list. Dick Durbin, John Fetterman. I mean, these are some of the whitest fucking people I mean, established to claim this establishment. Maggie fucking Hassan. She was one of the fucking Democratic senators who collaborated to pass the continuing resolution last year going into the fucking the holiday break. Who we've been shitting all over, that I begging to have you know, like ejected out of this fuck, you know, like, are you kidding me? Like, the claim that this is some sort of like racist endeavor is really quite ridiculous just on its face. I mean, are you kidding me? Oh my God, Senate Democrats. It's mostly white people.
Gay. I didn't work with the Brad Lander campaign. I'm talking about Oliver. I'm not Oliver Larkin. Sorry. No, New York City DSA slate. Not Brad Lander is not on the DSA slate. No. Not Oliver Larkin, sorry. Oliver Larkin is another white guy, but he's not gay. David Orkin is who I'm talking about. Also, Oliver Larkin, David Orkin, what the hell's going on? Brad Lander is not even in DSA any longer. I'm talking about David Orkin.
Too much. I've seen people on TikTok say that.
You've seen people on TikTok say that I think black people have too much power? That's crazy. Okay. What if people on TikTok were like saying, would that make it the case? You know what I mean?
Oh God! All right, no, I think I've had as much as I can of this right now. It's just it's too stupid. It's too stupid. I know it's gonna come up again later, but fuck, this is dumb. Fuck, this is dumb. Like the ethnic diversity of the candidates that have been, you know, left of center, left of the establishment, is more diverse than that of the establishment. Okay, so it's just on its face, it's bullshit. It's complete bullshit. And they're just coming up with anything. They are just flailing at this point. Oh, it's I gotta say, like, I'm here for it. Like, I'm here to watch it. They are crumbling in front of our eyes. That's the thing that we have to, like, while it may be frustrating, we also have to drink it all in, because this is to some degree the crumbling of that establishment, right? That we have been fighting against for so long now. The ossified, unchanging establishment that has been in power, you know, represented by Joe Biden when we first started this all, right? Like, Joe Biden was the guy.
I'm staying in the race.
You know, he's out of the picture now, of course, multiple ways. But like, he represented that establishment Democrat to a T, who'd been there way too long. He was in charge of the country, and he was doing everything that everybody didn't want. Well, not completely, but he was doing a bunch of shit people didn't want, and he was literally telling them, go fuck yourself. Let's talk about those elections a little bit. We got, not very long until the one and only primary election in July. Which, of course, we've already talked about a little bit. Did a stream earlier. Sorry, I'm trying to bring up are you being a dick? There we go. Yeah, we already talked about the elections in Arizona, but I want to talk about them again because I still haven't clipped it. And so I just want to bang this out on stream. Perhaps more up to date. I don't know. It just felt like all I could do was at the very least talk about the Arizona elections, which are in fact happening here Tuesday.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Starting in Arizona's first. Running to be a congressman for you, Space Fams. This is Rick McCartney. Now, just a disclaimer. Not every candidate is made equally. Rick isn't our best, but he is the best in Arizona's first, according to my own analysis. This was his campaign launch video from about 5 months ago.
Okay, so real question. What the hell is going on right now? Seriously, how does the average person sort through all the bullshit? It's a mess, and that's exactly by design. In a flood of memes and brain rot, Trump and MAGA Republicans are doing whatever the hell they want, and completely unchecked. They've made it so you can't separate what's slop and what's not. And we end up talking about what doesn't matter instead of what does. And part of that is the Democrats' fault. We're accepting the same old tired candidates and the same old tired playbook from our leaders. So how do we fight back? We get real. We say grocery prices are ridiculous. We say healthcare costs aren't just too high, they're unfair. We talk like real people and don't just regurgitate poll-tested garbage. And who the heck am I? I'm a real guy. I've spent 30 years doing the work, changing people's lives right here in Arizona. And I believe that if Democrats are going to win again, we need new, real people running for office, not recycled candidates who've lost before. So I'm running for Congress, not to appease Washington insiders, not for personal pride or ambition, and certainly not for whatever the hell this is. I'm the real Rick McCartney, and I'm running for real people like you.
Yes, that's right. He did use AI for that video, but he was doing it to make a point. I get it, though. I, too, found that a little bit annoying and off-putting. Although the last clip wasn't AI. Now, once again, he's not a perfect candidate. I've gone through the different people in this race. And I think Rick's the guy. All right, one more clip from Rick from 7 days ago on NBC.
Right now, Democratic candidates are rebelling against D.C. leaders meddling in competitive House primaries. We'll hear from a candidate in an Arizona swing district. Also on Square Off, Andy Biggs is rolling to a Republican primary victory while Tom Horn is fighting for his political life. We have the latest polling. Governor Hobbs says a freeze on data center tax breaks Valley, Scottsdale, and Fountain Hills. It is a key swing district for Democrats seeking to regain control of the House of Representatives. Democratic leadership in D.C. is putting their thumb on the scale in the CD1 primary, as well as others around the country.
Yeah, and this is honestly one of the things that gave me, I think this is giving me even more reasons to support Rick here, but I don't want to get ahead of things, but as you'll see here, Arizona's first congressional district, currently a red district, right? This is north of Phoenix. It's got a little bit of Scottsdale right in here, right? Paradise Valley, but one of the places that Democrats need to win, and yet they're meddling in the election.
And there's been some blowback. Small business owner Rick McCartney is a political newcomer and one of the 4 candidates running in the CD1 Democratic primary. He is not being supported by the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee. Welcome to Square Off.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. The greatest set on the planet, I'll say, Graham.
Okay, thank you for that. You are a political newcomer. Just give us nice, concise reason that you're running.
Yeah, so I was looking for a win, for 15 years and 7 cycles. This seat, a very pinnacle seat, a major seat in this House of Representatives, has been unrepresented for all intents and purposes, and the Democrats haven't won. So I looked at who we might get for this cycle. I looked at 2 candidates that had run before. I got into this race late because I was hoping I could support them. I did a fundraiser for Marlene last cycle.
Marlene Galan Woods,
yes,
one of the candidates.
Lost the race, and then again supported Shaw.
Dr. Amish Shah also running again.
Also running again. And, watching what they were doing in this cycle, I said, this is the same old hat politics, and we need somebody different, a new face, somebody that's deeply rooted in a district like this.
And the CD1 seat, of course, being vacated by Republican Congressman David Schweikert. So the DCCC, Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, put $200,000 into an ad campaign promoting Marlene Galan Woods. They already backed her before early voting started. Very unusual. Why is that a problem?
I mean, I don't know that it's a problem. I think it's early. I think what they're doing is second guessing what the voters of a great district like this want. And so they're meddling. We've seen it happen in California and some other states where they've lost by getting in there and doing these backroom deals, deciding to calculate what this election should look like. And, they're not putting out polls that are showing anybody ahead. So it tells me that they're struggling and that they really need to get some power behind a candidate that they've put all their faith in. It's not happening.
Yes, indeed. Rick is fighting in a tight race here. 4 different candidates fighting to get to the general, the Democratic primary. Here's Rick's website, McCartney for Congress. And knowing that he doesn't have the backing of the party right now, to some degree, gave me more reasons to recommend him galactically here on the Spacecast. Let's go to his priorities page. Like I said, he's not a perfect candidate, but he is running in a red district right now, or purple, whatever you want to call it, swing district. one Democrats sorely need, but he wants to restore the Affordable Care Act to the way it was before Trump ruined it. But he doesn't go so far as to say Medicare for all, just to protect Medicaid. He supports reproductive freedom, believes the government has no business interfering in personal medical decisions. And he wants to codify Roe v. Wade into federal law, which I think is a really important thing to have. If you're going to be a Democrat, you're going to be on team. If you're going to be on the team, you should definitely be right there. Pro green energy. And he wants to rip up, although he doesn't say abolish ICE. It's a little confusing, but he says Rick will rip up ICE and replace it with a properly trained, unmasked professionals who adhere to the rule of law. That, to me, sounds like the longest possible way to say abolish ICE without actually saying the phrase abolish ICE. Although it's not clear. It's slightly vague. I'm wondering whether or not that's like an attempt at like triangulating two red voters in a red district. I don't know. I don't necessarily appreciate it. But it's better than nothing. But like I said, there's 4 different candidates in that race. I went through all of them. I think Rick's the best. Now, let's go to Arizona's 3rd. We got to skip over the 2nd district because Jonathan Nez is running unopposed there in the Democratic primary. That's another red district. But in the 3rd, you got somebody who certainly already has a track record of fighting. Coming to Congress at the end of last year. Yasmin Ansari. Here's Yasmin 4 days ago.
Arizona, Miss Ansari, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, ICE, the president's paramilitary secret police force, continues to roam American streets and murder people in broad daylight in cold blood. First, it was Ruben Ray Martinez in March of 2025, but ICE covered it up and kept it from the public. Then it was Alex Preddy and Renee Good. ICE shot and killed these 2 innocent people in Minnesota who had done nothing more than exercise their constitutional right to protest and free speech. And then the administration's right-wing propaganda machine got to work, smearing these 2 heroes as, quote, domestic terrorists with not an ounce of evidence. This was coordinated and directed by leadership in the Department of Homeland Security, by then Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, and by the White House itself through heinous racist voices like Stephen Miller. It is not a mistake. ICE agents are completely out of control, and that is on purpose. That is their mission. 2025. This is what the Trump administration wanted to happen from the start, to funnel hundreds of billions of dollars to their paramilitary force and then use masked agents and a nationwide effort to spread fear and terrorize immigrant communities. The mass deportation agenda is part of their fascist far-right scheme to amass power by using immigrants as scapegoats and deploying federal troops to American cities like my hometown of Phoenix. All across this country, people are shocked, outraged, and appalled by ICE's conduct and the sheer cruelty of Trump's mass deportation agenda. And yet it continues to happen in service of arbitrary, brutal quotas for bodies. Quotas for bodies of real people to fill beds so that for-profit prison companies like Geo Group and CoreCivic can rake in billions of dollars so families can be torn apart and deported to third countries they've never known. We're talking about 10,000 arrests in a 5-day period this past week. And as part of all of these horrors, ICE has carried out 2 sickening murders just in the last week, one in Houston and one in Maine. ICE is using pathetic excuses and spreading more misleading information with the federal government's bully pulpit to cover up their crimes. This is Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, a 52-year-old father who was driving to work and shot and murdered while doing so. He was not a domestic terrorist. He wasn't going to ram his vehicle into anybody. He had no criminal record whatsoever. He was a hardworking, beloved father of American citizens who was working hard to build the American dream. And if you haven't watched his son Ronaldo speak about his dad, I recommend you do so. It is heart-wrenching. It is outrageous that ICE is claiming Lorenzo, quote, weaponized his vehicle in an attempt to, quote, run over an ICE law enforcement officer. Multiple witnesses have testified that there was never any ICE agents in front of the van. They came in and started shooting from the sides. As with Alex Preddy and Renee Good, ICE is lying and lying badly. I honestly cannot believe how terrible their lies are. And then that wasn't enough. ICE murdered another person in Maine, 26-year-old Joan Sebastian Guerrero, somebody who had a work permit, somebody who had a U.S. Social Security number. And then DHS put out a statement just yesterday, just last night, that said that this man was trying to drive away, and they shot him for these vague quotes of public safety. ICE murdered a Maine resident, a law-abiding resident, in front of his wife and his 3-year-old daughter for no reason whatsoever. This is just pure evil. Democrats in Congress have been demanding accountability for well over a year. We are a nation of laws, not a nation of secret police, of cold-blooded murders by federal agents on city streets, and of black site detention centers. We must urgently work to stop these horrific abuses. It is a moral stain on our country. We must abolish ICE, and we are going to prosecute every single person responsible for directing or enabling or carrying out these crimes.
There you go. There's Yasmin Ansari. And if that wasn't enough to convince you to vote for her in Arizona's 3rd district, keep her in her job, well, maybe this next clip will.
Hearings. Joining me now, Democratic Representative Yasmin Ansari of Arizona. She sits on the House Oversight Committee. Congresswoman, was it just the comms that the Trump administration got wrong?
It is absolutely ridiculous, first of all, that the Vice President of the United States has several hours of his time to spend going on a right-wing podcast. But besides that, no, this is the biggest cover-up in American history. The White House's cover-up of the Epstein files is so beyond shameful, and there are so many people that need to be investigated and ultimately prosecuted for it. Let's not forget that J.D. Vance held a meeting in the White House Situation Room. This is a room where, historically, presidents convene national security experts to talk about matters of war and combating terrorism. But this White House, led by the vice president, used the Situation Room to talk about how they're going to cover up the Epstein files. And J.D. Vance gave some great ideas about that, and that's sarcasm, himself. I think the entire thing is ridiculous. He is trying to come out of this in some sort of positive light, but we have to remember that he himself needs to be investigated and come before the Oversight Committee, because he's as much a part of this cover-up as anybody else in this administration.
This is all particularly in focus today because in the Senate, Epstein survivor Danny Bansky is giving emotional testimony opposing Todd Blanche's nomination as AG. She spoke about the harm from failures to redact survivors' personal information from the files. Take a listen.
instead of treating this release as its own violation and holding the man who led it accountable, you have a decision on whether you place him in the highest law enforcement position in this country. These documents contain disturbing yet incomplete accounts of my abuse. They were available not only for the entire world to see, but my child, my students, my friends, my employers, my colleagues, and my family. It was humiliating. Worse, my FBI 302 exposed a Jane Doe who had fought for decades to conceal her identity.
Danny ended her testimony by asking members to, quote, think about the girls in these photos. We've learned this morning that Senator Tillis says he still has reservations about this nomination, that he will not vote to confirm unless he gets a commitment, and you have Blanche actually meeting with some of these survivors. Any indication, to your knowledge, that that commitment has been made?
I am so in awe of Danny and all of the survivors who have been forced into this situation. Their lives have been upended because of Todd Blanche. I don't trust Todd Blanche at all. He is Donald Trump's attorney. He technically is his former personal defense attorney, but yesterday, as we heard in the confirmation hearing, he still called himself Donald Trump's lawyer. And they will do everything that they can to cover this up. We know that Todd Blanche met with Ghislaine Maxwell for 9 hours. Danny laid this out very clearly in her testimony. He has not met with survivors. I would think that when Republican senators, at least one, has made clear that he does need to do so, he may go through the motions, but Todd Blanche cannot be trusted. He was the one who was managing this entire situation. He is the one who has refused to release the entirety of the Epstein files. He is the one who has doxed survivors and upended their entire lives by releasing their personal information, unveiling information about Jane Does, who now have to deal with the consequences of all of this when they didn't choose to. He's a monster, and Todd Blanche should go to jail. He belongs in jail. He should absolutely not be confirmed as the Attorney General of the United States of America.
Right to jail, says Yasmin Ansari.
Right to jail, right away.
Right to jail for Trump's lawyer, Todd Blanche, as she referred to him. Yes, that's your best choice in the 3rd District, and Yasmin is still having to defend her seat right now. She just got done getting elected, I think in a special election last year. Still getting primaried. Now, to Arizona's 4th congressional district. Currently, a seat currently occupied by Democrat Greg Stanton. Look at this establishment Dem. That's the blackest man I've ever seen. Good God.
What you talking about?
On the inside. That's what I meant to say. Now, there's one guy who we are supporting here. Got the full galactic endorsement, not just the recommend. Kai Newkirk. This guy's been involved in activism since the early 2000s. It's from 16 years ago.
Hey, my name's Kai Newkirk. I'm the National Coordinator of the Mobilization for Healthcare for All. But this morning, I'm just another American that doesn't have insurance and who's been hurt in my life by this system that puts insurance company profits before the healthcare that we need. I've been denied Dr. recommended care by an insurance company in the past. And one of the people I love most in my life, my older brother, I've seen and suffered seeing him for years not be able to get the health care that he needs for mental illness. And I don't believe that anybody in our country should suffer, be sick, go broke, or die because they can't afford to get the health care that they need, because insurance company profits come first in our society. That's not right. We know it's not right, and that's why I was arrested in New York City on September 29th in the first sit-in as part of this campaign. And I've been amazed to see since then people all across the country, in some 26 cities now, hundreds of people that have come forward, put their bodies on the line, risked arrest, because they believe that healthcare is a right and that we need to win healthcare for all. And now we're going to a new stage in this campaign where we have to go to the politicians that are complicit with the insurance companies that are corrupting and trying to control our democracy and make it so we can never win real reform. And that's why I'm going to go talk with others to Senator Joseph Lieberman this morning, and I'm going to demand with them that he publicly pledge not to take any more money from insurance companies. We know that we have to break the grip of these insurance companies on our democracy to win real reform, and it's going to start with Joseph Lieberman today. And if I'm arrested, I'm going to stay in jail as long as I can until he takes that pledge. And I need your support. If I'm in there, I want to know.
There we go. That was Kai Newkirk in his 20s saying that he would sit in jail until Joe Lieberman pledged his support for health care. I don't know the exact details of the pledge itself, but this guy has been like demanding basically like Medicare for all since his 20s, since like the early 2000s, putting his body on the line. This was his This is sorry, this isn't the campaign launch video, but this is so one of his campaign. This is one of Kai's campaign videos on YouTube.
That's on YouTube.
There's a common truth in my view. We're part of a greater shared being, and our suffering is bound together, and our freedom is bound together.
We cannot truly make an Arizona that we can afford if we don't stand up to the power of the billionaires and the corporations that are screwing over the working class.
And to those who will defend the status quo of corruption, there will be a political price to pay.
My name is Kai Newkirk. I've devoted my life to leading at the front lines of nonviolent movements for justice, for democracy, and now I'm running for Congress here in Arizona's 4th Congressional District, because I will not stand by and let the oligarchs have it all.
More than 400 people were arrested to protest the influence of big money in politics.
I'll go to jail for justice again before I ever take a dime.
Like that right there, that is, you can't tell me that that's not a resume line. That's at least in this game, the leftist politics game, that's a resume line. I was arrested on the steps of the Capitol, and my arrest was covered on Democracy Now! I mean, come on.
Come on! The oligarchs have it all.
More than 400 people were arrested to protest the influence of big money in politics.
I'll go to jail for justice again before I ever
You see
take
it?
a dime from AIPAC.
Did you see it? Like, that's part of that democracy. He turns, and you can just see like a sliver of his face.
Any corporate interest.
You guys walked from Los Angeles all the way to Sacramento.
We're walking from Philadelphia to Washington, D.C. to call on Congress to end corruption and give us a democracy that works for all.
It's time for Democrats to pick a side, and we're part of something much bigger across this country.
Progressive candidates across the country have launched primary challenges against established Democratic office holders.
Kick out Greg Stanton, get those corporate Dems out of here.
And we know this, the majority of Democrats are with us on these issues. The majority of Democrats support disbanding and abolishing ICE, Medicare for all, universal child care. The majority of Democrats want to end military aid to Israel and stop the genocide in Gaza.
Our very lives are dictated by how much money somebody can spend and Kai Newkirk knows that's not right.
I'm not a career politician. I'm rooted in a different tradition.
We're building a movement of love, truth, and people power here.
There's no other candidate like Kai.
If I walk alone, I walk alone like that. I've done it. I've done it. But I know that even when I'm alone physically, I know that I'm just walking humbly, a fellow traveler in an ancient, ancient tradition.
And what I'm doing now, running for Congress, is just an expression in that tradition of seeking to build a society that reflects our goodness.
We don't tell undocumented people, go and pick the crops and we'll deport you the next day. We don't tell the homeless, well, you can sleep out there all alone. We don't tell somebody when they got cancer, you don't have money to pay for it. That is the way we build a society in which nobody gets left behind. We say, we love you, we got you, we're never gonna stop fighting for you.
Well, I do think Kai is definitely one of my favorite up-and-comers in the primaries so far that we have in the coming up. The up-and-comers in the coming up primaries, yes. But he's not just making sweet montage vids for the campaign. He's out there talking to the people about what matters to them, what's affecting them and their communities. And if you haven't figured out what this guy is about, we'll quickly look at his page. This is kaiforaz.com. Oops. I stopped doing that. Oh, I see what's happening. I see what's happening. Green New Deal, thank you for the sunglasses. Abolish ICE, honor immigrants, stop genocide and criminal wars, end corruption, and save democracy. Defeat authoritarianism, hold the oligarchs accountable. Big money out of politics. Ban super PACs and corporate political spending. Make Arizona affordable for everyone. Medicare for all. Affordable housing. Affordable groceries. Enact a temporary, renewable, negotiated national price cap on a basket of grocery essentials modeled on the successful Mexican national policy. Believe me, this guy's got good policies. Just get in here. You take a look. You tell me, you know, if you think there's a better candidate. I mean, of course, everybody is allowed to vote whomever they want. And if someone actually directs me in towards a better candidate between now and Tuesday, I would think about it. But I mean, guy is real good. It'd have to be, I don't know. I'm trying to think.
How can a data center be in the same class of properties as a church, as a child care facility? To me, that is so, I don't understand that.
It's an obvious distortion of the meaning of that to try to push this stuff in without opposition. That's its own form of corruption, is corruption of the truth.
Those of us that live in the area did not know this was happening, and we just found out.
My property values are going to be damaged because of this, because it makes my neighborhood a less attractive place to live.
We're here in Ahwatukee at the site where Big Data wants to build this massive AI data center right in the middle of all these neighborhoods here. And I've just met with citizens here who are opposed to this.
And we've seen studies released, one of them from ASU, talking about the heat buildup that these centers are going to generate. They've raised the temperature in the neighborhoods, the adjacent neighborhoods, by 2.5 degrees Celsius. On a 110-degree summer day, that takes us to 115 degrees. So you're going to be paying more for your electricity to cool your house. The short of the long is our power bills are going to go up by something like 300%. But immediately it's not. You know, perhaps AI is worth it. I don't know. Well, looks like we're going to find out.
I support
Bernie and AOC and the moratorium on AI data centers, we need to make sure that that technology is regulated and that these data centers aren't jacking up our utility bills more, aren't poisoning our water, aren't hurting folks in these neighborhoods. One of the citizens here told me that people are saying that we can't drink the data, and that's true. We need to put people first, put the essentials of life first, not corporate profits.
Yeah, like I said, guy out there talking to people about the things affecting them and their communities, including things like data centers. Something that we've already got plenty of. Free beans and tortillas. Don't tempt me with a good time. Okay, moving on from Arizona's 4th district there. Now to the 5th. Yeah, 5th district. One quick clip here from Elizabeth Lee, a nurse running for Congress.
I'm Nurse Elizabeth Lee, and in Arizona, we've earned the right to dignity, opportunity, and an economy that keeps a roof over our heads and food in the fridge. So we deserve leaders who will fight for healthcare, schools, and our pocketbook, for treating medical decisions as matters of personal liberty and privacy with no government interference, for schools that meet students' needs, including healthy food in the cafeteria, and an economy that doesn't squeeze us for every penny from every direction.
I am a women's health nurse, and I'm also the person people call when they need complex healthcare problems solved.
So the time is now. Arizona needs leadership that treats our well-being as a priority.
Yes, indeed. I think Elizabeth is a great candidate here in Arizona's 5th. Which happens to be a red district, southeastern Phoenix, which includes Queen Creek, Apache Junction, Gold Canyon, Gilbert, part of Chandler, the Santan Valley. Here's Liz's website. Elizabeth Lee, Nurse Lee, for az.com. Let's look at her issues. Healthcare is a human right. Fully funded public education. Affordable housing. Elizabeth grew up in poverty in Ohio. She knows what it's like when the rent is due and the paycheck isn't enough.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Economic equity. Pro-family means all families. Protecting voting rights and democracy, water security and environmental protection, reproductive freedom and fertility care access, gun violence prevention, immigration reform and border security. People deserve compassionate, humane solutions. Elizabeth believes that no human being is a quote-unquote illegal. And Elizabeth will advocate for civilian and human rights everywhere, just as she has for her patients. What will Elizabeth do? Standing with civilians. Advocate for civilians trapped in conflict zones, including those in Gaza, Sudan, Ukraine, Lebanon, Myanmar, Syria, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo who are displaced, denied medical care, or killed in wars they did not choose. Advocate for the adherence to established frameworks like the Geneva Conventions. Oh, fascinating. That is radical. also this. She's got some great endorsements from a number of different like organizations, OBGYN, PAC, Healthcare for Action, PDA, which is, I think, Progressive Democrats for America, but this is PDA-AZ, I think, based upon the... I see these logos so much now, I feel like I know, like, I'm pretty sure. Citizens Impeachment, Nurses for America, Moms Demand Action, Mental Health Now, but also Yasmin Ansari, woman we just got done talking about, the IBEW Electricians Local 640 chapter, and Adelita Grijalva, a lady we're about to talk about right now, who is, in fact, yes, that Adelita. The one in Congress, yes. That one who just got done getting elected. She's back in there having to fight for her seat again. I mean, she already proved it. But say Levy. This was from 8 months ago. Back in the winter. Adelita making an appearance on Democracy Now! Talking to Amy Goodman, Nermeen Sheath. Regarding a number of things, including her late, very late, what do you call it? Not approval. What is the word for this? What's wrong with my brain? Forget it. Forget it. We're skipping it. No, I'm kidding. Let's go here. I just can't think of words. Sworn in. She was sworn in late by like 2 months because
This is Democracy Now!
Little Mike Johnson refused to do it.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
Arizona Democrat Adelita Grijalva was finally sworn into the office by House Speaker Mike Johnson on Wednesday, 50 days after winning her seat in Congress in a special election to fill the congressional seat left vacant when her father, Raul Grijalva, died in March. Up until yesterday, House Speaker Mike Johnson had refused to swear her in to prevent her from submitting the final signature on a discharge petition to force a vote on the Justice Department's full release of the Jeffrey Epstein files.
In a moment, Congressmember Adelita Grijalva will join us. But first, let's turn to her speaking on the House floor on Wednesday.
I rise today the proud granddaughter of a bracero, a hardworking Mexican immigrant who came to this country for a better life. And I stand as the proud daughter of a U.S. congressman, a man who spent his entire life fighting for justice, equity, and dignity for the most vulnerable. Yeah. From working as a vaquero to serving in Congress in just a single generation, that is the promise of this country. That is the America I want to raise my 3 beautiful children in, Adelina, Raul, and Joaquin. Stand up, baby. Look at them. They, along with my amazing husband Sol and my wonderful mama Ramona, are here with me today. Muchas gracias por su apoyo y tu amor. And thank you to la gente of Southern Arizona for making history, electing me the first Latina, the first Chicana from Arizona to ever go to Congress. Este momento es histórico para nuestra comunidad. Es un honor ser la primera latina en representar a Arizona en el Congreso y les aseguro que aunque soy la primera, no será la última.
I'm gonna watch this whole thing. This is old news made months ago. We'll just get a little bit of her appearance on Democracy Now! In the wake of her finally being sworn in, and then we'll move on to other elections that we gotta talk about. Other things happening. Oh yeah, I'm getting excited just thinking about it. The primaries, they are happening, people, and we've had a break here this July, but they're heating back up. Tuesday is just sort of a warning shot. Remind everybody. Because first week of August, that Tuesday you got 5 elections. Then Thursday another one. Then one on Saturday. Then 3-4 more. Then Tuesday after that. Very filled with primaries. I think how many let me count them. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. No, don't do that. 13, 14, 15, 16. Wow, that's actually more than I thought. We have 18 primaries left. So much democracy left to happen here, Space fans. Oh, now's not the time to give up. Don't do it. I got that.
Never give up. Never surrender. Oh, shut up. House floor Wednesday. She joins us right now from Capitol Hill. No longer do we have to call you Representative-elect Grijalva. This is your first full day in office. As you took the floor yesterday after being sworn in, you spoke in English and in Spanish. This is the first time in more than half a century that a person who was elected was prevented from becoming a Congress member for what, more than 7 weeks? Your thoughts to
2 weeks? No, way more than 2 weeks. No. So we have an election on the 21st, right? That's the first one. That's Arizona. That's the warning shot. Then we have elections going straight through to the second week of September. I know it sounds absurd. But the primaries go all the way until fall. There will be brown leaves falling from the trees. It will be pumpkin spice season by the time we're done with all of this and on to the general elections. No, we're taking our goddamn time. Okay, Scouts? What are you rushing for? You're in Australia.
This was ridiculous!
Yeah, Southern Arizona waited 50 days to be able to have a representative in Congress. Southern Arizona did their job, and Speaker Johnson refused to do his. And as frustrating as it was for me personally, it's more heartbreaking when people needed help during this shutdown that was completely preventable. But they needed help with their VA benefits, understanding whether they were going to get furloughed, whether they were going to get paid back, what is happening with Social Security and their immigration status, and I couldn't answer any of those questions. And so now we finally have the green light to be able to open up offices in district, offer services, onboard staff, and I'm very excited for the opportunity that Southern Arizona has given me.
Yep. So that was 8 months ago. 2 months late, Adelita Grijalva finally sworn into office, speaking with Amy Goodman over on Democracy Now! Here she is 4 months ago, launching her re-election campaign.
Our communities are under attack. Neighbors are being kidnapped off the streets.
Housing and grocery prices are rising every day. Big corporations are polluting our air and water, and they're doing better than ever. But we the people, la gente, have always known how to fight back. You didn't send another politician to Congress, you sent an Adelita, a fighter, someone raised in these barrios, someone who knows the struggle because it's mine too. I'm running for re-election, not just to stand up to Trump, but to build a brighter future for our families. Because when la gente rises up, no one can stop us.
Yes, la gente are rising up. Vote Adelita in Arizona's. Was it again 5th? I forgot again. It's not 5th. 7th. 7th. Arizona 7th. I knew it was the odd numbered. Now you'll notice I've skipped a couple of districts in there. There are 2 races with no challengers in the Democratic primaries. We will discuss what to do in the general when that comes. I still have a lot of work to do between now and then, so don't stress me out with that. I will get there. Because there will be a couple of elections where I might, might, support an independent or two over an incumbent establishment Dem. We'll see. We'll see how it all plays out by the time we get there. I'm doing the math right now. I'm still in primary brain. Like, the independent candidates are pretty unimportant to me right now. Mostly, it's just because it's a completely different process for them as well, right? But in Arizona's 8th, I'm still recommending Raymond Keeler. He's not my favorite guy. Like, I mean, like, I don't know him, like, personally or anything, like, but, like, I wasn't all that impressed by what he had on the website, but he's up against somebody who's is the best of 2 bad choices in Arizona's 8th, okay? But if you happen to be in Arizona's 8th, which is, hold on, make sure I got this right. This is Northern Phoenix, Glendale, Peoria, Sun City West, going all the way up to Black Canyon City. Red District, currently represented by Abraham Hamadeh. Okay. But yeah, in the 9th, there's another no challenge primary there. And oh, shit. How did I forget to do this? This is all my fault. I forgot to look into the goddamn governor's race. There is a primary happening. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds. Never mind. There is no prime. Wait, no, is this 2022 or 2026? Nope. This is 2022, isn't it? Ooh. What? Yeah. Sadly, there is no democracy happening in Arizona's gubernatorial race. Perhaps I had a good instinct to not look into this. There's not even a candidate that dropped out against Katie Hobbs, okay? Well, nothing to report there, primary-wise, on the governor race. Okay. Well, that's it then, on Arizona. Perfect. Ha. Ha. My ADHD and forgettiness My lack of organization on this particular situation did not foil me. Look at that. Honestly, I need organization in my life so badly. Without it, like just chaos. Chaos. Like as an ADHD person, I need systems. Like I'm severely ADHD and unmedicated. And without systems, without organization, I crumble. Which is why I think I favor the spreadsheet. That helps me. Forgettiness. That's a word. Write that down for later. It'll come in handy, I promise you. Oh, what order shall we do this in? Although, I don't like this order. Let me do it in the E. Yeah, no, this makes better sense. Right, okay, let's, we got a couple of different other elections that are coming up in the near future to talk about. Michigan, which we'll get to here really quickly, at least the Senate race we're going to talk a little bit about, and maybe a couple of other candidates. I'm going to assume a couple of other candidates, although I haven't even seen, well, you'll see, we'll get there. I don't want to get ahead of myself. I want to bury the lead. But there's also Tennessee, which we need to talk about, too. Early voting starting there yesterday.
Well, are you making plans for the weekend? Well, maybe add early voting to your to-do list. Megan Scarano joins us now. She is live this morning with all you need to know when it comes to casting your vote, as we do have early voting kicking off today. Megan, what do people need to know?
Well, Eugene, like you said, registered voters can cast their ballots during early voting, which starts today and lasts through August 1st. And with the redistricting here in Tennessee, you may actually live in a different congressional district than you did from the last election. For the first time in decades, Nashville is not in the 5th congressional district. Instead, it's split across the 4th, the 6th, and the 7th. And because of this, every registered voter in Davidson County was sent an updated voter registration card. It will tell you your political district and where to vote on Election Day.
There you go, Space Fams. Tennessee open for voting this weekend. The early kind. And people rallying, knowing that fact. Yesterday, one woman made her way down to Tennessee. You might know her. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Why do I feel confident in my worldview then? Why do I feel confident in my worldview? Because I don't take my Adderall. Good God. That's a really weird question to ask. But not taking your ADHD medication doesn't, like, I don't know if we want to engage in this kind of conversation almost, but it's not like it lowers your functional IQ or something. It just it makes it so that it's harder and it changes from person to person, but for me it makes it harder for me to remember to do things like clip the stream. And like to stay focused on on making sure I clip the stream, which is why I don't do enough clips, or to have investigated the gubernatorial race, right? Like, but the fact is like it's weird. Like, it's weird you're in here giving me shit about this. Like, have you met the internet before? Like, name one political influencer who you listen to that you believe is unimpeachable on research. Just please name one and I will concede. Because the fact is, I put a fuck ton of work into, regardless of whether or not I'm on my meds, I'm still doing the work. I'm still capable of focusing. I'm an adult, right? Like, I'm a man. Like, I'm an adult man. I'm capable of doing research even when I can't afford my meds, okay? I'm Isaac Newton. There we go. That's all I wanted to hear.
Aren't I a good guy?
All I wanted to hear was you just admit that I'm Isaac Newton, the unimpeachable intellect. Now we can move on.
Immediately, if not sooner.
You are not funny.
Hello, Memphis! How are we doing tonight? I'm hearing we have about 1,000 people in this church here tonight.
The underscore said just subscribed for 9 months.
On a Friday night, not too bad.
Ricky said with the resub, 9 beautiful months. Thank you, Ricky. You are a space banana. Wow, Dirt.
How rude.
I'm not even going to address that right now.
It's so good to see each and every one of you all today. Good evening. You know, it's so special to be here. This is my first time ever in Memphis. And I landed last night and I could just feel the wave of importance of this place wash over me. So much of when I started to think about my role and all of our role in the world as a young person, I thought about places like Memphis. Genuinely and truly, because, you know, for all folks that may say, and can we please just hear it for our pastors and our speakers and our reverends here at New Direction Christian Church. Thank you all so much.
Wait, hold on. We don't need this whole thing. It's like 20-minute long thing here, but I want to at least get part of this. Now, this is a rally for Justin J. Pearson, who is in one of the districts that we've talked about recently here as a result of the mid-decade redistricting done in Tennessee. In fact, I think we watched footage of Justin at the, what was it, the state house when they made the decision to redistrict. But his district is one of these districts that got cracked into 4. It was the one, the what's it called? Why can't I think of the fucking city? Memphis. It's the Memphis city is, I think the, hold on. Let me click 86 district, just. Yeah, the 86th district in the state house, but he's I think he's now running for Congress for the district that was split. We haven't had a chance to talk about Tennessee's elections yet. Well, those are coming up soon too. This is one of the ones in August.
want to overturn everything that black political power has made possible. Because when black Americans had their right to vote protected, we established health care, Medicare, Medicaid, the Clean Air Act. They know that when black Americans exercise political power, they deliver progress for every American. And they believe that they could weaken the political power of the black community here. Instead, they awakened a movement. You see, it's very clear to me that the people turning back the clock on our rights are afraid of Memphis. They're afraid of this city's legacy of fighting back, of their hunger for justice. They believe that if they broke apart this city, they could break apart its political power. They believe that if they changed the map, they could change the future. But they were wrong. New Direction Christian Church, we know that what man meant for evil, God meant for good. Every time someone tries to diminish the voices of Memphis, this city finds another way to speak. Every attempt to silence becomes another reason to organize and a magnet for more to come. How many people here are from the state of Tennessee and Memphis? Right around here, make some noise. Now let me ask some questions. How many people here are not from Tennessee? We've got some folks here. We've got people who are answering the call. Because Memphis, we want you to know that you are not alone. I know that we've got some folks from New York that made the trip to come down here as well. This is what it's going to take. Because we saw the flares have been going up. The call has gone out. The call has gone out in Montgomery. The call has gone out in Atlanta, in Selma, in Memphis, saying it is time to come. And people are starting to answer the call to support your all's leadership and example. And it starts in small actions like today, but it's not going to stop today. Because again, what began as an attempt to weaken this power has become an opportunity to strengthen it. What was intended to divide has become an opportunity to organize. What was intended to silence has become an opportunity to speak louder than ever before. And tonight, we have the opportunity to finish a story that others thought that they had written and carved up. They think they drew a Republican district. What they don't know is that they just woke a lot of people up.
Well, there we go. And look at the endorsements on VoteJustinJ.com. Bernie Sanders, AOC, Rashida Tlaib, Rokana, Summer Lee, Ayanna Presley, Dalia Ramirez, Maxwell Frost, and Chris Robb. I mean, come on.
Come on!
Come on, what do you want? Jane Fonda? Oh, wait, there she is. Jane Fonda, Climate Back. Sunrise Movement. End poverty and the affordability crisis with economic opportunity. Tax the income of the richest people. Create the first ever union liaison position and unionizing the District 9 congressional office in Memphis and D.C. Fighting for good, life-sustaining jobs, environmental and climate justice. Ending the gun violence epidemic, affordable housing, health care for all. Oh yeah, baby. Justin, he's on my list now. He's on here. I haven't gotten to Tennessee yet, but he's already on. There's like a few. And but once again, thank you to the person. I think Andy is working. Tony, somebody over here is working on this right now. Wisconsin's making some good progress here. I gotta parse through all this info that people have been giving. But Justin, now here in Tennessee's 9th. Write that down. In the middle of Washington and Virginia right now. It's a trudge. I'm gonna get there. I gotta get moving because Florida is super long. 28 freaking seats. 28 freaking seats in Florida. There's well over 100 races left to cover. Okay. Let's talk about the tide. The political tide. A tide that is turning.
Yesterday, Thomas Massie, the Republican who was just ousted by a record spending in a congressional House primary, beating Jamal Bowman's race and Cori Bush's race, with AIPAC pouring in as much money as possible into his primary, he lost. And he's the only Republican who voted for his own measure here. This amendment that Massie proposed would have halted around $3 billion, $3.3 billion in aid to Israel that would have gone through the State Department. It's the fiscal 2027 funding bill. And this amendment proposed a prohibition on funds from this bill to being used by Israel. And the bulk of this money, of course, it's the Foreign Military Financing Program, goes to Israel. So as I mentioned, Massie was the only Republican to vote for his own amendment, but 103 Democrats voted with him as well. Now, it was obviously rejected. That's not enough. 104 to 314, so that's 103 Democrats plus Massie, and 10 Democrats, cowardly Democrats, voted present. So when you take that math, though, that's 103 Democrats out of 212 in the caucus, and 10 voted present. So that's a very narrow plurality, essentially, of Democrats who voted yes, we need to block arms to Israel. In April 2024, only 37 Democrats voted to block arms to Israel. And at the time, of course, it's like, you know, the usual suspects of good progressives, where, you know, had Kassar, Bowman and Bush at the time, Tlaib, AOC, Raskin, Velasquez, Becca Balint, and more. You know, I don't need to list all of them. You probably know who some of them are. Jayapal, Khanna. So those were the Democrats that the 37 in April 2024 who voted to block arms. And you see, just like we saw with the Senate vote on Bernie Sanders' bill to block large bombs and bulldozers to Israel, how the Democratic Party is slowly responding to the sea change in the electorate and in the base on arms to Israel. And the 103 Democrats who voted for this amendment have some surprising names in it. Jake Auchincloss. Isn't that shocking, Matt? Catherine Clark, the #2 Democrat in the House Minority Whip. Seth Moulton, who is as hawkish as it gets, but he's trying to defeat Ed Markey in a primary right now. And one mama bear, Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi has...
Grandma.
That's good. There's never been a more appropriate use.
That is grandma. It's true. Nancy Pelosi, that is grandma.
Also can see where the winds are blowing. This is what she said 7 years ago. And just yesterday, Nancy Pelosi voted against $3 billion in arms to Israel.
I have said to people when they ask me if this Capitol crumbled to the ground, the one thing that would remain is our commitment to our aid, and I don't even call it aid, our cooperation with Israel. That's fundamental to who we, to.
Insane.
Turns out, not so much. Capitol's still standing, despite the attempts of the January Sixers.
Yeah, it's interesting though. There is a tide shift. We've been talking about it. It's palpable. The changes that we are seeing. Slowly but surely, we're dragging that what do you call it? I can't think of it. The Overton window.
This up on the screen. In a statement, Clark, the number 2 House Democrat, said the status quo is not tenable. She added, we should not provide a blank check for military aid to any country that does not comply with U.S. law, interests, and values. The Netanyahu government has failed to meet that standard.
Wow.
Public support for Israel has plummeted over the country's military campaigns in Gaza and Lebanon, particularly among Democrats. Nearly 3/4 of Democrats want to reduce or end military support for Israel, according to a Washington Post Ipsos poll conducted July 8th to 13th. 40% of Democrats want to eliminate military support to Israel entirely, including 58% of very liberal Democrats. And you can see this chart here from the Washington Post where voters are. Republicans, still, a majority of them support maintaining or increasing support for Israel.
I'm sorry, is that... Are you quoting... Is that Kid Rock? I'm sorry. What is happening?
%, of them, even those psychos.
Yeah. But for the Democrats, in terms of keeping at current levels and increasing, like, what is that? 20, 23, 24. Yeah. But when you add ending military support and reducing support, that is 74%. And still, it's only half of the caucus. They're not where their own voters are.
But Hakeem Jeffries tells me there's good.
Who is... it's Steve Miller. Okay, I'm sorry. That's before my time. And the only person I can think of who called themselves a space cowboy is Kid Rock. Like, that's the only... and I can't remember all the lyrics in the song, but so, like, that's all that... Like, I mean, come on. That's what sticks out to me. Space cowboy as a guy of a space varietal. Steve Miller. Right. Okay, thank you. But the good Steve Miller. That's it. Right. Okay. Tom Petty. Right. Okay. Hey, look. That's just not my thing. Look, I don't know you're Tom Petty, okay? The fact is, if you just... I skip past this because I got to focus on this Steve Miller situation. If you just look at this, even, even with Republicans who vastly still support giving Israel the same amount of weapons we have been, everyone else, including them, like, you add that all up, that's the majority of America. It's like, we've had enough. They've had enough. You hear Space Cowboy and you think Cowboy Bebop. That's a good Space Cowboy. I'm down with that, Space Cowboy. All right. Let's go to Michigan. Talk about Abdul El Sayed, a guy who's been facing an incredible amount of pro-Israel money in the primary against his candidate, against his opponent, Haley Stevens. Let's talk a little bit about all that money that's getting spent.
Abdullah Sayed has just a couple weeks left before his primary. Running for the Michigan Senate, obviously, we know Mallory McMorrow dropped out of the race, the sort of like stand for nothing, lib. And now it is Haley Stevens, who is a conservative Democrat who does take AIPAC money, and Abdullah Sayed, who literally wrote the book on Medicare for All, wants to implement it, has plans, knows how, and also, says we need to move all of our money out of Israel and we need to end this genocide. I mean, he has been surging in the polls. I want to read, can I just read this thing that he wrote? I saw it was being shared and I just thought it was kind of moving and interesting to say, just to that point. He wrote this to his supporters and his volunteers. He says, "Friends and colleagues, I want to check in with you about this moment. For 15 months, we've had the privilege of building this movement together. It's taken us, as you know, to 110 cities, 475 public events. We've lived with Michiganders in living rooms and backyards and churches and synagogues, VFW halls and union halls and parks. We've touched millions of people with a message of hope and honesty. We've built something truly beautiful, and we've based it in the integrity of the belief that people together can take on the power of the forces of cynicism and corruption that has debased our politics for decades. I'm writing you because we are winning. And I know we are winning because while big money is corrupting and evil, it is smart. They wouldn't have broken a record of outside spending in a primary if we weren't winning. They wouldn't be upping.
It's crazy to think they're breaking records trying to beat this guy right now. And all the worst ones. Most money spent. And they're not winning. And that's the other thing about it. They're not winning. Like the Haley Stevens campaign, they're spending nearly $50 million. And they're not winning. We looked at the polls. We recently looked at the polls. And granted, they were sort of back and forth. First, you get one that's really bad for Haley, one that's okay for her. But the last one had her back by 13 points. Like she is not like this. The money is not funneling through. Is not what's it called? It's not transferring over right to like votes. It's like it's not materializing in people supporting her. Like I don't know exactly what the number, like the dollar per vote, essentially figure is right now, but it's got to be terrible considering how much money is being spent in this thing.
If we put that money to actually fighting the right, what we could do. But like AIPAC doesn't care. AIPAC loves the right. They've supported Jan 6ers and insurrectionists and whatnot. But to your point, you've got Neera Tanden, who's sort of the, custodian of the center.
Oh, there you go. You put it up. I just sent it to you, but you put it up already.
And
Wonderful.
She tell me what triggered you to sort of ask her directly why the hell she was doing what she's doing.
So we had a back and forth, and I appreciate her actually responding to me. I'm shocked that she actually responded to me. She ended up in my mentions last week, and she played hall monitor and is playing hall monitor, attacking any progressive or anyone to the left who's critical of Haley Stevens. I never added her, right? So we go back and forth. So I say, okay, let me ask. So I asked her, can you please let us all know why you, the president of the Democratic think tank, Center for American Progress, which claims that they're progressive, have made it your singular mission to derail Abdullah Sayed, and you spend most of your time attacking progressives? Just an honest answer, please. It was a sincere question.
Yeah.
I never thought she would answer. She actually did.
Right. Okay. So she probably shouldn't have. And she says, my tweets are personal views. I've worked with Haley Stevens in the past, and people on here have been dumping unbelievable levels of crap on her for weeks. She's a super earnest, hardworking public servant. I defend her from attacks, and sometimes I point out the unbelievable hypocrisy of the attackers.
Then I respond to her.
How rude.
I respond to her and say, wait, I have it there. I
You're
don't know
not
if you-
concerned with
Yeah.
You're not concerned that AIPAC is spending more than $40 million to smear Abdullah Sayed and Haley Stevens as her preferred candidate who has no objection to Israel's genocide and occupation of Palestinians. Her position is wildly out of sync with a majority of Democrats, which I think you're very, very right to point out. And
This is amazing. This is just remarkable.
I honestly believe an organization like AIPAC would spend $50 million to defeat any candidate campaigning with, wait for it, Hassan Piker after the
Hassan.
truly outrageous and disgusting things he has said about Jews.
Never forget Hassan Piker, spelled with
I am
one
definitely
S.
against super.
It's one S, Hassan Piker, Hasan. Hassan 1S Parker.
Hassan Parker.
Zohran Mamdani.
Money, but let's get real.
Can we just repeat that last line? I am definitely against super PAC money, but let's get real. What? That was wild. Isn't that, am I the only one who just think that's all of that was wild, folks?
Oh, it's very wild. All of the disgusting things that Hassan Piker has said about Jews. Oh, God. She's against super PAC money, but let's get real. She's fine with $50 million being spent if it means taking down anybody who's ever met, spoken with, or otherwise associated with Hassan Piker. That's got to be our number one priority, says Neera Tandon, the arbiter of centrism. Good God. The Islamophobia is really, it's like at an 11 right now. Hey. You want a regular show, please, bros, again? Pass it on? What? What are you talking about? The Franny and Wad show? No. Oh, damn. Is this still going right now? Holy shit. Wow, Bernie Sanders is up late. Good God. How is this possible? This can't be possible. They can't still be up there right now. There's no way. All right, now there was a rally here in Michigan with multiple people you'll probably recognize if you watch this stream. If you're involved in leftist politics. A lot of big names popping up here, including multiple people running for Congress at this Abdul for Senate rally, including at least 2 people on the Galactic recommendations or endorsements list, like Rashida Tlaib.
Together, we are more powerful than you can imagine. These right-wing politicians and corporate Democrats and their donors underestimate us every single turn. But I've seen the tireless work you all have put on doors, phones, building coalitions, putting town halls together to change our country for the better. And I know we're gonna win. When they're motivated by fear and hate and using literally, I see Cherie darkening the face of State Rep Donovan McKinney. When I see supporters of others literally using Islamophobic tropes to attack our people that we support just because they support Medicare for all. We are motivated instead by love and compassion and fairness and justice. That's what we are. Our neighbors, for all my fellow neighbors here, my Michiganders, my comrades, my siblings in this room, know that direct human contact is powerful. And I say this to you because they're always gonna have more ads. They're gonna always have the more mailers. But we have the people. And I'll tell you that the direct human conversation that you can have, nothing beats that, not even a lawn sign. I know you all like the lawn signs. But when you talk to each other, neighbor to neighbor, it helps move through the noise. Direct conversations and engagement is what they can't buy. It works. In 2019, I knocked 55,000 doors with a beautiful team. I can't even remember how many messages and mailers and everything that we scraped by. We ran out of money in July and August. I don't know if people know that. And we won in 2019 by 900 votes. And I'll tell you, that 900 votes, right? And I tell everybody, we made history. I didn't run to be the first, but you all sent the first Palestinian American woman to Congress, and we made history together. So we must win. Our babies are counting on us because we have no choice. So let's make Donovan McKinney the next congressman from the 13th Congressional District. Let's welcome my brother, my next partner in Congress, a guy that won't back down to support Medicare for all, and he won't send a dime to support genocide. Donovan McKinney.
Must have on the depot, any rap nigga, he a free throw, man, damn,
Now Donovan is also on the Galactic endorsements list. Some of you are probably familiar with him.
Niggas certified boogeyman.
Okay, but we gotta skip past the music so we don't get hit.
Woo! Man, this is a beautiful crowd. What up, though, Detroit? Woo! Man, this is powerful. All of you all in here, man, this is so inspiring. And thank you for waiting in the long lines to get in here. And I know the weather's terrible right now, but thank you all, seriously. It means so much. Aww. So my name is Donovan McKinney. Currently, I'm one of your state representatives. I'm running to represent you to become your next congressman in Michigan's mighty 13th district. A little background about myself. So I grew up right here in the city of Detroit with my mom, my brother, and my grandmother. We moved over 13 times across the city. We stayed in cars, we stayed in shelters, sometimes out in the street. And there were some days where we didn't know where our next meal was going to come from. But there was no shortage of love and prayers that got us through those tough times. Now I have a beautiful wife at home. We're raising 3 amazing children, all ages 4 and younger. So they will be here today, but the weather's kind of a little crazy, so we kept them at home. I got 2 baby boys, 4 and 2, and our youngest daughter, who's now just turned 11 months old. And you guys want to know, you want to talk about the affordability crisis. The biggest expense in our monthly budget is what? Child care. So we pay more in child care for our oldest son than we do our mortgage. Just think about that. And we want our people to have these kids and raise these young families, but they just can't afford it. And so that's why we are fighting for free universal child care. I currently represent the poorest house district in the state of Michigan. $14,000 is the median income of my current district. When you break that down by 12 months, that's a little over $1,200 a month. What can you do with that? The cost of living is skyrocketing. And now I'm running to represent the 5th poorest congressional district in the nation. The 5th poorest.
The Donovan McKinney running in Detroit's district, the Michigan's 13th, America's 5th poorest district. Oh no, we have a disturbed chatter in here. Dems don't want to work, they want to live off government welfare from our taxes. They want to give it to illegals. Are you feeling okay? Are you feeling all right? I think you might have a mental health problem.
You have a mental health problem?
Like, are you shitting me right now? Who's living off of who in this society? Because we're talking about taxing billionaires to make sure that people get health care. Right? And families can have child care. Working families. Like, you think the families aren't working? They're just sitting there, twiddling their thumbs? Come on. Most families are working and have 2-income households, right? Both parents are forced to work. Or in some cases, one parent has to work like 3 or 4 jobs, never sees the rest of the family because it's too expensive to get child care. While billionaires are living off of society, they're the ones who are living off of welfare. Mr. Traveling for Life. Who is this? Is this a Larry Ellison fucking sock puppet account? Like, what are you talking about? Walmart is living off of government welfare and taxpayer dollars, right? Like, why is it that the majority of Walmart workers are on government assistance? Is it because they're lazy? The people who work at Walmart? No. Because Walmart knows that they can play the system. It's wild. That's a wild claim of yours. Giving it to illegals. No, we're giving it to fucking billionaires. We're giving our tax dollars to billionaires and multinational corporations who do not have your interest in mind, although I don't know if you live in the United States. It's unclear. You just popped in here. Your name is Traveling for Life. So what does it matter to you what happens inside the United States if you're traveling for life? If you're not even here? There's 2 different people that are supporting here in Michigan. Rashida, Donovan. And some other people showed up as well. Like this lady. Whoops. Oh no, don't do it. Don't do it. God damn you with the music.
How are we feeling tonight? Good evening. It is such a pleasure and a privilege to be here with you all tonight. And I want to first thank UAW President Shawn Fain for the kind introduction. You all have one of the foremost labor leaders in America here in Michigan, right here. And what Shawn has accomplished in his time leading one of the most powerful unions in America is incredible. The stand-up strike of 2023 improved the lives of auto workers and showed the rest of us what organized labor can do when workers are united in the fight for dignity. Thank you, Shawn. And I remember back then when UAW rolled out their demands for the stand-up strike, and everyone said it was impossible, unreasonable, naive, and then you all got it done. I also want to thank my sister Rashida Tlaib. You all are so lucky to have her fighting for you in Congress. Every day in Washington, she is throwing down for Detroit and Michigan overall. And I'm especially happy to be here with my dear friend and the next United States Senator from the great state of Michigan, Dr. Abdul El Sayed. Detroit, we know why we're here. We are here because in November, Democrats have to win a majority in Congress. We have to win a majority in the House, and we have to win a majority in the Senate. And we need a firewall against an administration that is hell-bent on tearing down in 4 years what it took this country 250 years to build. We saw it just a few nights ago in Trump's primetime address. And for those of you who wisely tuned it out, Donald Trump spent most of his speech rehashing the same big old tired lie that he actually, quote unquote, won the 2020 election. And we know he will stop at nothing to stay in power. And we know that it has nothing to do with true or false. They will do everything they can to try to overturn our democracy in November. And if we do not take back the House and the Senate, we're going to make it a whole lot easier for him and his cronies to do just that. So Michigan, we have no time to waste. The question before us is, how do we win a durable majority? How do we get out of this pattern that we seem to have been stuck in for years? This state knows it well. 6 elections, started off 6 elections in a row, starting in 1992. Democratic presidential candidates won here in Michigan. In fact, it wasn't even particularly close in most of those contests. But then in 2016, something shifted. Not just here in Michigan, but across the country. Not just with Democrats, but also Republicans. And to many political watchers, it seemed that the laws of political nature were totally upended. But it happened in all directions. And that's also part of what Bernie's campaign spoke to 10 years ago as well. And that's also what Trump's victory in the fall in this state represented, this oscillation in response to the failure of our political system to address the needs of working people. These earthquakes and aftershocks. 2 years after 2016, we had another aftershock across the country. And as a part of that, I went from being a waitress to winning a primary against a 20-year Democratic incumbent who was meant to be the next Speaker of the House. So I get it, Michigan, because my frustrations, precisely because the stakes of Republican leadership are so high, precisely because of their corruption, their discrimination, the gutting of voting rights, I understood the stakes of cleaning up my own backyard back here at home. That we had to look at our contributions and why people like my family and my neighborhood felt so failed by the party in charge of championing the working class and saying, how can we be better? In fact, we have a responsibility to be. And all of us have been trying to get a handle on what all of that means ever since. And we do know some of the many contributing causes and factors. Like, yes, one of the causes, deep causes, have been bad trade deals that hollowed out states like Michigan. Another cause was the record income inequality and the Great Recession spurred on by unchecked greed on Wall Street. And yes, yet another cause was the suite of shameful and quiet bigotries waiting in the shadows in pockets of our country. Racism, sexism, fear of our neighbor that seem to gnash their teeth the strongest the closer we get to uniting across our differences. All of these things are true, and yet there's more. Because it was also due to a political system that had, over decades and across parties, become totally enmeshed in a financial and electoral politics that stopped serving working people. Our entire electoral system has been consumed by big money. And thanks to this Republican administration, Donald Trump, and this corrupt Supreme Court, it is now worse than ever before. So instead of putting voters first year after year, with little exception, Washington now elevates the desires of lobbyists and powerful corporations at the expense of the rest of us. And what does that mean in practice? Real wages are falling behind. The prices of everything from groceries to houses are skyrocketing. Our water, food, and air are being poisoned to pad the profits of major corporations. And the accountability for all of this, for hurting everyday Americans, has been far too little, if there is any at all. Which brings us to right now, Detroit. There are things happening in this country that people everywhere are shocked by. A government of, by, and for the oligarchs. Masked ICE paramilitary agents shooting Americans in the street with no further questions. A president and administration so corrupt that they don't even bother hiding their self-dealing anymore. Members of Congress and Trump insiders getting themselves rich on insider trading and online betting while you can't even make your rent. A genocide in Gaza committed with American bombs and financed by our American dollars, while our kids here at home have to ration their inhalers because politicians tell us that healthcare is too expensive. And now, Big money is flooding our political system more than ever before to make sure that none of this ever changes. Because that's always been their reliable playbook. Special interests, the people making us sick, are dump millions of dollars for their candidate, flood our airways with ads and our mailboxes with glossy postcards a couple weeks before an election, and they just think that people will go their way. But when the stakes are so high, when more people than ever are living so close to the bone, eventually we have to ask ourselves, is the answer to our problems to turn to the same playbook over and over again? A playbook that says in order to win, Democrats must rely on the same dark money, 50 million and counting, from the same people that backed 35 election deniers to Congress who voted to overturn the 2020 election. A playbook that says in order to win, we need to show deference to Trump by thanking his same ICE agency that has shot Renee Good, Alex Preddy, Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, and Johann Sebastián Durán Guerrero. A playbook that says in order to win, we must be defenders of the same status quo that is drowning us and tells us the aspiration to change our government and the ambition to even try is foolish. No, it's not foolish, Michigan. It is the responsible and right thing to do.
Okay. We can't watch all of this. There's a good speech that she's given here. Fact is, we gotta make big changes in this party that refuses to change. Before we go to Abdul, there was one more guy check in with. I'll let AOC introduce him. You might be familiar with him.
Michigan doesn't want to guarantee health care to every American? I don't think that's right. I believe that Michigan wants to establish health care as a right to every person in this state. Michigan wants to strengthen our unions in every state in America. Michigan wants to establish a government that is finally no longer for sale. And those are all what Abdul believes. So when you strip away the euphemisms and concerns.
By the way, I'm not doing sound shots right now because I have the sound, like the feed right now, jacked way up. Because the volume for this live stream is kind of low. So I don't want to blast everybody's ears out with the sound shots. I could try and turn the volume on them even further down, but I don't know. I don't know how well that would work.
These highfalutin cocktail parties, it's not about what he believes. It's about who he is. And it's about their assumptions about what they think Michigan is. And we know they're wrong. Not only that, but in a moment like now, we do not get better by accepting the logic of this administration. We do not get better by shrinking our idea of what America is and what we're capable of. We don't do it. We turn this ship around by showing how big we actually are as a country. We turn the ship around by rising to our aspirations and our greatest ideals. We will never win the heart of this country by shrinking from who we are. And Abdul El-Sayed is America. We all are America. And so when they ask you what the politics of the future looks like, you tell them this. It looks like a doctor who answers to people and not big donors. It looks like Detroit. It looks like an absolute and unwavering commitment to healing this country. And when we win Michigan, when we send Abdul to the Senate and take back that House majority and fight like hell for the Senate in November, and when we give Mike Rogers the boot for one last time, and we tell Republicans that your money's no good here, and we make them answer for $1 trillion in cuts to our health care, to our Medicare, to our Medicaid, to our ACA. We tell them that the answer to them cutting our health care is Michigan sending a public health official to the United States Senate. And we're gonna do it by standing with every worker in this union fighting for a fair contract. We're gonna do it making sure no child in Michigan ever drinks poisoned water ever again. Thank you, Detroit. God bless you. Now, it is my honor to introduce someone who has spent his life trying to bring us all together. Someone who has given voice to the frustrations you feel and the future you deserve, and a movement we can build together. Please welcome Senator Bernie Sanders. Power to the people.
Okay. I gotta cut the volume until the music's over. Please hold.
New Detroit!
Oh, God.
Oh, Jesus.
Let me thank everyone in this great crowd for coming out to make sure that we elect Abdul El-Sayed to the United States Senate and Donovan McKinney as the next U.S. Congressman. And let me thank Rashida Tlaib for the great work she is doing in Washington.
And while Bernie Sanders is thanking people, I just want to thank young Chris for the $6 on PayPal. Much appreciated.
Sean Fain for being one of the outstanding labor leaders in the United States of America, and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez for inspiring young people all over this country. As I think everybody here knows, this Senate election in Michigan is not just a contest between two candidates. It is much, much more than that. It has now become an election of national significance, and it is an election of historical significance. Why is that? Why is the whole country looking at this election? In fact, people all over the world watching what's going on here in Michigan. And the answer is that this is an election which will show the nation where the AIPAC and other billionaire-funded super PACs can spend tens and tens and tens of millions of dollars to buy a U.S. Senate seat. or whether within a corrupt campaign finance system, the voices of ordinary Americans, the people of Michigan, can prevail. That is what this campaign is all about. It is about democracy versus oligarchy, and we are on the side of democracy. As all of you know, all across this country, from California to New York and a lot of places in between, working families are standing up and saying loudly and proudly, enough is enough.
Okay. I'm just going to try and get the highlights of all of this. It's hours of, like, over 2 hour long rally here. Multiple speakers, multiple candidates in multiple elections. Skip to the end.
May be the most important political issue, and that is we are not going to bring about the changes that the American people need and want unless we fundamentally reform a corrupt campaign finance system. You know, in my small state of Vermont, we have town meetings. People come together every year to argue about how much they want to spend on the roads and on the schools and other local needs. And at the end of the meeting, the moderator asks for a vote, and people get one vote. One person, one vote. And that, to me, is what democracy is about. One person, one vote. Democracy is not billionaires buying an election in Michigan or anywhere else. And that is why not only do we need to overturn this disastrous Supreme Court decision on Citizens United, we need to get super PACs out of elections and move to public funding of elections. So brothers and sisters, the entire country and the world are looking at you right here in Michigan. And what they are asking of you is to stand up for democracy. And I would say tonight to people who may be watching this who do not agree with everything that Abdul believes, and that's fine. We have differences of opinion. But this is not just what Abdul believes. This is whether or not the richest people in the country can buy an election. So they got the money, that's clear. They have unlimited amounts of money, but we have something that they don't have. We have a vision as to what this country can become. And we have the people. And like all great struggles, change never takes place from the top on down. It's always from the bottom on up. When working people stand together, when we refuse to let Trump and his friends divide us up by the color of our skin or where we were born or our sexual orientation, when we stand together, there is nothing that we cannot accomplish. So we've got a little bit over 2 weeks in this election. Let's go out on knock-on doors. Let's make the phone calls. Let's bring our friends and family to the polls for the sake of America, for the sake of democracy. Let us win this election. Thank you.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Thank you. And now, it is truly my honor to introduce to you a longtime friend of mine, somebody who is holding the banner high in the fight for economic, social, racial, environmental justice, somebody who's taken on the whole damn world. Please welcome the next United States Senator from the state of Michigan, Abdul El Sayed.
And still I see no changes.
All right. Sorry, I had to turn the music down. Tupac's gonna get us copyright struck. Can't have that. Minimum wage in Pennsylvania is $7.25. Same in Tennessee and Kentucky. That sucks. Maybe we should raise the federal minimum wage. There's an idea. Fact is, some huge number of candidates that we're supporting here in the Galactic primary coverage are also supporting raising that federal minimum wage. So maybe we can solve that for people. A little democracy.
Y'all too kind. Thank you. So first and foremost, I just want to thank all of the incredible speakers who came before me. Y'all know that there is a fighter out of the 13th district named Donovan McKinney, right? And we're gonna send him to Congress, right? Yeah! And of course, the woman who needs no introduction, who's been fighting that fight here in Michigan for way too long and fights that fight better than almost anybody, our Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib. Whoop. The Dean of Working People, the President of the UAW, Shawn Fain.
Wow.
An incredible fighter I got to meet back in 2018 when we were fighting that fight, who's been leading that fight on the national level, the incredible Congresswoman from the Bronx, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. And of course, the man who has been leading the fight for Medicare for all, who has been the Jeremiah of the Senate, who has the will to stand up and speak the truth even when it's hard, our incredible senator out of Vermont, Bernie Sanders. People's senator. Now, some of y'all might have noticed that we're up against $50 million of outside spending. And so we're getting prepared to do some spending of our own. And so I need your patience with me because we got to do some lines for TV, all right? You see all these cameras? Y'all are about to be the stars of our next ad. So I'm going to bring back out Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and we're going to do some lines, all right? All right, so when you hear me say the line, all right, y'all gotta give me some noise, okay? And there's gonna be about a dozen lines, some from me, some from the Congresswoman, all right? But I gotta hear some noise like you never heard it before. All right? And I promise you, I got a barn burner of a speech after this. Ready? Trump donors, billionaires, and AIPAC are spending $50 million in lies to buy this election. All right, next one. Are we gonna let 50 million in lies steal this election? Hell no.
No gay. We're not gonna watch all of the theater. Some of us will probably be seeing those ads in the future anyway. Let's go to that speech.
Now every single thing you gotta buy feels like it's getting more and more expensive. And that's because a few corporations get to control every single sector of American life. And they use their power to rig our economy to force us to pay more. They literally pick our pockets so their CEO can make more next year. And I think it is time for us to take on price gouging. I think it is time for us to take on monopolies and oligopolies. I think it is time for us to stand up to corporate power. And I think it is time for us to start enforcing our policies on the books to make sure that no corporation can control prices on us, to pick our pockets to enrich their CEOs and their shareholders. Now, there's one last point. You don't have to go too far from here to see a school that looks like it did 50 years ago. Every time you talk about trying to rebuild a school, they ask you, how are you gonna pay for that? I don't know about you all, but I don't pay my taxes to buy another country a bomb or a tank. I pay my taxes so that all our kids get to go to good schools and get good health care. So it is time for us in this country to stand up and decide that we are no longer going to send unconditional foreign military aid to foreign governments. Not Israel, not Egypt, not Jordan, not Saudi Arabia. I want my tax dollars in Michigan. I want good schools in Michigan. I want good roads in Michigan. I want health care in Michigan. I want child care in Michigan. I want my money spent in Michigan. And no, they're gonna try and tell you, oh, it must be you hate somebody. No, it is not because I hate anybody. It's because I love everybody. And I just want to be clear about one thing. I love and revere and deeply appreciate Judaism and the Jewish people. And I love and revere and deeply appreciate the Palestinian people and their history and their culture and their tradition. And I love and I revere our kids here at home who deserve better schools and health care. So forgive me if I want to keep our tax dollars here to buy schools and health care for our kids here, rather than send them to a foreign government to foreclose on the possibility of Palestinian self-determination and do genocide and apartheid. It's not about hating anyone, it's about loving everyone. And then let's be clear. I'm proud of the work we did on medical debt. I really am. But medical debt shouldn't exist in the first place. A third of American households holding debt because they went to see a doctor when they were sick. $225 billion of medical debt. That is more than the GDP of half the states in this country in medical debt. And we can wipe away all of that medical debt. And I just want to give you all some numbers here, okay? You can erase all the medical debt in this country for a penny on the dollar. So if you're doing the math, $225 billion, you can erase for what? About $2.25 billion? I want you to think about how much we are wasting dropping bombs in foreign countries. I don't know if you were watching, But the other individual who would like to be the Democratic nominee for the U.S. Senate just took a vote to send more than that to a foreign.
I know that sounds crazy to a lot of people, but Abdul is absolutely right about that. Your debt gets sold off for nothing by like hospitals or insurers, whoever. If you know, to some other, like all debt gets like repackaged and resold, and you could just negotiate. You could just negotiate with people, you know, not people, but like health providers on this debt. Like the government could do it. Just settle up one time, no more debt.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Government last week. We got to be serious, y'all. And then we've got to be serious about the fact that nobody should incur medical debt again in the future. And the best single way to prevent that from happening is to finally meet the unmet promise of America and guarantee everybody health care through Medicare for all. Now look, I know I'm not supposed to run for office. Got the wrong name? Apparently, if you pray like this and not like this, pray the wrong way. I got the wrong profession, but I'm also not gonna stand here and tell you what you cannot have and should not fight for. I'm not gonna tell you that you cannot have nice things in the richest, most powerful country in the world. I'm not going to tell you that we've got to make peace with the corporations who nickel and dime us at every turn, and that if they want something, we got to go on and give it to them. I'm not going to tell you any of those things. And if you've been watching, they've taken to calling me dangerous. Now, I don't know why you would call somebody who looks like me with a name like mine dangerous. It's an interesting adjective to use. Nobody's ever called somebody who looks like me dangerous. So I just want to ask, if you're a child forced to breathe at the end of a smokestack, you think they think I'm dangerous? Or a kid sitting in the back of the classroom who couldn't see the blackboard, who got that first pair of glasses, if you're that kid, I'm not dangerous. If you're a worker who wants our economy to work for you, I'm not dangerous. If you're somebody sitting in medical debt, wondering what your financial future is because you deign to see a doctor in the richest, most powerful country in the world, if you're that person, I'm not dangerous. If you're somebody who wants government to work for you, I'm not dangerous. I might just be the one person running for U.S. Senate who actually wants to serve you. But if you're the CEO of DTE, you damn well better believe I'm dangerous. If you're Blue Cross Blue Shield shareholders, yep, I'm dangerous. If you're a corporation wanting to buy a politician with their PAC, I'm dangerous. If you're AIPAC and want to send our money abroad, you damn well better believe I'm dangerous. If you're Chuck Schumer and want to keep doling out corporate money to elect people who are going to do your bidding, I am so damn dangerous. But if you're somebody who wants government to work for you, I aim to be the best friend you ever had. Now look, I told you, my childhood taught me just how blessed I was to be on the other side of an accident of history that had me born here. And earlier this month, we commemorated the 250th anniversary of this country. And it's been a moment of reflection, I think, for a lot of us, particularly considering who was president in this moment. Now, they want to sell us a fake, phony sense, a cartoon of what America is. America's no cartoon. America is an incredible place with flaws. A history of Indian removal, chattel slavery, the far too long fight for women's suffrage, the discrimination on who could immigrate here, Jim Crow, segregation. And as you reflect on those past 250, I think it's important for us to ask, how do we make sense of those flaws? America has one incredible gift, and that is the indelible capacity to correct. In this country, we don't make peace with our demons, we exercise them. In this country, we don't rest on our laurels, we fight for better. In this country, we don't ignore a sordid past, we assure a better future. But this country doesn't correct on its own. It's not just some magical trick that just happens, like a magic eraser. That's not how it works. It's because people come together to do the work of correcting. And usually they start out as a small group of people, denied by everyone, ignored, told to go away, marginalized, told it could never be better. And yet those people work, and they organize, and they build. And they build more movement. They talk to more people, and soon enough, the ranks swell. People come together, people from all walks of life, from the unlikeliest sources to the people affected most, building together that movement of people that finally uses the democratic process to correct our ills. And my friends, I share this right now at this moment of our 250th anniversary because we need that correcting right now.
Okay. So I'm gonna end that discussion on Michigan. Okay, we still got a hell of a lot of stuff left to talk about here tonight, Space Fams. That seems like a good as a place as any, since seeing as it's about 4 hours into the stream, for us to take a quick space break. Quick galactic intermission, if you will. Whoa, my browser's doing something real weird. I don't have to reopen that. Okay. Yeah, quick break. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways for you to show your support. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App and PayPal, a throne, and, of course, Patreon. All right, everybody enjoy the break. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I'll be right back. All right, everybody. I'm back. That's right. The break is over and the stream's about to begin once again, so you better get your buds back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're on the second leg of our journey here, heading to the conference hall for the College Democrats of American National Convention, where I will be delivering the opening remarks, right?
Yeah,
which is pretty
opening up
crazy.
general session.
Yeah, opening up the general session.
All right, you're killing me with this over here. All right. I don't know why this is being so stupid. Okay, we're back. Wow, it's quiet in here. I feel like I'm getting like shadow banned or something. What is the deal? All right. To the 2026 Democrat Summer Convention, where one Hassan Piker made an appearance. And in the spirit of Hassan, I'm gonna snack. I made myself food during the break. I'm going to eat it. As like a, it's like a nod of respect to Hassan.
We're on the second leg of our journey here, heading to the conference hall for the College Democrats of American National Convention, where I will be delivering the opening remarks, right?
Yeah,
which is
opening
pretty
up
crazy.
general session.
Yeah, opening up the general session.
Our next guest practices freedom of speech the way some of us practice doom scrolling. Constantly, intensely, and sometimes for several consecutive hours. College Democrats, it is my pleasure to welcome Hassan Piker.
No, okay. This is what we're using, right? Okay. This might be a little...
Put it on the top.
I'm gonna fix it. Yeah, it's a little bit short for me, unfortunately, so apologies. Okay. Brought a little bit of Diet American Dew with me on stage. It's reflecting pool colored. Delicious. Not a sponsor. Just putting that out there. What an honor to be here.
Good old memorial reflecting pool green. That's America.
Thank you so much for having me, College Democrats of America. It's a great honor to be here in the heart of the American empire, in the belly of the beast, speaking to the future activists of the Democratic Party, but as an outsider currently pushing for an insurgency. To be honest, when I first got the call from this organization, I first said, I don't know what that is, I'll be honest. I apologize. And then they told me they hadn't held a national convention of this size since the Nixon era. So give yourselves a round of applause for that. And then I was a little worried, I'll admit. Me and the Democratic Party were not so close as of late, as many of you know. I thought to myself, perhaps the Center for American Progress has set up a trap for me. Near attendant, are you in the room? I apologize for everything I've said. After all, it's not a secret that there are many, many people in the Democratic Party that wish that I would go away, who wish that this movement would go away. Well, I'm here to tell you, we're here to stay. Now, a lot of people, including probably your future employers or your current employers, they call me a lot of names. They say I'm an idealist, a radical, a terrorist.
A communist.
But the one thing that they don't call me is a liar. And I think that anyone who wants a better future for the world, let alone this country, needs to understand that it is our job to always seek truth from facts. We must always expand our knowledge of the world around us and to use that knowledge to build a worldview, and then we can move on to change the world. And the reason why I stress this is because a lot of people, they see this as a career. And I work with a lot of...
I gotta say, I think this is huge. Having Hassan here at this event in particular is pivotal. This is one of those moments. It's one of those sea change moments we've been talking about recently, you know? Where this is like one of those undeniable things Democrats have been claiming to A, be good at, or B, need. Right? Like to either be like have the young vote, have college voters on their side, and or needing the college voters on their side vis-a-vis 2024, for instance. Oh, we need the leftist Joe Rogan. Well, look who here he is. Here's the leftist Joe Rogan. He got invited to the College Democrats of America 2026 Summer Convention.
Campaigns. I've worked with establishment Democrats in the past, and right now I'm working with a lot of Democratic socialists all around the country. And the one difference that I always see is moral conviction. Moral conviction to always say the truth. And an endless thirst to understand exactly what's going on. We have a lifetime of social conditioning that has guided our lives, that has motivated the way that we see the world. Sometimes that means we have a lot of blind spots. But moral conviction is really important because that is what makes the difference between the insurgents and the establishment Democrats that are simply following along. And I think that anyone and everyone here must constantly push for this. This task takes on a new importance today. Lies and disinformation are the currency of our enemies on the right. Unable to compete with us over here in reality, right-wingers instead try to make humanity live in their dangerous fantasy land, constantly finding new enemies in our neighborhoods to position as a reason for why we are all experiencing the same struggles born out of capitalism.
You think Cenk is jealous? That would be nice. I like to think that somewhere Cenk is seething. I like that. That's a nice thought.
But sometimes I'm a glass half full kind of guy. When the right traffics and lies, the lane for telling it like it is wide open. And whoever can do that, whoever can tell the truth, they will own the future. But people fail this basic test all the time, especially in Washington, D.C. Now, I'm sure that many of you in this room feel the same energy that I do, a feeling shared by more and more people all the time, of frustration. Frustration with decades of political ineptitude in the face of rising fascism. Many people in this room have only known Trump, but to the older folks here and also watching at home, think about that for a second. The only politics that people in this room have ever known is shot through with Donald J. Trump. Political life shaped from above by a narcissistic tyrant who enriches himself, his ridiculous family, the Epstein class, as well as the billionaires who were smart enough to get caught, smart enough to avoid getting caught. Sorry. As well as the billionaires who were too smart to get caught, going to Little St. James, and even a billionaire who was uninvited from Little St. James Island because his lies were that atrocious for the pedophiles. Although American politicians have never been much at truth-telling, for over 10 years, the terms of our discourse have been set by a megalomaniacal pervert. The late writer Mike Davis summed up our situation well in his final published essay a few years ago. He said, "Unlike the high Cold War when Politburos, parliaments, presidential candidates, and general staffs to some extent balanced megalomania at the top, there are few safety switches between today's maximum leaders and Armageddon. Never has so much fused economic, media, and military power been put into so few hands. To you, young people of America who have chosen to enter the world of electoral politics, I know that you have grown up in this degraded era where bigotry and deceit are so blatantly rewarded in society. An era in which our rulers would rather choke us with wildfire smoke than re-examine how our way of life damages our planet, the only home we'll ever know. This wretched era in which the third world is staring down disaster because of the upheaval caused by ours and Israel's war on Iran.
He got off to a rocky start here, but I feel like Hassan's speeches are getting better. Like, broadly speaking. I feel like his public speaking is improving. He's been doing a lot of it lately. Because I feel like public speaking and... while there's, like, certainly similarities to doing public speaking and, you know, streaming, it's not the same.
This ridiculous era in which a Supreme Court dominated by religious nutjobs rewrites our laws at will. In this world, I know even just a little bit of truth can feel like a life raft. It's why so many of you are in this room, because you meet other people like yourselves and you talk about these problems together and you feel both less alone and closer to the truth. Now, it's fair to say, as I've repeated over and over again, as you all know, that I am not a friend of many people in the Democratic Party. But that's okay. In politics, if you're everyone's friend, then you're no one's friend. But I am here today because the times have gotten very strange and new political opportunities are all around us. Chances for us to push radical political change through an electoral system that right now is going through a transformation. You can feel the changes with every news story. This sense of backlash that's in the air. Inflation is not under control. Data centers that no one wants are taxing energy grids, fueling an AI bubble that may not really replace you, but will get you laid off regardless. It seems like every week, our masked Gestapo, ICE, kills another innocent person. In all my years, I don't remember seeing this much blood on American pavement. I often say that the United States is an empire in decline. And home, that means we are a nation in crisis. But where so much of Washington sees dangerous instability, I and many of you see promise. I see a real opportunity to change this country's trajectory, to improve the lot of humanity. And I know you feel it too. It's rooms like these that remind me just how many people see right from wrong and want to do something about it. All around the country, we're getting real fighters elected. Fighters who see the crisis and can describe it in clear and truthful terms. This means demanding an end to the endless wars, an end to profiteering off of healthcare, an end to the rule by people who put the interests of capital over the interests of the working class. It's talk like this that has Washington terrified. It's talk like this that has MAGA terrified. These people in hate movements who try to control our lives are most afraid of popular action, of democracy, of the people. They're afraid of us because of the simple fact that there are more of us than there are of them. There always have been. And there always will be. There are more good, decent people with moral conviction who find it unfathomable that the wealthiest nation on earth chooses to spend its billions blowing up schools overseas rather than building schools in our neighborhoods. Kind people who can't understand why, in the wealthiest nation on earth, there are hundreds of thousands of people who will go to sleep outside tonight, and millions more who live paycheck to paycheck. Hardworking people, frustrated that an honest day of labor delivering packages, cleaning counters, or teaching children is no longer enough to take care of a family or own a home. All the while, the world's wealthiest man sits around tweeting racist screeds and unfunny jokes as people grow his net worth into the trillions. I should add that none of this is an accident. The inequality is the design of our system. When you see broken down towns in a state of disrepair, or potholes that never get filled, or homeless people suffering in the streets, remember, this is the design of our system. It is not the moral failings of the individual, but a whole architecture where the ultra-rich stick their hands in the pockets of everyone else. Just as every person who has no shelter is a policy failure, every billionaire is a policy failure. But just as every billionaire is a policy failure, every congressperson who's refused to change these policies have failed you, have failed all of us. We have placed corporate interests above the interests of the people. I say no more, and we say no more. I've traveled all around the country. I've talked to countless people over dozens of protests, gone to rallies, I've gone to marches, I've gotten shot at by my own law enforcement that I pay with my taxes the salary of. And all I ever hear from the people by my side is no more. And not just, thank you. And not just the no more to Trumpism, but no more to the Democrats who compromise, who conciliate, and who betray us. No more to the fascist reactionaries, but no more to the Democrats who will collaborate and cooperate with the fascists, who will fund ICE, who will fund Israel, who will help poison the planet, who will stiff workers and help bosses. We don't need those Democrats anymore. In fact, we have a message. We are coming. We are on boss. We're on bot. We're unbound. And we will become undeniable.
This was hilarious. Oh my God. Hassan up here at the Young Democrats Summer Convention, the Young, whatever it's called, the College Democrats of America Convention, in his Chinese suit.
China!
Oh my God. It was, it was glorious. I didn't want to stop him at all because it was so, like, it's something else. This is a crazy moment, but this is meaningful. Right? That's what's weird about all this. Is that this is actually a meaningful moment. Him being here, what he like represents. Right? Like who Hassan is, getting this level of applause. I didn't hear a single boo. I saw some people less enthusiastically applauding than others, but you had people cheering. You know, the young college Democrats seem to be pretty much on board with everything Hassan is saying here. And I think that says a lot about the direction of the party. Big time. That's something that, before we move on to the next clip, that to me is something that has implications due to the fact that those kinds of organizations mean things to Democrats, right? Like, you got like Democrat donors spending money to set up those kinds of events. And then you got the kids there clapping for Hassan, right? Like, at some point, they're going to have to start accepting things. I keep saying that, and that I don't know when that'll ever actually come to fruition. But it's stuff like that. It's going to wake up Democratic donors, right?
President Trump says one thing, the American...
You got a room full of their future all clapping for Hassan. Now, we got more to talk about. Done with elections for now. But so since we were just talking about Hassan Piker, the leftist Joe Rogan, we should talk about the actual Joe Rogan.
Adult baby.
As well. Joe Rogan is the young Republican whisperer. What are we talking about here? Well, why don't we just take a look at this? Okay, the net popularity with Republicans under the age of 45. Look at Joe Rogan at plus 62 points. He is far more popular among young Republicans than even Donald Trump is at plus 28, and way more popular than Tucker Carlson, who, of course, also has his own podcast at plus 18. If you want to appeal to young Republicans, the place you want to go to is you want to go on Joe Rogan's podcast, because I can't find a single other person out there in the media or otherwise who is as popular with young Republicans as Joe Rogan.
What is
I don't even understand how it's possible after everything, all the dumbest, almost all of the dumbest things that have ever been said on the internet have been said by Joe Rogan or by someone on Joe Rogan's podcast. And somehow that number exists. Plus 62 among age 18 to 44 Republican voters. It's crazy. Now they don't have the numbers on Hassan, but with rooms like the one we just saw, you gotta figure that you got a fairly popular guy in Hassan. Should we do this stupid fucking poll? I just want to point something out because this is sort of disingenuous. Because Harry goes from that poll, Joe Rogan plus 62 with young Republicans 18 to 44, to this poll, a completely different subset. No, what have we done?
Sometimes politics feels like it's a hobby only some can afford.
Don't do this. Don't do this. You're fucking killing me. Why do you hate me so much? It's like I punched your grandmother in the face.
Where do you want to go? Voters who didn't cast a ballot in 2024, the net favorability in points, the Democratic Socialists of America are way underwater at.
Do you see what I mean? They go from Joe Rogan plus 62, this Joe Rogan popularity poll between 18 to 44, just broadly with Republicans, to people, just people who didn't vote. Just, people who are like, nah, I'm not going to vote. Like, those are two different, completely different demographics. I don't, and clearly Joe Rogan's only plus 12 with them. Whatever, but he claims Democratic Socialists are negative 22 with voters who didn't cast a ballot in 2024. Okay, if you say so, Harry, and New York Times. I'm sure the New York Times didn't have any kind of like ulterior motives to swing that poll one way or another. I haven't gotten a chance to see it yet, but suffice to say I'm a little skeptical. You appreciate your political speakers screaming over a cheering crowd. Yeah. You gotta have a speaker that can speak over a crowd. I can get on board with that. Let's go here. Let's go here. This one's not even on the thumbnail or in the title. Here's a fun one. Zohran Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani.
Interview with New York Times.
Sometimes politics feels like it's a hobby only some can afford. And I don't want it to be that way.
I'm Lulu Garcia Navarro, and today I'm interviewing.
Oh, no, I'm just remembering what's going to happen right now. I'm always getting dicked over by New York Times. They're owned by the Dow Jones, right? I'm always getting hit by these fucking clips. It is so annoying. Why? This was my secret. This was my secret plan. I'm just remembering. Why do these guys? Why can't I just? Why can't? You just have nice things. It says the interview and 2 more because they do collabs now. The interview and the New York Times podcast, New York Times. I didn't think about it. I just saw the interview. I was like, this seems fine. Oh, I watched this whole thing too. It's an hour long. Oh, it's going to piss me off. Do I try and watch any of this? Yeah. Foiled by DMCA. Edward Thornton, hi. Hi. Good to see you. That's it. I'm canceling the stream. We're playing video games. I take it back. Take it back. Not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Okay, I'm just gonna move forward. I'm gonna skip it. I'm not even gonna think about it any longer. I'm just gonna, because we got a bunch of other stuff to talk about. We got a whole stream to talk about, people. It'll be fine. It's one video. I have 100 videos, 99 videos. And that's not a problem, okay? These things happen. I'm just not going to play the game right now. It's been... I'm dealing with too much shit right now. And, like, dealing with copyright stuff is just... I'm trying to avoid it as much as possible. And they consistently hit me for it. And, like, force me to cut it out of my videos. I'm just gonna pre-cut it. Speaking of cutting things, let's talk about the Memorial Reflecting Pool.
New analysis from the Washington Post is undercutting President Trump's claim that vandals cut up the Lincoln Memorial's reflecting pool, leading to all that peeling. According to the Post, those who did the renovating made major mistakes when applying the newly painted lining. Jarrett Lay, visual forensics reporter for the Washington Post, joins us now. Jarrett, thanks for joining us. So we're showing this map from the Post reporting, if we could put that up, guys. Explain how you and your team discovered that the way this painting...
Oh, look at that. Little bit of forensic analysis. 1, 2... 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different spots. Serious coding failure locations along the pool. And that's just what they found, right? Let's not forget. This place is locked the fuck down. You go to jail for going too close to the pool, remember? This journalism is dangerous. A former Olympian is facing charges for touching the pool. So investigating the coding failures, I mean... The pool is currently surrounded by like a barbed wire fence and the National Guard. I don't even know how they got these pictures.
Was coded is likely what caused the peeling.
Hi, Jake. Thank you so much. Yes, so we surveyed the pool in the end of June, and we located the 7 moments of coding failure that you see highlighted here. We then compared that with satellite imagery as well as photos and videos that were taken during the construction process. This helped us identify that all 7 of these locations take place along seams that are forged during the meeting of 2 rectangular coding sections that are put down one after the other. We brought this information to 4 experts in waterproof coding who told us that while no precise diagnosis can be made without being on site or with lab testing, that it is strongly indicative of an application failure made during the construction process.
Could this have been avoided?
All the experts that we spoke to gave varying recommendations as to.
Oh, it absolutely could have been avoided, Jake. You know how I know that? This picture. I mean, if you can already pick out the failure before you're done coding, that's about as preventable as it gets. Right? Like, am I wrong on that? Like, if you can already pick out the failures before the thing's done, I mean, like, any sensible person would stop and go back and redo it the right way.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All the experts that we spoke to gave varying recommendations as to different methodologies. The key in putting down coding at a scale such as this, something that was made clear to my colleagues and I at the Post, was that this is a very large project, and it's a major challenge whenever you're putting down multiple sections of coding with very sensitive curing and drying times at the same time.
How did the White House take the Post's findings?
They continued to stand by the fact that this was an action, or rather that this was a failure caused by vandals.
So the reflecting pool has been drained. Again, President Trump says it will be refilled and put back into service soon. But until then, we have a clear view of its bottom after that $14 million renovation. Since the project's completion, the pool has been plagued by algae blooms and peeling blue material, which Trump has repeatedly blamed vandals for. His administration has promised to offer proof, too.
And you're 100% sure that what happened with the liner was vandalism? You can prove it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely can. And as we drain it, we've got all the photographs we can see.
CNN's Tom Foreman joins us now with the latest on this. Tom, the president claiming there's a 300-yard slash at the bottom of the reflecting pool. That's 900 feet. Could you see it from these images?
Well, I think it was.
Can you see it? Why are you asking him? I can't see it. Who can see it? Nobody can see it. Nobody can see it. There is no 900-foot slash. I mean, how long is the pool? It's 2,000 feet long. That's oh my God. So you're talking about a slash is like what? Nearly half. I'm trying to think of the exact number. Like nearly half of the pool. Where is the 900-foot slash? Where's the 1,000-foot gash that goes across the pool? The majority, or nearly the majority of the length of the pool. Where is it? I don't see it. But thank God it's protected now. Thank God. At least we got the fence.
Bottom of this pool. It just hasn't been there. More importantly, and this is complicated, I guess maybe it's simple, what Trump said in May versus what he said in June about this new liner, radically different. Listen to the contrast.
It's very strong. You couldn't, if you had a knife, I don't want to give anybody ideas. If you had a knife, you can't even cut it. So strong, so powerful. You know, we have I think 290, 300-foot slit right through it, probably a box cutter or a knife of some kind.
So he literally says you can't damage it with the knife, and a month later says, obviously somebody took a knife and cut it open, and they've offered zero proof of this. They just...
Yeah, I mean, first they offered no proof that it couldn't be cut with a knife. And then offered no proof that it was cut with a knife. The memorial reflecting pool saga continues. Pool now drained. Making the news once again this week. Will they spend millions more?
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. Don't worry, Trump will start showing a picture of the pool being slashed in a superimposed picture with font Times New Roman. Just saying.
He's gonna hold a press conference just like with
and separately.
just like with Kilmar Abrego Garcia and the MS-13 tattoo. He'll have some AI image. Or they're like they'll just like like Stephen Miller will just draw a line on the pool and give it to the what's her name? What's her fucking face? I always want to call her some random name. Stephanie? No. Julie? The human printer. The human printer will print it out. And then he'll hold a press conference and we'll all get to see what is a clearly doctored image of what is not a real slash. Can't wait for that. Cannot wait. Okay. Now, earlier this week, Todd Blanche was in the Senate testifying, answering questions. And he was asked a number of questions, including one regarding press freedom and the DOJ's targeting of journalists. Here was his response.
Kash Patel, I do want to go back to my colleague Senator Weiss has some concern. I have concerns about him because of the reports about his drinking, about the incredibly bad morale there. But I'm not going to ask you on that. You are a supervisor, so obviously you have some responsibility to be reviewing this behavior.
I don't think he has any issues drinking. He has no issues with morale.
All right, but here's what is very clear. He was at the White House for 8 hours, and this is after a report came out in the New York Times that talked about the $400 million Qatari plane that was Air Force.
I'm sorry, I know the senators, they have time limits. I don't. That claim was fucking wild. I gotta hear that one more time. One more time. Wait, where was it?
Behavior.
I don't think he has any issues drinking. He has no issues with morale.
All right, but
Kash Patel has no issues with drinking? Really? I'm sorry. What?
But I'm not going to ask you on that. You are a supervisor, so obviously you have some responsibility to be reviewing this behavior.
I don't think he has any issues drinking. He has no issues with morale.
All right, but here's what is very clear. He was at the White House for 8 hours, and this is after.
You're telling me this guy, he doesn't have any issues at all with drinking? This is the same guy who FBI agents said had locked himself, boarded himself in his office, and was reportedly drinking heavily and suggesting in a rather conspiratorial manner that the president was about to fire him. This guy wearing the gold medal, you're telling me he doesn't have a problem with drinking? Really? You can't be serious. No problem. He's good.
Here's what is very clear. He was at the White House for 8 hours, and this is after a report came out in the New York Times that talked about the $400 million Qatari plane that was Air Force One not having certain deceptive defensive capabilities, and issued subpoenas to reporters demanding that they turn over their news sources. I happen to believe it's extremely important to protect the right of the press to have confidential sources in order to get out information that is absolutely in the public interest. Do you support Mr. Patel's efforts to subpoena and get reporters under the grill to disclose who their confidential sources are?
The Department of Justice requires that I authorize it, which I did. And those reporters, we're not targeting reporters. They're material witnesses, just like a reporter would be.
We're not targeting reporters, says Todd. Now, honestly, that answer might shock you, but it shouldn't. Because the fact is Todd Blanche is living under this exact same edict himself. Let's not forget that 2 days ago, it came out that the FBI had ordered all White House officials and appointees to turn in their phones.
Exclusive CNN reporting tonight on the investigation into leaks about security shortcomings of the new Air Force One. Last week, you'll remember, the president flew the old plane instead of the new one when he left the NATO summit. The White House claims it was so that U.S. service members could tour the new one. The New York Times said it was because the Qatari gifted plane lacked key defense systems, and the president was incensed by that reporting. Now we've learned some government officials have been asked to turn over their phones at the White House as part of a leak probe. CNN's Evan Perez joins us now with more. Evan, what more have you learned about this White House probe?
Yeah, this was an extraordinary scene at the White House last Friday where Kash Patel, the FBI director, and Susie Wiles, the chief of staff, essentially helped orchestrate what was hours-long. Numbers of people from the White House, people who may have known about the president's trip, were brought in. Their devices were taken from them in some cases, and they were being questioned by FBI agents because of this leak hunt. The FBI, of course.
There you go. But of course, both things can be true. White House officials can be under incredible scrutiny by their dictatorial boss and can themselves be waging like a targeting campaign against journalists. They're not mutually exclusive, and both of those things are absolutely happening. Meanwhile, the media landscape is further under threat, as Roku devices may now soon all be under new ownership, as Fox News and Roku may be poised to do a merger, one which would further consolidate the media and also potentially subject Roku owners to who knows what kind of garbage.
You use Roku, then you're going to want to watch this. Fox, yes, the same company as Fox News, wants to buy Roku, and it could be a huge disaster. So let's start with what this will look like. Fox Sports, Fox News, and Fox Entertainment content, plus their Tubi streaming service, would merge with Roku's platform and its streaming service, which collectively reaches 100 million people. There's a good chance, actually, that you're one of them. That's massive. A Fox-Roku tie-up would combine the two largest free ad-supported streaming services in all of America. These free streaming services are becoming more and more popular because subscription-based streamers like Netflix and Disney Plus and Amazon Prime keep hiking their prices. There is another darker layer here. Fox is owned by...
And I actually happen to be one of those people. One of the monitors that I use It's really just a Roku-enabled Walmart TV, a really cheap one. Just because I need a big screen so I can read things easily. Since I read so much stuff, I got so many things that I got to look at. I use this as like my main, like the one that you're looking at, like this is my main monitor. And it's actually it's a big monitor. Eh. But it's a Roku TV, right? Like, I don't remember what I paid for, like $100 or something, like a little bit more than that. Like, it was dirt cheap. But it was affordable. It was at Walmart. It was the right size. About, I don't know how long ago. Years. But Roku, like, it still like connects to my Wi-Fi. Stuff like that. Updates. It's making me want to disconnect it from my Wi-Fi. I'm not gonna lie.
Murdoch family, a family that famously used Fox News to help build up Donald Trump's public brand. And we've seen what Fox News has become in recent years. This partnership could give Fox access to and control over the viewing choices of 100 million households that use Roku. Are you worried yet? Well, I sure am. And you might be thinking, isn't something similar happening with Paramount and Warner Brothers? Yep, you're right. David Ellison, a man from another Trump-loving family, bought Paramount last year, and the DOJ just rubber-stamped his acquisition of Warner Brothers so he can control a bunch of other channels too.
Now there's Elizabeth Warren, senator from Washington, telling us about the horrible consolidation of media. By the way, I got to update the galactic financing, the deficit goal by $6. Forgot to do it. Did I free like a? Oh yeah, I better. Didn't I? Yeah. Yeah. And the thing is like all these Roku devices, like if you're on if you're on a Roku enabled device, or if you have like a Roku directly connected to your TV, it'll go to like a screensaver, right? And now Fox will be able to like I don't know, they're like incept children with like right-wing propaganda or something. Okay. Now, Donald Trump did that speech the other day. Remember that? What was it? Wednesday? Thursday? It was Wednesday or Thursday, I think. Trump did that weird freaking speech about election security. And both ABC and NBC declined to cover it, claiming that it was a waste of precious resources. Okay, I don't remember exactly what they said, but it was something like that. Trump was not having it, threatening the broadcast licenses of both broadcasters in another deeply authoritarian move.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
President Trump used a primetime address tonight to rehash his debunked election claims, complaining again that he won the 2020 election and threatening the broadcast licenses of NBC and ABC for not airing the speech live. Trump said his administration is unclassifying never-before-seen documents on election security. Analysts and experts poring over those released documents tonight are not finding anything revelatory, nor did Trump say that there is evidence of a single vote being changed. The documents do include references to Colorado's voter registration rolls being, quote unquote, compromised by China. That's a misleading claim given that Colorado's voter registration rolls are publicly available for anyone to download. In fact, the declassified documents out tonight make clear that what somebody in China did was not a hack. They just downloaded Colorado's publicly available voter rolls. President Trump has been punishing Colorado for using mail-in ballots, which Trump again said tonight are, quote, inherently corrupt. Trump himself votes by mail in Florida. And while Trump did not offer evidence of his election fraud claims, he did issue a direct threat to the news networks that did not air his grievances, saying the networks are part of an election fraud plot.
In a rare move, NBC and ABC Fake News have both said that they would not cover this speech. They knew what it was about because of the fact that they don't like the topic, because they know how corrupt our system is and they don't want to reveal it.
I mean, this is insanity. Like, can you imagine another president, aside from Trump, behaving in this manner? Like, going after the media for not broadcasting one of his speeches or for reporting the facts about a plane? It's wild. The fact is, this government under Donald Trump is weaponizing all agencies, all resources against their perceived enemies. Same people who decried supposed witch hunts and lawfare, using the law, the Justice Department, CFTC, basically every apparatus of the government to, wage this multifaceted war. It really is pretty disturbing.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio, White House advisor Stephen Miller are pushing for a global crackdown on leftist organizations. On Thursday, hours before President Trump's primetime address, the State Department hosted an international summit where Miller described the left as, quote, enemies of civilization. This is part of Stephen Miller's speech.
Here in the United States, we have taken the necessary and essential action of formally recognizing left-wing violence as a form of political terrorism that is a direct threat to our national security and the survival of our Republican form of government. President Trump issued a directive, in our parlance, it's called a National Security Presidential Memorandum, or NSPM, NSPM 7 to be exact, that directs for the first time in American history all of our law enforcement and intelligence agencies to work together to disrupt, identify, defund, debank, arrest, and prosecute these political terrorists that are operating in our country. It's very important to understand that left-wing political terrorism seeks as its ultimate end the overthrow of our system and form of government.
On Thursday, the State Department announced new visa restrictions targeting what it calls, quote, members of far-left terrorist and other aligned groups. Secretary of State Rubio talked about targeting anti-fascist organizations.
The President signed National Security Presidential Memorandum Number 7, outlining a comprehensive strategy to investigate and disrupt Antifa terror networks. And
here's the question for everybody. If you're anti-fascist, what does that make you? If you're anti-fascist, don't the antis, the two of them, don't they cancel each other out? Right? Like, two negatives make a positive, right? And does that property not also apply to these sorts of things, right? Like, if you're anti-fascist, does that not make you a fascist?
Allies. Last November, the State Department designated 4 violent far-left extremist groups as foreign terrorist organizations, and there will be more designations soon.
We're joined now by 2 guests. Mike German, former FBI special agent specializing in domestic terrorism and covert operations. His latest book, Policing White Supremacy, The Enemy Within. Also author of Disrupt, Discredit, and Divide, How the New FBI Damages Democracy. And we're joined by Ken Klippenstein in Madison, Wisconsin, independent investigative journalist who's been closely following the Trump administration's designation of left-wing activism as terrorism. Ken, let's begin with you. Lay out what happened at the so-called terrorism summit yesterday and what caused you most alarm.
Well, it was an extraordinary event because it pulled in representatives over 65 different countries to discuss the supposed threat of political terrorism, and that's kind of how it was touted to the press in the run-up to the event. But any pretense that this was going to be a neutral look at the threat of different political groups quickly fell by the wayside as they introduced a term which I have never heard before, which is far-left terrorism, or FLT is the acronym they're using to describe this new purported threat. And if you look at the language they've used to describe this event, the White House put out an admirably frank press release yesterday describing the event as prioritizing a counterterrorism approach that treats the political left with the same, quote, ferocity as we have fought traditional jihadi groups in the past. So they're putting left-wing political groups in the United States and abroad on the same footing as groups like Al-Qaeda and ISIS.
Yeah, and the legal basis of being able to...
I mean, it's a fucking laugh to even compare them to homegrown right-wing terrorist groups, like the 3%ers or the Proud Boys, you know, any of the insurrectionists that Donald Trump pardoned. Like, it's a far stretch to even compare them, compare left-wingers, whatever this umbrella term that they're using, the what did you say? Call it again? Alternative left terror? What is it?
Groups in the United States, traditional jihadi groups, with the same, quote, ferocity as we have fought traditional jihadi groups in the past. So they're putting left-wing political groups in the United States and abroad on the same footing as groups like Al-Qaeda.
Whatever he called it. It's whatever he called it. It's fucking insanity. They can't even name a group. They can't even name a group. The only thing that they can name is Antifa, which is not a group. And once again, if you're anti-Antifa, if you're anti-fascist, well, you might be the problem.
And can the legal basis of being able of requiring intelligence organizations that are directed abroad to begin to do internal investigations and internal repression within the U.S.?
Yeah, so there's actually no domestic terrorism statute, but that doesn't stop the FBI from using that distinction internally for them to predicate and open investigations into these groups and bringing up charges unrelated to that against the individuals. And that's an important distinction worth noting, because I think early on the press kind of overlooked, a lot of the mainstream press overlooked this story, saying, oh, there's no domestic terrorism statute, nothing can happen. That means you can't be charged for domestic terrorism. That doesn't mean that domestic terrorism can't be used as the predicate for the FBI to go and open up investigations into these groups that they might not be able to open up otherwise. And we saw a great example of that in the sentences that were handed down to the anti-ICE protesters in Texas recently, in Prairieville, Texas. If you look at the sentences, they were extraordinary. It was almost, I'm not exaggerating, half a millennium of federal years in federal prison, including 30 years for somebody who wasn't even present at the thing, for moving left-wing literature around, which they allege to be obstruction of justice.
Yep. It is quite a fucked moment to be alive, to be in America, and tuned into what's actually happening right now. It's a dark time. Federal government is literally being used to go after the perceived enemies of Donald Trump and of the far right. If you're an enemy of fascism, you're against fascism, if you're anti-fascist, you're the enemy of the state, and they are going to weaponize the system of justice, whatever else they got, to go after you. They say it was the FLT's far left terrorists. Right. Okay. Does it make you an FLT to oppose what's being proposed here off of the coast of Oahu? Because a Japanese energy firm has filed its intent to build a $2 billion liquid natural gas power plant on the beautiful island of Oahu. Here's Hawaii News Now from 21 hours ago.
Climate and everything are the same word.
First, that for a liquefied natural gas company has taken another step toward building a new $2 billion plant on Oahu. The company filed a letter of intent today with state utility regulators. Mahealani Richardson has the latest developments. Mahea.
Well, Ash, JERA says it's proposing a new wholesale electric generation company that would be regulated directly by the Public Utilities Commission to provide Oahu with another option for electricity. But there's pushback from environmental groups and concern from HECO.
JERA Americas, a Japanese energy company, says its letter of intent to the Hawaii Public Utilities Commission is the next step toward building a $2 billion power plant that could provide 500 megawatts, roughly 1/3 of Oahu's energy. JERA says it'll seek approval to build a new plant and offshore import terminal at Kalailoa Barbers Point. It's called the Longboard LNG project.
We think that by transitioning from the oil that is used today for about 70% of the power that's made in Oahu to gas, gas fortunately is a lower cost form of energy. And so that we think will help drive affordability here. And it's all part of the mix of needing to upgrade power plants, invest capital in new facilities.
JERA says it's not proposing to replace HECO as the retail electric utility, but environmental groups are raising alarm.
This is a fossil fuel company that now wants to set up permanent shop here as a utility.
Yeah, this is a bad plan. Burning liquid natural gas for energy is horrible for the environment. People are going to hate the effects of it. First off, like the immediate effects in the surrounding area is going to smell like trash. But then, of course, liquid natural gas is incredibly deleterious to the environment. Tens of times more harmful than carbon dioxide in the first 10 years of its exposure to the atmosphere. It tapers off faster, but initially it's doing a fuck ton more damage. Very disappointing to me that this might go forward, and I really hope people on the ground on the island there do something to prevent that from happening. Looking at you, Shats. Of course, talking about Brian Schatz, current senator, I think, from Hawaii. Okay. Speaking of the oceans, which we should be protecting, instead of doing things like that to them, we do have something of a problem when it comes to the living seas, the organisms that habitate. Whales being one of them. Here's CBC News Canada from, what was this, Monday? I think this is Monday. Hey, and before we go to that, here's some good news. Another sweet dono. Another beautiful galactic space fam. Orb Vroomer. I fixed my van with a $5 rubber hose, so here is enough money for you to fix 2 rubber hoses. Oh, should they ever fail. Thank you, Vroomer, adding it to the deficit. Another 10 bones. Slowly but surely. Chipping away at that deficit goal. Oh, we're running out of July. Everything's fine.
I never thought I'd be this close to a gray whale, but 2 of them swam up to our boat and hung around for about 45 minutes. They looked healthy, a relief, since I was in Tofino to find out why so many gray whales are starving to death.
4 whales found dead in just 10 days off the west coast of Vancouver Island.
145 dead whales have been documented from Mexico to Canada.
At that rate, 2026 could be the deadliest year on record.
There are rules in place to keep boaters a safe distance from the whales. I was with biologist Jim Darling, and we were able to be so close because the whales approached us. We were drifting with the motor off.
Look how close we are.
This group of eastern North Pacific gray whales migrate every spring from Mexico to Alaska in order to feed. A decade ago, they numbered about 26,000. Scientists estimate that the population is now roughly half that.
I think the general hypothesis is that these animals are not getting enough food currently in their main feeding grounds, which is the Bering and Chukchi Seas.
And scientists think it's at least partly due to climate change. Melting ice and warming waters disrupt the ecosystem and the tiny sea creatures that the whales eat. 3 leading biologists from Canada, the United States, and Mexico wrote an open letter last summer urging more protection for the whales. Canada's Minister of Fisheries says she's deeply concerned about the group of gray whales that are dying off. She says the government is working with scientists and Indigenous communities to better understand the problem, but she offered no new commitments.
The Canadian government is very new to this place and has a lot to learn. So it doesn't surprise me that they don't understand the state of the whales or
Yeah. Unfortunately, the situation of the whales is almost doomed to get worse right now. Before it gets better, if it ever does. Because the conditions of the oceans have been changing drastically. And then on top of it, you've got the super El Nino this year. We need serious changes. The ocean is the thing that sucks up the most heat on the planet and the most carbon dioxide. I know that's shocking to people. It's more than the forests. And if we don't do something about cooling this planet down, the ocean specifically, we're going to be in serious trouble. And that's going to take a long time. That's a long... We can't, you know, like we have to get everything to carbon neutral. And then, right? Not carbon zero, but carbon neutral. At the very fucking least. And then it's like going to be like a decade before we can even imagine like really any good effects from that, I would point out. Right? That's why this is such an urgent thing. Because it's a race to getting us there. Like, I don't think a carbon zero thing is really, like, future is actually like possible. But like we can be doing a great deal to offset We're not doing that. As a result, oceans have, from what everything we've seen scientifically, hit their limit on how much heat they can take in sustainably. Which is why you're seeing ocean environments collapsing, different species struggling, like whales, because of a lack of prey species, coral just disappearing left and right. All the images of coral that I see lately are brown. None of it looks healthy anywhere. Speaking of the water, we should talk about water where it's not supposed to be. We're in Texas for another day. Floodwaters threatened people across the state, especially in Texas's hill country. Here's live now from Fox 16 hours ago.
And right now, I do want to head over to Texas, where we continue to follow everything related to the extensive flooding that's been seen over the past several days, turning deadly here. I do want to bring in Brandy Campbell over at Fox Weather. She is live over in San Antonio, Texas, and has kind of a breakdown of what has happened out there, and a very sad situation, Brandy, of course, a year after what we already saw there in Kerrville.
It really is. It's just unfortunate for the folks there, just having to basically relive what happened last year, but in a different fashion. But yes, we're here in San Antonio, which was mostly okay, but even San Antonio experienced damage with a tornado hitting northwest of the downtown area. But it was really in the hill country of Texas where most of the devastation occurred. Now, numerous flash flood warnings and even flash flood emergencies were issued throughout the week, with back-to-back days of rain, leading to over 2 feet of rain recorded in cities like Uvalde. Over in Kerrville, they got about 20 inches of rain, and all of this happening in just a few days.
Yeah, and while some of the bigger city centers were spared the scenes in the hill country, as they call it, were quite dramatic. You can see some sort of emergency services saving a man from floodwaters. For more on these floods, final clip, CBS News 11 hours ago. Yeah, the noise is painful. I'm sorry. It's my bad. Should have turned it down.
It's pretty bad. I think that wave of water is confirmed.
Okay, so we have...
By the way, I don't know. I don't think I've seen all of our Texas chatters here today. I hope you're all doing okay. I know I've seen at least a few of you, but I do hope you're all doing fine. I know this has been it's probably been a crazy ordeal for a lot of people.
Flotsam and jetsam in the Guadalupe. That is a semi. It's a semi right there.
Yeah.
Wrapped around a tree.
Formerly a semi.
We've had flooding here again.
Oh, it's fucking chaos in Texas. You know, when I predicted a crazy fire and storm season at the beginning of this year, you know, I wasn't being exact about it. Like, I couldn't say with certainty what we'd see happen, but so far, being July, I've seen some pretty wild shit. Everything is pointing to it getting worse through the rest of the year. I don't know how ready we all are for that. This footage is wild.
At this moment, Texas is finally getting a bit of a break from the rain for this weekend. Torrential rain brought more than 2 feet to the hill country. This is one of the most flood-prone parts of the U.S., but the danger isn't over. Officials have issued flash flood emergencies across south central Texas. Hundreds of rescues have been made, and the region is still shaken from last year's devastating floods there. CBS News correspondent Jason Allen joins us live from Kerrville, Texas. Jason, you covered the crazy flooding there last year, the region being hit again now. What does this morning look like where you are?
Yeah, you know, I kept telling myself, Errol, through the day yesterday, you're looking around and you go, I can't believe that we're here again, that we're back doing this again. You know, at least this morning, it's not raining. First time in 4 days here in Kerrville that they haven't been waking up to rain. And it is a much needed welcome break because you look on that bridge behind me, you see all of that debris that's hanging off of it. This bridge was underwater. There's widespread damage and debris. And there are still FEMA teams that are headed to this region from across the country as this flood threat continues.
More than 2 feet of rain slammed the Texas Hill Country in just the past 4 days, causing deadly and dangerous floods. In Kerrville, rescue workers trudged through quickly rising water to rescue Robert Shelton and his family from their attic, the highest point they could climb to as they waited for help.
Bam, the window broke open. Water was everywhere.
Within a blink of an eye, it was already waist level. The water got all the way up to within a foot of the attic. I was scared the house was going to break apart.
South of the Hill Country, a helicopter flight.
Wow. It's just a regular storm. Not a tropical storm, not a cyclone, not a hurricane. It's just a storm. Now, all the way up in Canada, they are still, of course, fighting those hundreds of fires burning across the country. for those of you who've missed any of our coverage, let's go here to CBC News, talk about some of the worst places, some of the ones that are causing the most problems for America, smoke-wise. But also are among the biggest burning right now. Here's a CBC News clip explaining how all of this has unfolded.
Northwest Ontario is on fire.
This could potentially overtake us here. This is getting a little scary.
Picture for a moment that from one day to the next, you literally lose everything.
Right now, there are hundreds of active wildfires in this part of the province, and entire communities are being forced to flee their homes.
Thousands of Canadians' lives have been upended.
We will spend whatever it takes to support.
One First Nation community has already been completely destroyed, and neighboring city Thunder Bay has run out of capacity.
We will find the capacity. We will have the capacity.
But there's more to the story.
The Ministry of Natural Resources didn't see the fire that raged through Collins until it was too late.
We've watched the fire, the smoke from the fire burn for a week. We called and reported it, and we were pretty helpless.
Let's break down how it all unfolded over the past few days. It started on Sunday, July 12th, near Collins First Nation, about 248 kilometers from Thunder Bay. A fire named Thunder Bay 36 was estimated at 75 hectares. The next day, community members noticed smoke in the air. Their chief was sent a video from a CN Rail worker while she was at the Assembly of First Nations meeting in Ottawa.
He messaged me, sent me a video, which would be along the tracks, mile 23, which is 2 miles from the community. We knew that it was very serious. They need to get everybody out, and they need to get fast.
About 24 residents rushed to get across the lake by boat as their community burned behind them. Once on land, they hopped in vans, trying to outrun the fast-approaching flames. By Monday, the fire had grown to 1,800 hectares. It would rapidly spread east of Collins, threatening White Sand First Nation, which issued their own evacuation order. Community leaders say it came after repeated requests to Ontario's Ministry of Natural Resources to issue their own.
On Monday, July 13th, Chief and Council ordered a full community evacuation. Throughout the day, White Sand raised serious concerns, but was repeatedly assured there was no immediate threat. Chief and Council are deeply disappointed by the delays in the initial provincial response to the wildfire threat.
The Ontario Provincial Police issued their own mandatory evacuation notice shortly before 10:30 p.m.
There's a lot of smoke in the air. These plumes are really sitting heavy in the sky. Meanwhile, evacuees from multiple communities have landed in the city from areas further north. And we're hearing that a very small community known as Collins First Nation is actually burned to the ground.
As the fire continued to grow, police put out more evacuation orders to neighboring areas, and the smoke from the fire spread across Ontario.
The air quality is so bad that Toronto ranks as the second worst among major global cities right now.
Then the federal government stepped in, with the Ministry of Emergency Management saying they'll give the province 3 federally funded helicopters.
Now, what it's starting to look like, according to the evidence, is the Ontario government failed. Doug Ford's government failed. Failed to take this thing seriously. The liberal conservative Doug Ford, or the progressive conservative, whatever it's called, it's nonsense. The Canada's not for sale guy. His government did not take it seriously enough. Left communities in danger.
Orders to neighboring areas, and the smoke from the fire spread across Ontario.
The air quality is so bad that Toronto ranks as the second worst among major global cities right now.
Then the federal government stepped in, with the Ministry of Emergency Management saying they'll give the province 3 federally funded helicopters to battle the fires. They made it clear that they are ready to provide more help, but the province didn't file a request. That same day, the Chiefs of Ontario released a statement calling on the federal and provincial governments to immediately provide coordinated emergency support. And the fire, well, it continued to grow.
And you'll notice how many of these fires that ignited are in this swath of extreme danger, which has allowed them to grow so quickly, to put off so much smoke, to consume so much of the forest around them. And then, of course, part of this, not just the short-term dry conditions and the heat, but also a prolonged drought situation that could see more fires ignite if we see more lightning move through.
As the fire that destroyed Collins First Nation and led to the evacuation of White Sand has grown to over 318,000 hectares.
That's like over it's nearly 700,000 acres. 700. That's like almost 700,000 acres, people. This is a stupid number. 318,000 hectares. Good God. Oh! There was a response to some degree on this one fire, although this is once again only one of multiple fires. That might sound like a lot, but over 4 million acres have burned so far in Canada. So you're talking about only 1/7 of what's burned in this year alone. It's still a shitload, but just trying to give perspective here. All right. Now, before we move on from the fires in Canada, we do have to talk about this.
Of course, like everything here in Washington, the poor air quality is political. President Trump just moments ago blaming Canada, writing on Truth Social this, quote, "The United States is being unnecessary."
Hold on. We are holding Canada responsible for the fact that they are not properly maintaining their forests and brush therein. And the United States is being unnecessarily invaded by filthy, polluted, and unhealthy air, the quality of which is dangerous and totally unacceptable. I will call the Prime Minister during the day to find out what they're going to do about it. The cost is incalculable. Canada has refused to engage in basic forest management and debris removal. Not enough raking. Knowing that such refusal will lead to exactly this result. This is willful negligence and becoming a yearly occurrence, costing the United States billions of dollars, which cost of this pollution must of necessity be added to the tariffs Canada is currently paying. Thank you for your attention to this matter. There you go. One man most contributing to climate change right now, blaming Canada for the wildfire smoke. Irony not lost on me. All right. That was just a quick Canada fire update. Those of you who missed it. Not enough raking of your forests. Too much debris. Not enough fire management. Now, down south in New York, in the tri-state area, flash flooding hit in a big way. I mean, you can see you got like a massive traffic jam here. What is this? The BQE? You got traffic piled up for days Dozens of people just standing here. Dudes wading through waist-high water. Sedans completely submerged under the muck. One unlucky lady there being helped out by emergency services. Not the day that you want to be driving your... This is not the day you want to be driving your sports car. Can't tell what the fuck that is. Look at this fire. Look at this fire truck just go straight through the water. Oh my god. Holy shit, look at the wave it just created. It just lifted that car off of the ground and onto the sidewalk. Oh god damn it. Did you see that? Oh my god. Wow, wow, wow. Look at these fucking guys over here. Slowly shimmying to freedom. Thankfully, the New York Fire Department was there to help guide people to safety. But I got a bunch of clips of all the scenes. From these rains. Why are you just really realizing where that clip was from? How are you just realizing where this is? We were talking about it. We're talking about it. I mentioned the BQE, and I feel like there was multiple signs. There were multiple signs for you to pick up on what was happening. Is this on me? I don't feel like this is on me. I feel like you should have known. I'm being pretty clear about what's happening. Here we are in New York City. Floods still happening. For everybody just tuning in. Ah, Fresh Meadows, Queens. Ah, the bus. Yes. Or boat? The boat bus. The bus boat. Yes, bus boat. It does. It feels like the Titanic. I think this is the correct music for this clip. I think you're right. This is the correct music. You've identified the correct music, sir and or ma'am and or non-binary human. Oh. Okay, apologies not necessary. Just saying. I'm just saying there were clues. Just pointing it out. Like, I gotta say, before we go to this one here, in the subway, yeah, Mamdani, he's doing good stuff with the buses, got new buses, but I don't think, I'm fairly certain they weren't built to be boats. And so I don't think, just anybody who's keeping track, don't come after Mamdani for slow buses because of this one. All right?
Zohran Mamdani.
¿Cuál es su cascada de qué? Enfrente no viene a New York, se mete ahí, cascadita y chao papá. Mírate la estación. Mírate la fucking station. Míratela. ¿Qué es esto?
Oh, that's fun. That's always a welcoming sight. You could just stay on the subway forever. You could just never leave, so you don't have to walk up that. Just pretend like it's not sewage water. The NYC bus became a ferry. Yep. Welcome aboard the bus. Next stop, Staten Island.
Immediately, if not sooner.
More clips.
Look at that.
The train is scared of weather.
The water's up on the sidewalk.
The
Look at
train is
this.
scared of weather. Can
That's a
trains
river.
be scared?
Look at that.
I don't know.
Okay. That's not good.
No.
It's moving.
No, don't want that. Hey, that's an unsettling sight. 200-pound metal disc just sort of floating on top of pressurized water. Never good. Well, everything's underwater. Or on fire. Or both. At least, honestly, I take it back. Nothing is both right now that I'm aware of. We have seen both before. Let's not forget. Back was it last year? No, the year before. Right? 2024. Milton. And there was like a house fire in the middle of the hurricane, which turned into like a neighborhood fire. Like everything was literally on fire and underwater. I shouldn't laugh. It was horrible. It was just, I don't know. Absurd. It's the absurdity. It's clearly not funny. Now, across the Hudson, Jersey City, getting hit by that flooding too.
New Jersey also endured severe flooding. This is video of Departed Souls Brewing Company in Jersey City. Look at the water pouring in.
That's not what you want. That's no good. Jesus Christ.
Departed Souls Brewing Company in Jersey City. Look at the water pouring in from the ceiling there. Floods also forced the business to close last year.
Ay, ay, ay. Departed Souls is the company name. Is that what they said? I didn't hear it. I wasn't paying enough attention to the name of the brewery. They may have said that. Don't quote me on that. All right, CBS New York last clip on these floods. 7 hours ago.
New Jersey.
Right now, it's a first alert weather day. Heavy downpours cause a mess across the tri-state area, flooding roads, and we're tracking more storm chances tonight. Good evening. I'm Alan Devlin. Thank you for joining us here this evening. It's a first alert weather day, and it's been a messy, stormy afternoon. We've just learned all New York City beaches and pools will stay closed for the rest of the day. Plenty of flooding seen in the tri-state as well, from New Jersey streets to major city roadways, with some drivers having to be rescued. And today's severe weather chances aren't over just yet. Our team coverage begins with meteorologist Vanessa Murdoch in our immersive studio with your first alert forecast. Vanessa, the storms have kept you busy all day.
Yeah, it has been an incredibly active afternoon, and the flooding that we just showed you, the result of nearly 3 inches of rain. These are early numbers into the First Alert Weather Center. So in the financial district of the city, nearly 3 inches. Middletown, New Jersey, hard hit, 2.5 inches. In Summit, New Jersey, just about 2 inches. We remain under a First Alert Weather Day status because, yes, we anticipate more storms to roll on through. Here's a look at what you can expect through about midnight.
Yeah. Actually, before I went to bed this morning, I was getting alerts on my phone. Had to rush out, make sure to put my cover on my bike. I think it's fine. Actually, I haven't checked it yet. I think it's fine. The tie is really yellow. How was it? I wasn't paying attention to that either. I'm not. Oh man, that is a yellow ass tie. Wow, that is bright yellow with little tiny pink dots on it. It looks like. It's like an Easter egg. Or like, what's it called? Those Russian, it's like a Fabergé. It kind of looks like one of those Fabergé eggs. It's very, very fancy. It looks like Easter on a tie. That's what I'm trying to say to you. Okay. Now let's go down south to Chile. All the way down south. Chile, South America. This is from, what is this, Thursday? Yeah. In Coquimbo, Chile, on Thursday. Strong winds during a storm led to crazy scenes like this in the city.
Cayó en la casa.
Yeah, that casa is gone. Hopefully there was nobody in there. Jesus Christ.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah, those cranes don't like high winds. They have a certain threshold. You're supposed to do whatever you can to take them down or secure them before these sorts of wind events, but we have a weird climate situation. I don't know exactly what the reason for that is, but I can postulate. All right, now going across the Atlantic to the United Kingdom, let's quickly talk about Andy Burnham and what his fossil fuel energy policy will be. A lot of questions surrounding this, and an important question for sure, because the United Kingdom is even for its small size, a fairly large emitter. Needs to do something about its its energy use, which has been heavily dependent over the years on fossil fuels.
Before he's even become Prime Minister, the protests have started. Climate campaigners who woke to reports Andy Burnham could be open to more North Sea drilling went to Westminster today to send a strong message.
Rosebank is a climate crime.
Rosebank is predicted to create more than £8 billion in direct investments.
Rosebank, an oil field off the coast of Shetland, and Jackdaw, a gas field near Aberdeen owned by Shell with a platform currently being built in Norway, were stalled due to legal challenges. But both already had licences before Labour came to power. So Andy Burnham could grant consent for drilling to go ahead at these sites without breaking Labour's manifesto plan.
Yeah, if he does this, fuck the pledges. This is just a betrayal to the environment, to the planet, to humanity. Okay? Dude's gotta not do that. It'll be a real shame. It'll be a real fucking shame if he does that. I'm not gonna listen to too much of this. Honestly, a lot of this felt just like unnecessary. We're still waiting for him to even come out with a goddamn actual policy platform, even though he's now the basically to be the prime minister. He's just got to get the go ahead from the king at this point. But it would be real terrible if he chose to embrace a big oil agenda as a supposed like refresh of the Labor Party, the pro-oil Labor Party. Oh, nobody expected that turn. Big tent. Now in Spain, things are getting fucking crazy. We've been covering the fires happening in Western Europe. As your eyes can see here, shit in Spain has really gotten out of hand. This one wildfire alone, burning 38,000 acres. It's all burning down. Fact is, wildfires in Europe have been happening more and more frequently in recent years as the climate continues to get hotter and hotter. The heat waves, climate-fueled heat waves that they have seen in recent years have been the thing to dry out the land enough to lead to these sorts of things, sorts of massive events. We've here in the Galactic News Network, we've been watching them together over the last few years. I was hoping that we would make more progress on solving things. On any kind of, like on anything. It feels like we've gone the other direction since Trump took office. Okay. Now, one more clip. From ITV News. I actually meant to do these in the opposite order. Honestly, same effect. ITV News from yesterday.
Battling the elements as firefighters in northeastern Spain are dispatched to tackle this inferno. Wildfires like this have been gaining ground for days, and in some parts, weeks. There are summer camps in the region that have been evacuated, with children brought to safety. Walls of flames dominate the skyline.
As of today, there's a high risk of spread as we've had a change in wind direction towards the north. Until yesterday, there were parts which had cooled down, but logically, with a change in wind direction, there is risk. Until yesterday, the wind was blowing towards the east. We're alert to make sure there aren't any problems in these towns, and if it came to it, we would evacuate.
From above, the plumes of smoke make it difficult to see what the true scale of the destruction is. Scorched earth is left behind as rings of fire destroys whatever is in its path.
I hate being the guy saying, I told you so about the environment, but I'm the guy saying, I told you so about all this. We've been needing to do something about this shit for so long. And we've been complacent. Here are those results. They're bad. Meanwhile, in France, they are continuing to battle wildfires, slightly smaller. But thousands of acres now lost there as well, due to the recent forest fires that are still burning. Here's France 24 from 21 hours ago.
Since the beginning of the summer, fires have ravaged numerous French forests. Fontainebleau outside of Paris, but also in the eastern Pyrenees and in Burgundy. More than 32,000 hectares have already burned. In less than a week, more than 1,000 people donated more than 120,000 euros to different fundraisers. Among them is this family.
Come on, let's go and see what's happening in the forest.
They live right next to the Saint-Germain-en-Laye forest.
Don't make any noise or it will run away.
When the fundraisers launched, they didn't hesitate for a second.
I gave 50 euros to help the forest. It's only a small drop in the ocean, I think, compared with what the forest needs right now. It would need much more.
If the place where the roadie lives burns, its home is going to be destroyed.
80 kilometers away, in the Fontainebleau forest, the flames were devastating. Even though the fires are now under control, 10% of the forest has been completely burned. A fundraiser.
Okay. 10% of the entire forest burned. And when they say under control, that technically that just means that they have contained the advance of the fire. Still technically burning. Over 5,000 acres lost. There's so much going down right now. It's true, Maiko Taiko. It's true. It's what makes my job so interesting and horrible all at once. As somebody who insists on talking about everything. Not everything, but the things that are important to me, I think, you know, politically, geopolitically, on this planet. There's so much to talk about. Speaking of which, we're not done with fires in Europe. Yesterday, we were talking about fire ravaging Norway, of all places, which had destroyed a bunch of buildings. That has now risen to 100 homes destroyed. It has now become the largest fire in modern Norwegian history. No. Wrong. We don't clap for these records. Wrong time. Come on.
Come on!
That's a horrifying fucking record to smash through here. Worst fire. I mean, at this point, it's like everybody's having their worst fire in history all in the same year. Nebraska having its worst fire in history. In recorded history in America. You got, I think Colorado's having its worst fire season in history, but I don't think necessarily its worst fire yet. Like, same thing for Utah. Like, this is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
Here you go, Space Fams. Jesus Christ, this is disturbing. Look, it's just ripping through this fucking village. Just horrifying. This is later than the night. You can see the smoke, the embers of what used to be homes, flames still going in some places.
So hot right now.
Just awful.
Awful, awful, awful.
Thank you for the hydration over there on Twitch. Whoever that was. Alright, but we're not done with hot. We are done with fire, but everybody's still dealing with heat and drought. It's gonna be a bad year. This is gonna be such a bad year. Alright, let's go to Germany. To the Rhine River, which has hit a historic low.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
Water levels low enough to disrupt European cargo transport. Al Jazeera.
We're traveling on a ship taking iron ore from the port of Rotterdam to a steel factory in Germany. But as you can see, they're taking a lot less than usual. Cargo ships on the River Rhine have reduced their weight significantly to prevent hitting the riverbed. The Rhine is an important artery in Europe, transporting yearly around 300 million tons of cargo. The drought has now doubled transportation costs.
Normally we take 5,600 tons only in the ship and the barge. But now, what did we take? 2,100 tons. So normally we take 5,600 tons only in the ship and the barge. But now, what did we take? 2,100 tons. So actually we need 2.5 ship.
Yeah, it's less than 40%. That's less than 40% of what they normally take. Yesterday, we were talking about the environment again, shock of shocks. And we were literally right next door in Netherlands, where their rivers are running out of water. Houseboats and whatever, boat houses, whatever you call them, the semi-floating, non-affixed to the ground, have also run into the riverbed. And look, same exact situation over here, basically. The Seine River I'm sorry, not the Seine, the Rhine River completely, like, a huge fucking river upon which the German economy depends at least a little bit. And you have boats going at under 40% cargo weight because otherwise they get stuck. This is
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
To transport the same level of amount of cargo.
The River Rhine is at some point less than 2 meters deep, while it normally around this time of the year should be around 5, 6, 7 meters. So it's a real challenge for these large cargo ships to maneuver. German steelmaker ThyssenKrupp has suspended its own barges transporting ore because of low water levels. To help production stay afloat, other shippers like Iris Dijs carry small amounts to the company's factory in Duisburg. This is where the Rhine enters from Germany into the Netherlands, and you can already see the very low water levels right there. Instead of more than 2,000 cubic meters per second of water entering, now less than 700 cubic meters.
That's a third of the water. Jesus Christ. Everything is just turning to shit, Space Fams. Why do we have this situation? Why can't we just treat our planet with the necessary respect? Stop worrying about the profits of oil companies, perhaps. There's an idea. Stop obsessing over coal plants and weird bird-related fears about windmills.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Here's an update on that landslide in China from yesterday, which we talked about. Suffice to say, I'm afraid the update is not good. I'm afraid to report this is all bad. You will be shocked to hear that a cliffside, is completely giving way due to the prolonged rains and soggy ground that collapsed on top of part of a city built into that cliff, led to the deaths of at least 8 people. They are trying to figure out the exact death toll here on this one. But you've got, like, rocks here that are in the tens of thousands of tons, from what I can tell. Just, like, almost unfathomable, I feel like, to the human brain. Like, that rock in the middle there, that piece of cliff, is really not a rock. It's a piece of cliff. Piece of, like, geological, like... It was a former piece of landscape. I mean, this thing is the size of this building, but it's solid rock. How they're going to fucking move all this, it's going to take forever to move all this shit out of the way. And nobody is alive under here. If somebody is alive under here at this point, it's a miracle. Piece of a mountain. Yeah. A piece of mountain. A quarter cliff. Okay. I'm afraid I don't have any groundbreaking space news to bring you that you haven't seen already. So I'll bring you groundbreaking space news that you have seen already from 6 days ago. If you missed it, Japan successfully launched and landed a reusable rocket here on this platform last Sunday. There you go, Space Sams. You just witnessed history. Although technically China did it first. The day before. Or 2 days before.
China!
But 2 different countries last week made this incredible feat possible. Truly mind-boggling. Worth a second viewing, I figured. Since I didn't have any other space news for us. Look, sometimes space news, it's just not top of my list. Even as a man in space. Very frequently. Earth is the best planet in the solar system. We gotta take care of it. You thought it was an old clip from Godzilla. That is not a clip from Godzilla. That's real life. That's real life, buddy.
Let's freaking go.
Oh, good. Good. All right. We are going to start off the Earth politics, the non-US based ones, in Italy. Yes, can't wait for this one. What is this dickbag's name again? Yes. Tillman. What a turd. Tillman Fertitta. I'm sorry, Fertitta.
Columbiarican_9505 just shared 100 bits. That spaceship clip needs the Godzilla theme song when the humans were getting ready to fight off our famous kaiju.
Okay, I'll take that into advisement. Now, Tillman Fertitta, the U.S. ambassador to Italy, made a voyage to the country in his boat, of all things, and was not greeted with a lot of excitement by locals in Venice. You'll be shocked to know that Venetians were less than thrilled by his appearance.
What you talking about?
So we still struggle to live in the city, but then you have this giant billionaires that come with their giant yachts, like 117 meters this time, and with the whole of their arrogance, In this case, it's even worse for us because, of course, Tillman Fertitta actually represents the Trump administration and all of the politics that this administration is putting forward.
It is almost strange that we have to struggle so much to make people understand that this city is not for sale as any other city where people are actually...
Okay, take a look at this guy. So this is Tillman Fertitta. And look at him, you might be thinking, maybe he's got, maybe you think, before I give it away, anybody got any ideas on how Tillman here became the ambassador of the United States to Italy? Anybody got any guesses? Perhaps competence, merit? Just throw them in chat, whatever you got. All sorts of reasons, I suppose. Maybe he's got a family in Italy. Well, a spoiler alert. Tillman, what a name, by the way. Tillman was a Trump/Republican mega donor in 2024. Donating at least $1 million to Republicans and or Trump super PACs. And then suddenly became the U.S. ambassador to Italy. No correlation whatsoever, I can assure you. This dude's also full of merit. I just don't know what it is. He's a billionaire, as was mentioned. He owns this big-ass yacht, as was mentioned. Bunch of businesses, yeah, but reasons for being ambassador to Italy not found.
We're here in front of the 6-story yacht of U.S. Ambassador to Italy, Tillman Fertitta. Security has been high around the yacht all day, which arrived earlier and is moored here at St. Mark's Basin because protests were planned against his arrival. He is on a 13-region coastal diplomacy tour to mark the 250th anniversary of American independence. But here in Venice, his arrival was not welcome. Protesters...
Yeah, look at this, though. He pulled up in a goddamn cruise ship. He pulled up like he's fucking Royal Caribbean, fucking, like, Carnival. Like what in the shit is this? Look at this fucking monstrosity. This thing is bigger than most people's homes, most people's apartment buildings, for the love of God. It's a disturbing display of wealth, and the wealth is the only reason he's here. It's disgusting. We have a real corrupt ass fucking system. And Trump has proven that. Pay for power. $1 million, here's a position in the government. There you go. You could be the ambassador to Italy. Fucking wild. Okay, I saw one person suggest that we were going to have bin-faced news today. I'm afraid, and this is not some sort of long con. It's going to appear later. There's no bin-face tonight. I don't have any new bin-face stuff. Every stream can't have bin-face news, I'm afraid. Perhaps in the near future we will get a galactic update on the Clacton by-election. But till then, rest assured, we at least got caught up yesterday. He's on the pier, talking to the seagulls, and hopefully the people. No, exactly. It looks like a city. No, it's stupid. Can we go? Actually, can we go back to this stupid ship? This ship is stupid. Everything about this ship is wrong. Like nobody should own a ship like this unless their family, and I'm trying to think of how many people would have to live on this thing to justify it. Unless 24 people live on this fucking ship, there's no way it's justified. It's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
We're here in front of the six-story yacht of U.S. Ambassador to Italy, Tilman Fertitta. Security has been high around the yacht all day.
Yeah, I gotta keep the yacht safe. I mean, come on. Look at it. It's like the, what's it called? The Treasure of the Seas? What's the name of that stupid yacht? Like, not the yacht, the cruise ship. I mean, what's the difference between this and like... and like that? There's like almost no difference. It's like this is the same thing. It's just one man. It's just for the enjoyment of one man rather than thousands. Multi-generational yacht housing. Yes, that is the only the only situation in which, if that is your only property, is just the yacht. And you've taken to the seas, you and your multi-generational family, friends, and what have you. You got dozens of people living aboard this thing. Fine. We're still going to tax you down to less than $1 billion, but fine. It seems like a weird choice, but I guess I can see how it might be fun. I don't know. It's sure it's got its pluses. The libertarians have been trying something like that for a long time. Although I do worry that it would probably be less fun if you had to do all the upkeep and you weren't a multi-billionaire on your $100 million yacht. That upkeep is probably gonna get expensive quick. He might have to downgrade to like a normal human boat. All right, let's go here.
Tycho just cheered 100 bits. Family's family Lamau.
Lamau indeed. Family's family though. Okay, family. All right, that's the lesson from this episode of the Galactic News podcast. Family. All right, Congo, DRC. Here's a problem. Workers at an Ebola center have gone on strike as a result of not getting paid. Huh. I wonder why they wouldn't be getting paid. Oh, that's right. Because the United States government and idiot.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
The Doge boys and Elon shut down USAID, which funded the World Health Organization, which would have been, in theory, paying these people. We work in the community. We haven't been paid. It's been 45 days. Yeah. This is going to lead to bad things, I can tell you right now. Just what we need in the middle of the outbreak. Let's have a complete breakdown of the existing, what was left of the apparatus fighting to protect communities and prevent the further spread of this thing. For them to just throw up their hands because they're just not getting paid for weeks, more than a month. How long are you going to do your job for more than a month? Does your job involve you being repeatedly exposed to Ebola? A special form of Ebola that doesn't have a goddamn vaccine? No? Well, shut it. Like, I know nobody's actually complaining. I'm just thinking out loud right now to any of the people considering, like, oh, why don't they just do their jobs? Is it weird that I have like a constant like there's like a record like a parallel line of thought constantly going in my brain of like what psychos like psycho right wingers will say to me, like to like everything I say. I can't help but thinking that way. I'm like, oh, they'll say this to this thing that I'm about to say. Poisons my poor virgin brain. It's never thought a bad thought before, ever. Okay. Now, let's go back to Europe / Asia, depending on what part of this thing we're talking about. The Ukraine-Russia conflict, of course. A couple of quick clips here. First one in Moscow, where a supposed military warehouse was engulfed in flames after Ukrainian drone strike. And when I say engulfed in flames, I mean like Mount St. Helens level flames. Look at it. I mean, what? It looks like a volcano. Something must have been in this place. I don't know what kind of warehouse this is. Supposedly it's in some sort of military target, but it could be anything. But look at the smoke. It is black. Now in the where was this? The Baltic? I can't remember where this was. I think this is the Baltic. I cannot be sure. And I'm actually just realizing I don't think it's actually mentioned during this clip. But these are clips supposedly of Ukrainian drones hitting Russian warships in some body of water. I don't know where. I'm assuming it's the Baltic, but it could be somewhere else. Okay, yeah, that was the New York Post. It's not shocking to me that the New York Post didn't label that. That's the only annoying thing about well, that's not the only annoying thing. It's the only annoying thing about the New York Post clips that I use. Stuff like that. Because they're just constantly rushing to get shit out. There's like a bunch of like there's like often a lack of information. But of course, the reporting has lots of problems in it. I just subscribe to fucking everybody on the internet, so I know what the hell is going on at any given time. All right, now to Iran. Be the last topic for the evening. Made it 7 hours before getting here. Last day's been pretty freaking crazy, of course. And now, since Sunday, like, honestly, since before that, the last weekend, going straight through the week, we saw just a straight-up escalation of fighting. U.S. attacks, Iranian attacks, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Just escalating all week. And, you know, I said this was back on in full by Monday, I think, or like Sunday. I was like, this is just calling it. This is done. People need to stop talking about the MOU. That thing is cooked. And I was right to do so. Shockingly, right about something bad again. Still haven't figured out what the lotto numbers are going to be. Any day now. Yesterday, the RGC warned of a full-scale offensive on the U.S. and its partners in the region after a 7th night of U.S. airstrikes.
U.S. forces have carried out a 7th night of airstrikes on Iran, targeting sites in the south and centre of the country. Iranian state media is reporting at least 3 people have been killed and 8 others wounded in Wobegon province. 2 bridges and a road tunnel were hit. Multiple explosions were also heard in the southern cities of Sirik, Bushehr and Bandar Abbas. Iran's critical oil export hub, Qeshm Island, was also targeted. There are reports of explosions deep inside Iran too, in the central city of Yazd. The southern city of La was also hit. One of the strikes hit this bridge in Wobegon province. It has cut off some parts of Bandar Abbas. The attack comes a day after U.S. forces attacked civilian infrastructure, including bridges, an airport and a railway substation. U.S. Central Command says the strikes are aimed at degrading Iran's military capabilities. Meanwhile, Iran's Revolutionary Guard says 2 oil tankers have exploded whilst passing through a minefield in the Strait of Hormuz. CENTCOM, though, says the reports are untrue. This as the military advisor to Iran's supreme leader warned of further escalation if the U.S. carries out.
Here's a question on that mine, that sea mine incident. Who does anyone actually believe in this one? The United States or Iran? Who has been caught lying more in this? I guess would be my question. Can we quantify that? Because it's pretty clear the United States has lied its ass off at every turn about everything. And I'm much more likely to believe the Iranian. Why would they claim? Why would they make the claim? They've been talking about mines for like 6 months. This is the first time that they've claimed any of these mines have gone off.
More attacks.
If the US attacks continue for another 2 or 3 days, we will enter a phase of full-scale offensive and destructive attacks. What does that mean? It means that Iran will no longer limit itself to mere retaliation, and no political border will be safe from Iran's offensive powers.
And Iran's armed forces say they've targeted U.S. interests in Kuwait and Jordan with drones. They say they launched strikes on ammunition depots at Camp Al-Udari and Ali Salam Air Base in Kuwait. Several bridges were also targeted. Earlier, Kuwait said a number of army personnel were injured in Iranian attacks. Iran's forces say they've also targeted an air base in the Jordanian area of Azraq. They insist the sites are used to support U.S. attacks on Iranian territory.
Yup, United States striking half a dozen different cities in Iran. Iran targeting half a dozen different, like, U.S. sites in the last, like, few days or so. Just been a constant back and forth of escalation that I really wish would find an end, but certainly doesn't feel close to any kind of tangible end to this. All these claims about peace and Iran wanting to make a deal, nothing has come to fruition. It's about time Trump just fucking surrenders on this whole thing and just calls it quits. But unfortunately, United States intensified strikes in the last 24 hours, hitting multiple civilian targets. As was mentioned, things like bridges. But this week we've also seen water station hit by the United States. And these are war crimes that I'm describing right now, if that wasn't clear. Civilian infrastructure, not military targets.
Hello and a very warm welcome to BBC News. I'm Mark Lowen. We're going to start this hour with the continued escalation in the Middle East because the US and Iran have exchanged further strikes around the Strait of Hormuz and across the Gulf for the 7th night in a row. Air raid sirens sounded early on Saturday in Bahrain, which hosts the US Navy's 5th Fleet. Iran also said it launched strikes at American bases in Jordan and Kuwait. And in the past couple of hours, Kuwaiti officials say Iran has struck another of its power plants and water desalination plants a day after a similar attack. Meanwhile, Iranian state media have reported explosions in several locations in Iran, including the central city of Yazd and Qshem Island and the port of Bandar Abbas next to the Strait of Hormuz. Officials say at least 3 people have been killed and 8 injured. Let's bring in BBC Monitoring Soroush Negadari from our unit that watches, listens to and reads media from across the world. Soroush, good to have you with us. What is the narrative that you are picking up in Iran? The US clearly trying to bomb Iran to the negotiating table. What are you picking up in terms of the Iranian official narrative?
Yes, I'm glad that you made that point about U.S. trying to force Iran into coming back to the negotiating table with these attacks. That seems to be what they're saying, because Iranian officials and media have directly responded to that. And we had officials saying in the past couple of days that Iran will not be forced back to the negotiations with these attacks. What we see on Iranian media, be it state TV or newspapers or state-linked outlets, is that they're almost unanimously issuing defiant messages.
I think it's got to be one of the most deranged plans to think that we can war crime our way to surrender. Real sick.
They're ready for continuation of the conflict if it's necessary. And we have Iranian military officials repeatedly saying that Iran can escalate and would escalate if it thinks that its national interest is at risk and under attack. Late last night, we had this top advisor to the supreme leader and the former chief of the IRGC himself doing an interview with the state TV, and saying that Iran, the reason that Iran has not escalated yet is that they are basically considering the timing, and said that Tehran is ready for an offensive phase of the escalation. So the message coming out of Tehran seems to be very defiant, and seems like, just like the US, they don't want to be the first one
Iran doesn't want to be the first one to flinch. Believe that's what that guy is trying to say. But the fact is this whole thing is lopsided in its foundation, in the way that this whole started. I mean, it's just this whole thing is just The media, the way it's being framed, we've been watching it. I mean, it's all very lopsided in terms of force size, and yet Iran continues to be defiant, continues to not surrender, and continues to basically have military victories against the United States over and over and over again. So why would they? Why would they flinch? Why would they concede? They have no reason to. They still have control of the strait. I mean, they have all the reasons not to concede. And it's weird that people are like continuing to talk about it as if like Iran's like under like all this pressure right now. Like, not that there isn't any pressure on Iran. They're getting bombed. That'll do like something. But it's just, I don't think it amounts to what people are like making it out to be. I could be fucking wrong, but it just doesn't seem, they don't seem to be pressured. And in fact, like even like the elected parts of the government, right? Like, which are, you know, technically less, like they're a lot less militaristic than the military. The ROGC's got its like own vibes to it, but like the elected parliament in Iran is much more moderate. They've been out here talking a hell of a lot more about diplomacy, but as we'll see, I can't remember which clip it is in here, but they are getting way less diplomatic, which also doesn't shock me. Why would they? Why at this point? Why would anybody have any hope for diplomacy with the United States, who has ended 2 different diplomatic talks with bombs and is actively violating its own ceasefires, memorandums of understanding, and all this other crap? Meanwhile, CNN's talking about ground invasions. Like it's early 2000s again.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you.
Colonel Layton, we've heard a lot about drones being used in the Iran war, and for the first time, CENTCOM says that the U.S. used a sea drone in combat. Tell us about the significance of that.
Yeah, that's really significant, Pamela. One of the key things here is when you look at the actual explosions that are a part of this, this was a dry dock that the Iranians used, and you can see the sea drone moving forward into the dry dock area, and the dry docks are used for maintenance for ships, and here you can see the color view from the sea drone's perspective. That looks like a mini submarine that was in dry dock there. And blowing that up is, of course, a very significant thing. It allows us to get in there using these sea drones without risking personnel. It allows us to get in there, without really putting in danger not only the forces that would have to take over this particular area, but also air crews potentially who could be used in an attack like this. So this is a major achievement from the Navy's perspective, and it kind of mimics what's going on in the Ukraine war, because the Ukrainians have been able to use sea drones to great effect against the Black Sea Fleet. They've basically eliminated the Russian Black Sea Fleet, and they're now going after commercial vessels in the Black Sea. Here, what we're doing is we're going after those small boats and those submarines that...
Okay, hold on. So yeah, we're apparently using unmanned sea drones now, probably bought from Ukraine, to wage part of this assault on Iran. Where's the stupid part of this clip? Oh God, I hate you. Why are you doing this to me?
Need a ground campaign, but we have other people that will do the ground campaign for us.
Okay, General, I have many questions from this, but I guess let's just go with 2 of them. First of all,
what would a ground campaign at this point for the U.S. actually mean, right? We're now in month 5. And when he says someone's going to do it for us, I mean, who is that? Are we back to the Kurds again?
Well, first of all, I'd just like to make a comment about bridges and infrastructure. In fact, I think it's important to note that bridges and infrastructure that are primarily being used to support military forces are legitimate military targets. I didn't hear.
Oh, these bridges were not primarily military bridges. CNN is doing crazy war propaganda over here, by the way.
Anything about civilian infrastructure. I didn't hear anything about civilian bridges. So let's hope we're going to stay focused on the military targets. Ground campaign. Certainly, I don't think the president is talking about attacking into Tehran. But a ground campaign could certainly be something like going into Kashmir. It could be going into Karg Island. I certainly hope we don't do that. I think there are better alternatives. But it's also important to note that what the president was doing was not ruling in. He was just not ruling out ground forces to keep his options open.
It's the most ridiculous, unnecessary fucking statement. Fuck these war hawks. Got 2 generals in here to tell us about all this stuff. Like, I'm so sick of these guys. Yeah, okay, yeah, Trump is not ruling it out. No kidding. Okay. Honestly, though, these guys love war crimes, Israel. But does this look like a military bridge? Is that a tank? What kind of tank is that, you figure? Ah, yes. The horrifying Hyundai. Yeah, it's more footage of the civilian infrastructure attacks. Power plant and bridge day. Coming last night.
Sirens wail across Kuwait, while signs of projectiles being intercepted dot the skies. Several people were wounded when an oil facility was hit. A water desalination plant was also struck, causing a fire. The second such facility to be targeted in 2 days. 90% of the Emirates' drinking water comes from desalination. Iran also targeted other U.S. allies in the region, including an airbase in Jordan, as well as Iraq and Bahrain. U.S. officials say 13 U.S. service members have been injured since Monday, including 10 Army soldiers and 3 Navy sailors.
Yeah, that's a good enough place to stop this and move on to the next topic, which is the loss of 2 U.S. service members. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, before we do that. So yeah, U.S. has been seeing casualties all week from these Iranian strikes. More strikes were seen in Iraq, in Kurdish-held Iraq. Yeah, do you see what I mean about this thing being back on in full? We're back to where we were at the beginning of this. The only thing that's missing is Israel getting involved in directly attacking Iran and vice versa. Which I'm postulating Iran has been preparing for already. I mean, Israel's already literally said they would be willing to lend a helping hand. And you've seen Iran targeting infrastructure, U.S. infrastructure intended to protect Israel, essentially, in Jordan. The 2 radar bases there, which are an early warning system for Israel, have been seeing multiple attacks in recent days. And as of about 12 hours ago, a little bit more, it was reported that 2 U.S. service members had died in Jordan from some of the latest strikes in the country. Here's Al Jazeera from 12 hours ago.
And we're just going to bring you some breaking news now. A statement from CENTCOM about the recently fallen and also missing U.S. service members. Well, the statement reads the following. On July the 17th, 2 U.S. service members in Jordan were killed in action as U.S. Central Command and partner forces defended against Iranian ballistic missile and drone attacks. Additionally, 1 service member is currently missing in action. 4 American service members were medically evacuated to Jordan hospitals, and they have since been discharged. Other personnel who were evaluated for minor injuries have returned to duty, and out of respect for the families, CENTCOM will withhold additional information, including the identities of these fallen warriors, until 24 hours after the next of kin have been informed. So the big news here is that 2
So with 2 more deaths, and the one from earlier this week on Monday, which got no coverage, that brings the total up to 16 now dead U.S. service members as a result of this war. Hundreds injured at this point. And at least 1 soldier apparently missing. Alive, dead, who knows? Here's BBC from 9 hours ago.
2 more U.S. service members have been killed in military action against Iran, and a 3rd service member is missing. U.S. Central Command, which is responsible for American military activity in the Middle East, announced on social media that the casualties happened in Jordan yesterday during defensive action against ballistic missile and drone attacks by Iran. There's been a full week of renewed hostilities between Iran and the U.S. after President Trump declared 10 days ago that their temporary ceasefire agreement was over. Here's our world news correspondent, Joe Inwood.
For a 7th night, Iran and the US exchange fire. Here, Iranian missiles en route to targets, including in Kuwait and Jordan, where at least 1 is now confirmed to have struck a US base. In a statement on social media, the US military said 2 US service members in Jordan were killed in action as US Central Command and partner forces defended against Iranian ballistic missile and drone attacks. Additionally, 1 service member is currently missing. It brings to 16 the US losses in the war with Iran. This was the moment that 6 service personnel killed in a previous strike were repatriated. The US has also struck targets across Iran.
Why does he insist on wearing his hat at these things? Like, what's wrong with this guy? He's incapable of showing respect. Look at Steve Witkoff trying to pretend to have emotions. He looks like he has to poop or something.
The US has also struck targets across Iran, with the focus being Wobegon province in the south. Here, a bridge destroyed. A top advisor to Iran's supreme leader said that if the strikes continue, they will return to all-out war.
I declare that both the negotiations and war are over. But if in the next 2 or 3 days the Americans continue the war, we will enter a phase of complete offense and destruction.
Neither side is currently giving any indication they are ready to back down. The news of the first US casualties from enemy fire since April
will further reduce the hopes for de-escalation. Joe Inwood, BBC News.
Yeah, there's not a lot of hope for de-escalation right now, I'm afraid. I wish I was feeling rosy and optimistic. But, it does feel a bit naive. You know, optimism can cross into that line, and I do feel at this point anybody still thinking this thing's going to de-escalate immediately is out of their minds. Although I do keep pushing for Trump to just surrender. Just be a man and accept defeat. Terrible, terrible job at this war. Really, really bad.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Let's speak now to our correspondent Nick Johnson, who is in Washington for us, and this will be very sobering news for the US, Nick.
Very much so, Rita, yes. US Central Command, which is responsible for military operations in the Middle East, hasn't disclosed the identity of those who have been killed or released any more specifics into the incident itself. We have heard from the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth on social media, who said, "Godspeed, heroes. Their sacrifice only stiffens our resolve." Now, the US does have a permanent presence at bases in Jordan, and actually last night the Jordanian military said it had intercepted 10...
He's such a gross human being. Like, Pete Hegseth, really? He immediately rushed out there to tweet that the death of these soldiers only stiffens our resolve to continue doing this senseless war. Good God. What it should do is make them question the war. Fucking lunatics.
Missiles which had been flown in from Iran but had caused and reported no damage. Iranian state media as well has also said that 50 people had been killed and 500 injured in the renewed conflict over the past couple of weeks. But if you look how far and fast things have escalated in the past 10 days or so, tit-for-tat limited exchanges to American deaths, the US striking deeper into Iran itself, it's difficult at this stage to see a route back to talks around the table.
Yeah, that route is feeling extra closed right now. What's the word for allegorical reference? And we have to cross through Mordor to get to the table at this point, which is once again why I keep saying there is the third option of just surrendering. You know, people keep pretending it's only forever war and diplomacy, but there's also surrender. Sure, is it shameful? Yeah.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
But it'd be better for America, for the planet. I mean, the next stop is the Red Sea closed, and then Europe, and the rest of the Middle East, and this region getting cut off from shipping. That sound good? Because that's literally the next thing to come. By the way, I got 2 clips left. One left on this story of the missing and or killed soldiers in Jordan. And then the Al Jazeera English live stream.
U.S. Central Command says 2 soldiers have been killed in Iranian strikes on Jordan. In a statement, CENTCOM said on Friday 2 U.S. service members in Jordan were killed in action as CENTCOM and partner forces defended against Iranian ballistic missile and drone attacks. Additionally, 1 service member is currently missing in action. 4 American service members were medically evacuated to Jordanian hospitals. They've since been discharged. Now, this footage was recorded in Jordan on Saturday morning, appearing to show smoke rising from the Al Mufaq Salti air base after a night of Iranian strikes in the area. NASA sites picked up a massive heat spike in the area on Friday into Saturday morning. CENTCOM has not confirmed where in Jordan the 2 service personnel were killed. Now, Al Jazeera's got correspondents covering this story in the United States, in the Gulf region. In a moment, we're going to be live in Doha with Hamza Mohammed and in Tehran with Tawhid Asadi. But first of all, we're going to go to the U.S. Capitol, Washington, and Heidi Jo Castro. Heidi, what more do we know about these U.S. service members who were killed on Friday in Jordan?
Well, their names have not been released, which is following protocol. That doesn't happen until 24 hours after their next of kin has been notified. And officially, really nothing more has been released about this attack besides what you just read from CENTCOM. But according to reports in the U.S. media, this attack appeared to have happened on the U.S. base in Azraq in Jordan, where days earlier, 20...
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, this means that this happened the very... latest would have been what? Friday? Like early Friday? Late Thursday?
Additional U.S. personnel had been wounded in another retaliatory strike from Iran. Now, regarding these 2 U.S. service members who were killed on Friday, Pete Hegseth, the U.S. Defense Secretary, had a quick statement on that, saying their sacrifice only stiffens our resolve.
Gross.
Which, of course, now begs the question how the U.S. may respond.
Oh, we should respond with introspection about what the fuck we're doing here. Shouldn't be in military form, but that's, I know what's coming.
The price from voter blowback.
Heidi, thank you very much indeed. Heidi Jo Castro there in Washington, D.C. Well, Iran's supreme leader says the U.S. president's signature is worthless and invalid. Ayatollah Mustafa Khamenei has released a written statement saying that Washington has repeatedly breached the memorandum.
Damn, dude. Mustafa Khamenei saying Trump's signature is worthless and invalid.
How rude.
Damn.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
I wonder how old Trumpy boy feels about that.
Of understanding. He says Iran and the resistance front have unforgettable lessons in store for the US.
You know how much Trump values his own signature. He was literally telling the children at Easter. Do you guys remember this? Trump was at Easter with the children, signing cards for them and then saying to sell it on eBay. Like, you can sell that on eBay, probably worth $100. You could make some money if you just sell that on eBay. He has this like crazy inflated like view of himself. Oh, having the supreme leader of Iran saying that his signature is worthless. Oh, that's got to hit him right in the old micropene.
Across to Tawhid Asadi. He's joining us live from Tehran. So what has Iran's leadership been saying, Tawhid?
Well, in this statement, we've got 3 important messages, 2 to the Americans and another domestic message. First, Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Mustafa Khamenei came out to say that the repeated violation of the Memorandum of Understanding by the Americans, which he called the Great Satan, is indicative of what he called a fact that the U.S. president's signature is not reliable in that regard. And that is coming also in the context that Iranians are talking about this cloud of mistrust that is out there when it comes to potentiality of any rapprochement, any negotiated settlement settlement with Washington, and the context in that regard is that we've got at least 2 wars happening while the country was in the middle of negotiations. Meanwhile, the Iranian Supreme Leader also sent a message of warning, saying that in case the Americans decide to continue the war, there are going to be repercussions, something he called lessons, unforgettable lessons for the Americans by.
So just to keep track, so far we have an IRGC leader saying that there were going to be dire consequences. Mojtaba Khamenei saying unforgettable lessons. It's a lot of very ominous talk going on right now.
Iranians, and also the axis of the resistance, something that he is trying to depict as a way to flex Iranian muscles in this complicated situation. And last but not the least, he came out to put emphasis on a call for unity at home, and that is critically important as we see a sort of rally around the flag impact in the course of past couple of days following this new round of escalation.
Doid, stay with me for a second. I want to just bring our viewers up to date with what's been happening over the last several days or so. The US has been attacking Iran nightly for a week now. They've mainly been hitting Iran's southern coastal provinces, including Kharkiv.
Okay, we don't need this part since we've been talking about all these strikes together over the last 48 hours. You know, the United States has targeted infrastructure in multiple places, some military sites, but they're claiming the civilian stuff is military too, which is fucking just complete nonsense. Just gonna get a little bit more from this clip here, I think.
In Doha. Central to all of this, of course, is the Strait of Hormuz. Saudi television is saying that there is a joint statement from the European Union and Gulf countries. It says that they won't accept illegitimate claims of sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz. Just talk to us about what's being said in this statement.
Well, as you mentioned, Iran has effectively shut the Strait of Hormuz, and the EU and the GCC countries are quite unhappy with that. The reason for that is because the countries in this region, the GCC, they're heavily reliant on the export of energy, oil and gas. Most of that passes through the Strait of Hormuz. And for the EU, the European countries, 10% of their energy supplies comes from this region. So with the Strait of Hormuz closed, they are feeling the economic pressure. The Strait of Hormuz has been one of the main sticking points in the negotiations between the US and Iran. Iran has made it very clear for the ships passing through that passage, they have to get approval from them. They have to go through a route that they have approved. They also want to charge fees for those ships passing through. They say that those fees would pay for the damage caused by Israel and US strikes on Iran. The Europeans and the GCC countries are quite unhappy, and they came up with these statements. Let me read you part of the statement. They say the passage through the Strait of Hormuz is guaranteed under international law. They go on to say we reject claims of sovereignty and control over the Strait of Hormuz by any state, and imposition of any permit systems, transit fees or service charges. This is the statement that they have come out with. Iran seems not to be blinking. They are very adamant that any ship that wants to pass through this Strait of Hormuz, they have to have approval from Tehran. They also...
Yeah, and Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of Iran, tweeted yesterday that Iran is our homeland from south to north and from east to west. We will defend every inch of our land until our very last breath. Poetic, and also another one of these sorts of ominous statements that leads me to think this thing is only about to get worse, not better.
Those fees. The world economy is feeling energy supplies are dwindling, prices are going up. Another point worth noting is for fertilizer, for the global fertilizers, about half of it, the nitrogen-based fertilizers, comes from this region, and it goes to European countries for farmers. So they, in Europe, they're not just feeling the energy prices at the price pumps there, but they're also feeling in the farms and in their kitchens. So that's the reason why they came up with this statement. But for Iran,
Colombiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. I declare as of today, contracting the explosive diarrhea from the poop lettuce and you start running to the bathroom, star referring as I got a bad case of the Trumps.
So you want to start referring to diarrhea as Trump. So if you're pooping because of the lettuce, cyclosporiasis, you just say you got the bad case of the Trumps. I can't go out tonight, and we will all know what you mean. You're shitting your brains out. That makes sense. I second that.
Money, and they want approval for any ship that passes through the strait.
Bringing us up to speed there from Doha, that's Hamza Mohammed. Hamza, thank you very much indeed. Well, the latest casualties in Jordan bring the total number of U.S. soldiers.
Okay, that is going to do it on the clips. We're just going to check in with the Al Jazeera live stream, see what, if anything, we've missed. I'm sure there's been shit. Quickly tune in over here with the latest Al Jazeera English live stream. By the way, great job, everybody, for making it this far. Alright, what have we been missing? They're talking about Typhoon Bavi, climate change. What's this? Yeah. We'll just do this. The 8th consecutive night of U.S. strikes on Iran.
Oil and a gas export hub, and explosions were heard in the cities of Bandar Abbas, Sirik, Hajiabad and Shadagan. And sirens have sounded in Kuwait's capital. The military says its air defenses are intercepting Iranian missiles and drones. State media in Iran are reporting the military has targeted U.S. interests at 2 bases in Kuwait. On Saturday, Iranian missiles and drones also struck an oil facility and a power generation and water desalination plant in Kuwait. Tehran says it's targeted U.S. military assets across the region, including in Bahrain and Jordan. Well, Laura Khan is live for us here in Doha. Resul Serda is in Iran and Tehran, to be precise. But let's start with Eva McKent, who's in Washington, D.C. Firstly, Eva, CENTCOM, as we've been saying, has provided new details on its latest wave of bombardment inside Iran. What exactly are they telling us about the scale of these latest strikes?
Well, Neil, to be clear, the primary reason for the latest round of strikes is retaliatory. They are fighting back, so to speak, against these two.
Oh, I can't listen to any more of this right now. Is it retaliatory? The 8th night of strikes in a row? My brain just grasp that. Like, try and wrap your mind around that. The 8th night of strikes in a row was retaliatory. You're allowed to do that on the first night. 8th night in, you don't get to go, this is retaliatory. It's like, what?
A what now?
Fucking retaliatory. Give me a break. We started the war. Nothing that we're doing is retaliatory. That's what I need everybody to like get on board with. Is that nothing the United States is doing right now is retaliatory because we started the war. That's just how retaliatory the word works. You know, it's a confusing concept. A lot of syllables in there. It's like at least 6. Well, we made it through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anticorporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moe Noep, Nadia, Choki, Scout, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, D Cypher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Prista, Penny Hana99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfect Zell, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Egios, Emily S, Akate, Trevor, Sweet, Chewy, Forever, Rogue, Gerb, and Tracy, Eva. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoy. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.
The Bolsheviks are coming. It's the enemy of the Constitution. Above all, it's the enemy of July